Serious, has a friend ever done / said something that just straight up ended the friendship? What happened? She got married. I was just friends with this girl from law school. She was a cool girl and we lived in the same city after law school. We never had sex. We had never seen each other naked. I was dating someone else at the time. She was dating this guy. I met her parents as just a friend, was friends with her sister. So for about 6 years we were just pretty cool friends. She gets married. Her husband then texts me and tells me to stay away from her. I text her and say, "Yo, your husband is telling me not to speak with you anymore. Is that what you want?" I got no response. Cool. A few weeks pass, and I call friend's sister and see if she wants to grab a drink as I was in the area. "You got some faking nerve calling me." What? Listen, I know 20th doesn't want me to speak to her, but not sure why we can't be friends. Are you faking kidding me? You ruined her life and are trying to ruin her marriage with what you did to her. What? I'm sorry, I have no idea what you are talking about. I have always had her best interest at heart, so I dunno. Yeah, well, then why didn't you tell her you had herpes before you faked her? Wait, what? She and I never had sex, and I don't have herpes, so I'm a little confused here. Stop faking lying. Husband told the whole thing and she never denied it, so fuck you. Don't faking ever speak to us again. Alright. Come to find out, that asshole had herpes and didn't tell her, and he gave her herpes, and when it got out that she had herpes somehow, he blamed it on me, and she just let the lie take hold because it was easier than her family hating her husband. Alright, cheers, consider it a parting gift. I was gaming with my best friend and my wife was sitting on the couch next to me just reading a book. She was super content just letting me game. She just wanted to be spending time with me. My friend had a not even 1-year-old kid that he just stuck in a bouncing chair in the side of the room while we played. He said the kid loves that chair and is in it a lot, so he just games. The kid starts whining a bit, but he gets ignored. I'm thinking we'll probably hit this checkpoint and he'll go tend to his kid. Nope. Several good stopping points had passed, and the kid was fussing even more now. So my buddy says to my wife's name, "There's formula in the cupboard and the diaper bag is over in the corner there. He's probably just hungry and has a poopy diaper if you wanna feed and change him." I looked at this guy like he'd just slapped her, turned my game off, and said, "How about instead of asking my wife to do it, you put down your game and take care of your own child?" A bit of a harsh response, but he looked so butthurt that I just told him to take care of his own child instead of game all day. I packed my stuff up and we left. I haven't spoken to him in 3 years. TLDR, my former best friend told my wife to feed and change his infant child so he could keep playing video games. We don't speak anymore. After I spent all day using my truck and trailer helping him haul tables and chairs and a giant archway to the church for his wedding, that I was supposed to be a groomsman. Him, "Hey dude, I really appreciate you helping me move this stuff. I couldn't get anyone else to help. Here's $20 for the gas." Me, "Whoa dude, I'm in your wedding. I don't need money to help make this happen." Him, "Yeah dude, so hey, Brent, his soon to be wife's best guy friend / 100% ex-fac buddy / guy he's known for less than 3 months, really wanted to be in the wedding, and I was wondering if it would be cool if he took your spot, and I can see if any of her cousins backed out, and if there's a seat open somewhere." This was the day before the wedding. I had been best friends with that guy since kindergarten. His wife didn't like me because I knew about her wild past from a different circle of friends, so this was her attempt to push me out. He caved, but none of the other people involved would help move shit, so he waited until last minute to get me to help. Haven't spoken to that guy since, and last I heard she quit her job and sucks dick in his house all day while he's at work. They deserve each other. Reddit, I feel like I need to add. 2 days after the wedding, the church venue called me frantic. Apparently no one picked up the chairs, tables, and archway from the church venue, and those facts gave my number and told them I was supposed to be picking them up. That didn't happen. I went to stay the night with one of my best friends. Long story short, the entire night was just her on her phone, not invested or listening to anything I said. I knew this because I tested it by saying something that could not be funny in the slightest, and she let out this huge fake laugh without looking up from her phone. This was a problem I'd been having with her the past year at most. She wanted to go to sleep super early because she was tired. I ended up lying and saying I needed to go home, and she was more than fine with it. After all she wanted to do was sleep or text. Not even an hour after I'm home, I see her Snapchat story of her at her other new friend's house drinking and seemingly having a blast. Not only was it hurtful she did that, but that she didn't care I would see it. That was when I decided we were no longer best friends. I still get sad about it because we had been so close since junior high. Some people just change for the worst. Edit. This will be the third friend I've shared on, but this is the worst one I have. A friend who I just spent an entire weekend with took advantage of my MySpace page being logged into her computer, posted as me saying I was coming out lesbian, messaged multiple of our classmates too, and made my default a terrible saturated acne photo of me. To say the least, I've had bad luck with girlfriends. My husband had a best friend. Been friends for over a decade. He asked his best friend to be his best man at our wedding. He agreed. Then 2 weeks before our wedding he asked if he could bring a date. We were puzzled as we didn't think he'd been dating anyone. So we inquired and were like sure. Turns out it was one of our mutual friends' wife he was banging. We all hated her anyway, but him wanting to bring her as his date was the end for my husband. The friend said that not only would he not be the best man, but he wouldn't come to the wedding if he couldn't bring the friend's wife he was cheating with. Yep. That was a big nope. They haven't been friends since. I had a friend that I ended things with because she said your problem is you have too much humanity. You care about people too much. I asked her if she cared at all about her fellow human beings, and she said, don't know them, fuck them. Why do you think I carry a gun? We were in a heated discussion, and I had to take a breather. The absolute look of triumph and joy on her face that she had because she broke me to the point that I to step away was enough for me. So it wasn't so much what she said, but the fact that she was so genuinely happy that she hurt me so badly. Her look was like gotcha bitch. I won the argument. The fact that her winning was more important than our friendship and trying to see each other's point of view was it for me. She was no one I wanted to know. She admitted to me when we first became friends that she doesn't have empathy or compassion. I should have listened. I just thought she was being hard on herself. Nope. A guy I considered my friend and crush once told me he wouldn't care if I died. Needless to say, I was heartbroken. Edit. Thank you kind strangers for your words. To those of you wondering about the context, here it is. I posted about it the other day because I'm just now coming to terms with it. So, I used to be a nice girl. I had a minute-long crush on any guy who would give me attention, and I was super emo and angsty, partially because of a difficult home life. I was clingy with my friends and really socially awkward. I'll be me, and the guy can be N for nice guy. Our school guidance counselor will be GC. We were both 15. N was a band geek, obsessed with the girls in color guard and the one girl in his band group, while I was more of a shy nice girl who mostly got her feelings out with punk music. N was very extroverted, saying he loved being constantly surrounded by beautiful women of the color guard who loved me, and often gave girls, including me for a time, unsolicited, very tight hugs all the time. He was no catch, but I was looking at the world through rose-colored glasses. All of our mutual friends knew that I liked him by this point, and they had all encouraged me to just go for it already. I had come out to N about liking him the day before, and I'd had this overwhelming crush on him for over a year by then. I was devastated by this. I had our first date built up in my head and a consuming idea of what a happy couple we would be like together. He gave me an honest answer, and I can respect that now, but I didn't want to take no for an answer back when I was a moronic 15-year-old. It was at the beginning of lunch, and no one else had sat down at our friend table yet. I sat down in my usual seat next to N, and he started talking to me like nothing had happened the day prior. I refused to act like nothing had happened and confronted him. I pretty much went off on him about how I would be great for him, very nice girl, and said something along the lines of, I can't keep living like this, being just your friend. He replied, then don't live. I don't care. My face went red, and I ran into the bathroom to cry. I thought I loved him in my 15-year-old head, because he could make me feel normal. When he told me that, I took it as him telling me to kill myself, and began a downward spiral where I actually wanted to for years. And someone I thought was my friend began to bully me after that, saying I was not welcome, and that I was a loser. I heard through the grapevine that he called me a crazy beach stalker girl at one point. We were all in the same honors classes, of which there was only one of each small school, so there was nothing I could do about it, unless I wanted to completely change the trajectory of my school life and drop honors. Here's where the story takes a major twist. N's mom was friends with the school's only guidance counselor, who was in charge of making class schedules and taking charge with problem children who were at risk with drugs or violence. One day I was walking quickly, behind N apparently, so I could put my stuff down in class and go to the bathroom like I always did at this time of day. GC called my dad without me knowing and called him to the office for a meeting with the entire school's administration staff. My dad took off work and went to the school, thinking that my newfound reclusive behavior may have been a sign that I was getting into drugs and the school was worried. Instead, my dad went through what he described to me as a circular conversation with GC and the rest of the administration. He was instructed not to tell me this, but he did anyway. The people told my father that he had to shut me up and make me leave N alone. They said that I was causing trouble for one of their brighter and more popular students, and that they had school cam footage they would present to the police of me stalking him through the halls if they had to. Since that infamous I don't care day, I have been hospitalized 3 times for attempted suicide. I had gone off the deep end, almost hurting and during a horrible panic attack. I had cried openly in front of people I barely knew in school. N and one of our mutual friends started bullying me, and I eventually had to move towns and change schools because it wasn't going to stop. I have one friend that I still talk to from that school. The others I tried to talk to afterward, but it didn't really work out. I have since gone through an underage drinking phase and a hoe phase, both of which I have gotten over entirely. I will probably be on anti-anxiety medication for the rest of my life, but I have since found religion and made peace with myself over what happened. I have forgiven N, and I think the final part of that was writing out the main details and posting. So thank you. And that's what happens when a nice girl likes a nice guy. They're both immature and pretty terrible, but things aren't all bad. That friend I mentioned that I keep up with, we've been dating for over a year now, and we told each other that we love one another for the first time just last week. Edit 1. Feel free to ask me any questions for clarity. Sorry, I forgot to mention that in the first place. Edit 2. Feel free to ask me questions does not mean tell me off, or say that this was all my fault in the comments. I understand and have come to terms with the fact that I did wrong and could have handled myself better in the situation. So telling me that I was the only one in the wrong, that I deserved all that happened to me, or that I corned N will not fly. Thank you. I have a story that I don't really like to talk about. This has been a recent event in my life and is serious. My friend that I'm no longer friends with is someone that I have known for years. We are neighbors and practically grew up together. He was a relatively normal person and had good morals up until he was introduced to social media. He used YOLO on Snapchat as well as Instagram. He mainly used Snapchat and YOLO. At this time, his parents were typically not home or helping with taking care of the recent baby brother he received, so he had plenty of free time, and that free time he used to post YOLOs. Before he used social media, he was really into the Joker for some odd reason. He'd act like the character for no reason and act strange towards strangers and PPL he knew. He even acted that way towards his girlfriend. He ended up losing her because he was acting oddly towards her. All whilst this was happening, he was saying horrifying things on Snapchat. I thought that what he was posting was very disturbing, and I got tired of it. He also threatened to kill people and hurt people. I ended up taking screenshots of what he was posting and showed the school administration to see if they could help him. He ended up getting suspended for a substantial amount of time and thankfully stopped what he was doing. I'm not longer his friend because I can't take any chances of him finding out and hurting me. TLDR, my friend acted like the Joker and threatened to kill people, so I told the school and got him suspended. Call me a snitch all you want, but it would have gotten worse if I didn't do anything. When I saw my friend, Juan, chase after someone with a knife because of some gang shit he was getting involved in. I had known him ever since I was in kindergarten and we were really close growing up. We were kind of the outcasts of our class, the dorky kids who always got good grades, along with our other friend Nick. Here is a picture of the three of us at the circus. We did things like draw this comic together about this guy named Tom, where each of us would do 3-part panel and we would trade off the notebook continuing the story. It was fun to us, and I wish I still had that notebook, but it got taken from us in the 4th grade and was never given back. Juan and I had sleepovers pretty much every weekend, since we lived somewhat close to each other, and he always joined me for my family camping trips every summer. I was an only child, and he was a bit like a brother to me. Then a bunch of us were transferred out of our grade school by our parents in the 6th grade because they were unhappy with the administration and felt we could learn better elsewhere. Even though I lived on the south side of Chicago, I ended up in a school on the north side with another friend of mine, Manny, while Juan ended up going to a school closer to his house. Juan and I still hung out sometimes, but we started drifting apart more and more. I could tell his new school was changing him, and by 8th grade he was part of a local crew. At the time I was really into graffiti and rap, so even though things were changing, we still found things we had in common. The last time I saw him, I was at his graduation party. After the whole family thing was over, we were hanging out with some of his friends from the neighborhood to smoke some weed. Then Juan and I decided to go for a walk. I had a backpack full of spray paint, so we went to the train tracks by his house to hit up some trains and walls. I put up my name, and he put up his gang's tags. As we are bombing this one wall, we hear a voice from below. There is some guy yelling up at us. I don't remember what he said, but it really pissed Juan off. I had never seen him like this before. He was like a completely different person. He started running after this guy and out of instinct, I just followed after him. The other guy bolted, and he chased after him, and I chased after him. After a few minutes, he lost him, and stopped and I was finally able to catch up to him. He still had that crazy, angry look in his eye, but then I also noticed he had a knife in his hand. It was then I realized that this wasn't the Juan I grew up with. He started talking about getting a couple of other people to find the guy. Apparently they had some beef with him, which is why he was so angry. I convinced him to let it go for now and go back and smoke some more weed to chill out. We did and I crashed at his house, just as I had done for so many years. But after that night I wanted nothing to do with the lifestyle he was getting involved in, and even though we still talked on the phone sometimes, we never hung out again after that. After we started high school, we lost touch completely. I still thought of him a lot and wondered whatever happened to him, so I would Google/Facebook search him sometimes, but never had any results. Until a few years ago, when I finally found him, after using his middle name in a search. There were about 6 or 7 different mugshots from his various visits to county jail, mostly on drug possession charges. It made me sad, because he was such a smart guy, but at the same time I was glad I didn't go down the same path. This is a picture of the two of us, and my dog Snippy from a trip we took to our 2nd grade teacher's wedding. It's one of my favorite trips we took together, and the way I prefer to remember him. Not just a friendship, but multiple. I was part of a decent sized friend circle. Everyone hung out and knew each other. A couple of them decided to invite us whole to hang out with us as whole, started openly insulting one friend to his face for being a homosexual. My girlfriend, God bless her for this, was the first person to stand up for gay friend. As whole gets all huffy, won't apologize, and leaves. Friend started getting rude with her, myself, and gay friend. They blame the 3 of us for creating drama, me for backing up both of them. Gay friend stopped hanging out with everyone because it was clear they were siding with us whole. When we're all hanging out again, who should show up this time but us whole, with his friend we'll call pervert. Pervert keeps making disgusting remarks to girlfriend while giving me a look like he's challenging me. Girlfriend tells him to fuck off after he starts going on about what he'd do to her if he found her in a dark alley. We both leave. One friend texts me later telling both of us to never hang out with the group again. The rest of them start ghosting us. Then the stalking started. They'd show up in groups to places they knew girlfriend and I would be at his hole, pervert, and the whole crew. They wouldn't say anything to us, just barge in, sit nearby, and make themselves as loud and disruptive as possible. That behavior ended up getting them banned from most local places after too many people complained. About a year later, one of the former friends contacted us when he was drunk, lonely, and feeling guilty. Friend group fell apart shortly after they got banned from local places we'd hang out at. People blamed each other for escalating. Everything was non-stop drama. People started picking sides and factionalizing, and it finally fell apart with all of them hating each other as whole moved away. Pervert was in jail. Girlfriend and I pretty much told him to go pound sand. My best friend in college was a girl named Jenna. She and I got along really well and would get drunk and have awesome deep conversations. So everything together, explore etc. a natural college sheet when you're experiencing the world on your own for once. She liked drugs and tripping and living in shared communities with people she felt were deep. I like drinking and partying and having my own apartment room/bathroom. I personally think nothing is wrong with either preference. She goes off to get a law degree in a city about 3 hours away. I begin working as a chemical engineer in our college town. We stay in touch, but I know she's busy with school, no big deal. I visit her a few times, but she never comes down to me. Didn't really have a problem with it at the time, but after the fact noticed. She comes back for a summer internship. I text her and call her and go out of my way to take her to happy hour at high-end cocktail bars she picks, to dinner at trendy restaurants, etc. I pay for everything as I'm the one with the job. No problem, I make plenty of money. But every time we meet up it's her complaining for 2 to 3 hours about drama or school or whatever and I can't get a word in. I'm always asking for her to hang out. She's always prioritizing some boy one month, another boy the next. One time I'm out with other friends at the bar. It was a birthday and we got extra done up. I was feeling great, had some cute fake lashes on, cute dress, and ran into her. Overheard her telling my boyfriend/now husband that she didn't want to hang around because I had fake lashes on, so I must be blacked out drunk. Was not. There is nothing wrong with putting a little more effort than normal and feeling beautiful ever so fuck her. Finally I get tired of making all the effort. I step back and decide I'll wait for her to ask me to hang out. She ends up moving back to finish her law degree at the college we went to together/in the town I live in. 6 months go by and I get a single text saying, hey, are you mad at me? My sister was being crazy last time we hung out. Do you have any hot friends that might be interested in sex with me? No strings attached. I never responded. Never spoke to her again. Been about 3 to 4 years now. I'm still really sad about it. I thought we had a great friendship, but I valued her much more than she valued me. A second best friend from college. I moved away for a year and my best friend and boyfriend lived in the same town while I was gone. They came to visit. They drove up together. We all had a great time. I came down to visit. We had a great time. Then I moved back, get a promotion, boyfriend proposes, buy a house, etc. all in about 3 months. And boom, this girl never wants to speak to me again. She tells me she hopes I'm happy with him and refuses to sit down and talk to me about it. I reach out and try to explain I'm hurt and I miss her. Get pretty plain responses about no thanks, hope you're happy with your life. I was pretty heartbroken. But looking back it was obvious she was jealous of other people's happiness. She was always complaining about her work, how she can't afford her apartment, always cycling through boyfriends and heartbroken she couldn't find someone to love her, and always talking trash about any of our friends' success. I realized this was just too much all at once, and she hated me for it. She trash talked our mutual friend getting into a Stanford master's program. She trash talked our mutual friend who got a great job in San Francisco. She trash talked her friend who got up and moved across the world for a boy and a lavish life in Ireland, straight movie style, no joke, haha. She trash talked her sister's fitness Instagram success, which became a crazy empire, so go her. She's killing it. In the end it's obvious she feels a lot of competition with those in her life and I'll never understand that. I've posted this elsewhere but it's relevant. I met Lisa at university, doing our master degree. When we met, she lived in the inner city, as did I. We hung out a lot, as we had a mutual love of good food and too much wine. Then she got pregnant, and moved out to the burbs. It took me nearly 2 hours to get to her new place on public transport, longer on weekends, as I don't have a car because, inner city living. But still, I consistently go to visit her, birthdays, dinners, baby shower, baby parties, just to hang out, babysit a couple of times. Sometimes I stayed the night, but mostly I came home. She never came my way anymore as she was a single mother, so her flexibility during pregnancy, and especially with the newborn, was limited. Then one night I missed the last tram home by about 3 seconds and got stuck in the middle of a sketchy area for a while very late at night, around 1:45 am, until my Uber arrived. The Uber trip home cost me over $100, which is why I kept using public transport. I made a joke about it the next morning. We had a laugh. I thought nothing of it. Went to a few more events at her place after that. Then she messages me one night specifically to tell me that I'm not invited to her birthday dinner that weekend and was no longer welcome at any of her events until I had an alternative method of transport. Apparently me getting home was causing her massive stress. First I'd heard of it, and she was sick of me shutting down her ideas. Again, first I'd heard of it, we'd literally never talked about it before. She told me I was welcome to discuss it more if I wanted, but she hoped she understood why I wasn't welcome at her house any longer. This was in May 2018. I never responded, and we haven't spoken since. She's made no attempt to contact me. I didn't respond because her birthday dinner had been planned for a couple of weeks, so she had plenty of time to speak with me about her concerns and reach a resolution, rather than just telling me I'm no longer welcome at any event. The first I knew there was any issue was this message. TLDR, I don't have a car, so I'm no longer welcome at my friend's house. Had a friend, C, that constantly borrowed money from me in high school and never once paid me back. She'd promise to pay me back each time and give me like whole stories about how she'd pay me back as soon as she got her allowance on Wednesday or whatever, and then if I asked for the money back later, she'd claim she'd already paid me back. Her begging got so bad that I literally stopped carrying cash with me to school, because if I stood up and she heard change jiggling in my pocket, she'd beg for an hour to borrow money until I lent her some. God forbid if she noticed I'd bought myself a snack or anything. Anyways, the friendship had mostly ended by the next year, just because as it turns out she was a pretty shitty friend all around, and we were fighting about something. But I guess I was still sorta holding out hope for it in some way or another. A mutual friend, asked me if I could talk to C, because she'd borrowed a favorite belt and some money and wanted it back, and my locker was right beside C's. I told that it was probably gone, but I'd ask anyways. Asked about R's money and belt. I still remember C's response. I only repay friends. Any thought I'd ever had that this might be a redeemable friendship went out the window. Told what was said, offered to pay them back myself, but I was never speaking to C again. And never did. 4 years of friendship over in that sentence, because it meant that she had never once considered me a friend, just a source of money. This one needs a little backstory. I was in Boy Scouts from age 6 to 13, and was a leaderboard popcorn scam salesman, and adored summer camp, and hanging out with my troop and stuff, so I of course built up a sense of security around them. It was about this time that I was figuring out who I was, what I wanted to do, and most importantly how I think. I wasn't necessarily Christian, but I prayed with them anyway, and did their Bible study thing for a badge. I didn't really understand any of it, but I participated, because my friends would. When gay marriage was legalized in my state, they cancelled the meeting that week, so that the majority of the boys could protest it in front of the courthouse and Capitol. I didn't want to go, because I'm not a total asshole, so I just didn't have anything to do that weekend. When we came back on Tuesday, the scoutmaster opened with a prayer and said some strongly anti-LGBTQ+ lingo, and when we were sent to our individual patrols I tried to talk with my best friend at the time about why he went. He started ranting about how cruel it was to subject their churches to homosexuality, and everyone was just joining in complaining about people and they suggested some evil stuff. My mistake was trying to reason with them. After that I just stopped coming to the meetings. The few guys at school were asking questions. I just kept saying that I lost interest, which was very untrue. I was super happy with scouting, but I'd rather keep distance from judgmental people. Also an important note, my sister recently came out, so I absolutely made the right decision. TLDR, I lost most of my friends at the same time because I learned they were huge homophobes. Had a friend in high school who was nothing short of an abusive bully, prone to constant insults and frequent bursts of violence towards all the guys in the friend group. Really, he was a bad friend, but other people in the group had known him for years, and I was pretty new to the group, so I just let it roll off like everyone else did. One of his favorite insults towards me was to call me a rainbow Nazi because he thought calling someone gay was a funny insult, and I have blonde hair and blue eyes. About a year out of high school, I'm crashing with one of the friends, the group's driver. Basically, I'd had a long day at work, finally clock out, walk to my car, and find I have 2 flat tires. I managed to limp my car to a park and ride where I could leave it overnight. Called the friend I was living with for a ride, and he was weirdly already at the park, and ride with the bully friend and a couple other friends. I was too exhausted to ask about it. They took me home, and then all of them left again. When they got back, bully friend revealed that he had purchased a rainbow pride sticker, cut it into the shape of a swastika, and slapped it on my bumper while I was at work. They had all been at the park and ride because they had followed me from work, where they had been watching in case the bully's joke caused me any violent trouble. But even that much had been done only because my other friends had insisted. They recognized the prank as dangerous, but didn't stop the bully. The bully apologized for my 2 spiked tires, which, yes, had been spiked. But he thought it was hilarious. A great take on his rainbow Nazi gag. So I moved home to my family the next day and basically just stopped hanging out with whole group entirely. Things rolled around to where he tried to reconnect with us and the rest of the group, who eventually pushed him out twice, but none of us wanted anything to do with him. He was still an asshole both times and years later. My junior year of high school, I was going through a tough breakup. He called me in the middle of the night to break up with me as I was half asleep. Obviously I was distraught, so I called my best friend. She came over and picked me up and brought me to her house. Her boyfriend was there as well. As I was a blubbering mess, she was giving me things to eat. Candy, chips, etc. Little did I know, some of the candy was actually edibles. She estimated I ate about 150 g on a nearly empty stomach. I had never tried weed before, so when my stomach started feeling hot and my mouth really dry and cottony, I was pretty weirded out. Then I couldn't even produce tears, my eyes were so dry. At one point, I got so hot I tried taking my socks off, but it felt like my feet were miles away. And then I puked all over myself on her dad's recliner. She refused to help clean me up, and I was barely putting together a cohesive thought. It was her boyfriend that took me to the bathroom and helped clean me up and change me into a pair of her clothes. I remember hearing them arguing as I had my head over the toilet, and it felt like 1 second was hours and hours were only a second. I could see the sound waves from them talking. It was definitely a fun trip. When her parents got home, she told them she found me on the side of the road super drunk and, like a good Samaritan, decided to bring me to her house. When her boyfriend went home, she put me in the bathtub and left me all alone. I remember waking up to her mom screaming because I had fallen asleep and was nearly submerged and cold drowned. Finally, the next morning, her parents made me a protein shake and toast and promised not to tell my parents I raided their alcohol cabinet as long as it didn't happen again. I left and promptly ghosted her. I stayed in contact with her boyfriend though and made sure he knew I was grateful he was there that night. But yeah, worst trip I've ever had. During an argument she told me that she came to my dad and stepmom's wedding because she knew I was missing my mom. My mom died 2 years before my dad got remarried, but my parents had been separated for 10 years prior to her death. Yes, I was missing my mom, but I had invited her because she was a good friend and I wanted her there to celebrate with us. Not so she could act like a surrogate mother or whatever the hell was going through her head. I went from needing some space to ending the friendship real quick after that. She was older. She and I, and my mother, for that matter, became good friends from the concert scene we were a part of, but she got oddly clingy after my mom died, and that was what made me say nope, no more. I had another friend, my own age, who apparently had a lot of resentment and jealousy pent up, which I had no idea about until it all blew up one day. She was upset that I was able to go to shows and do other fun things in my city, and she was never able to. She told me I didn't understand my privilege. I get it, I'm lucky to live where I do and go to $10-15 shows fairly often. I also took advantage of free admission evenings at some museums when I had more time. However, I moved out of the town we'd gone to school together in and back to my hometown because of the aforementioned loss of my mother. I had to explain to her that coming back wasn't my choice and that I was back home because I'd lost a parent and had to move in with the other one. We'd had plans to go to a hockey game together later that week, but she backed out because she thought I didn't respect her, so I was out the $85 I'd spent on the tickets. I'm still confused about all of that. I totally understand where she was coming from, but she came to my city multiple times to do things without me which never bothered me at all, yet she was apparently upset that I lived here and she couldn't. Again, out of my control, and she knew that. If she had spoken to me it would have been a non-issue, but she never did. That friendship hurt to lose. I don't know what it is with people using dead parents as a weapon, but it's faked up. My friend group wanted to sign up for an Overwatch tournament and ask me if I wanted to take part as I used to play this game a lot with them. I said no, because I wasn't feeling like dedicating myself to something like this and sweating in a game I don't like playing anymore. They still put me down as an active team member so that in case someone doesn't show up I could sub for them. I didn't know that, and then one Friday they just messaged me saying that they really need me to play tomorrow. So I needed to wake up at 9 AM on a Saturday to play because one of their friends just decided he wasn't gonna show up. I agreed because, well, I thought they were my friends and it was important for them and I didn't want to let them down. Only 2 people showed up to train and I had to wait till 1 PM for the match to start and then played for 1,5 hours. And then the same thing happened next week. I said something about them not respecting my time and my choice not to play, but they all made it sound like a joke and just brushed it off. They also told me we were going to play against a team who's way higher in skill than us, and I suggested it would be a waste of time and we shouldn't do it. They argued and said it'd at least be good practice. When the time came to play, we were being totally wrecked and all of my friends were raging, telling me I wasn't healing them enough and overall being very salty. I snapped and said something along the lines of I told you we shouldn't have played today, and one of the guys snapped back by saying that just because I'm not good enough to play against them doesn't mean the rest are, and I just need to learn to play better. At this point I've had enough and told them all I think about the situation, their skill level, how they disrespected my time and used me when they needed me without prior warning, how they ignored my decision to not play in general and signed me up anyway. And during my speech they were just laughing, talking over me, saying how I was overreacting and being too emotional over nothing. I finally realized that those people have zero respect towards me, they don't care about me, and I didn't want to dedicate myself to that friend group anymore. I deleted myself from every server and group chat, removed myself from team roster on the tournament website, unfriended everyone individually. I secretly hoped that they would apologize after all, because I really thought they valued me as a friend. But I was wrong. It's a bit sad, losing several friends and gaming buddies at once, but ultimately they weren't the people worth being upset about. I dated this girl who was a dog person, but had never had a dog before, or grown up with one, so had no idea about their behaviors and mannerisms. I've grown up in a family of breeders and been around dogs my entire life, so I'd like to think I have a decent understanding. One day we were taking my Staffy for a walk, who at the time was quite old, couldn't walk very far, and wasn't the friendliest towards other dogs. We get to the park, one that I go to specifically because it's usually empty. It's technically a graveyard, but isn't at the same time, and there's another dog owner and their dog there. My boy is minding his business when this young playful dog starts bothering him. I tell the owner to take him to the other side of the park and play over there, or my dog's probably going to bite, and because he's a Staffy, that would almost guarantee him being put down. Obviously she doesn't, and as I predicted, my staff growls and goes for the pup. I quickly separated the two and calmed my dog down before anything other than nips occurred. No blood drawn and no injury, when the owner screams and shouts at me with the same spiel I've heard for a decade at this point about him. That monster needs putting down, he needs a muzzle, get away from my children etc. Anyway, on the walk back with my girlfriend at the time, she goes to me, "You're a bad dog owner." I said, "You faking what?" and left her there and then. I couldn't believe she would say that. He was the most loving snuggly pup ever. He was just minding his own business, doing his thing. He just acted how a lot of older dogs would in that situation. FYI, he wasn't a bad dog, he was lovely when he was younger, but you know how it is with any dog as they age and go a little batty. A good friend, my best, for 15 years, with whom I'd made many day/weekend trips all across the world, invited himself for 3 months on my trip of a lifetime. I say invited himself in the sense that he said he'd taken some time off from work to join me, without asking if I was okay with that. I couldn't really say no, but did point out this was my trip of a lifetime, and I'd already had a sort of plan. He was okay with that. He joined me in Thailand, where I'd been for a week building up a great group of friends. He just didn't fit in there, very down, depressed, antisocial. People noticed and tried to talk with him. He didn't want to, not with me either. I decided to leave the big city and travel north. Maybe this would cheer him up. No. The bus sucked, the beds were hard, the weather too warm, the scenery too industrial, the hike too slow etc. I let him be for a few days hoping he'd turn around. Nope. We had a few good moments, but he never contributed any positivity, just kept shooting everything down, and didn't really suggest alternatives that would make him happy when asked. After a few weeks I gave up, told him he needed to open up, or I'd be going on alone. He didn't. I went. This is almost 2 years ago, haven't spoken to him since. On the one hand I feel bad, he was a friend who didn't feel good, maybe I should have tried harder. On the other hand, I'd saved for his since my teens, will never be able to do that again, and felt I deserved more respect from my friend than constant rejection and negativity. Happened about 13 years ago. A friend and I from high school decided to be roommates in university. Let's call her Alice and I'll be Janet. We got along really well, enjoyed the same TV shows, both were pretty focused on school and studying, and we didn't feel the need to always be in each other's space. Generally, I thought we got along really well as roomies. Eventually, I bought a house and invited her and my boyfriend, now husband, to move in. It was a big house and we seemed to all get along well. One night, we went out to the bar with a group of her friends that I didn't hang out with too much. Like I said, we didn't feel the need to always be together, so she had a different friend group from high school that I wasn't super close to, which was totally fine, because we got along without issue. I had let her borrow a necklace of mine that went really great with her outfit for the night. While we were at the bar, I went to the bathroom, and while I was finishing up in the stall, I hear one of Alice's friend at the sink say, "Oh, I really like your necklace, it's so cute." Then, I hear Alice say, "Yeah, Janet let me borrow it, don't worry, I washed it first." I was floored and hurt and walked out of the stall dumbfounded. I proceeded to wash my hands right, as I always do, since I'm not a dirty person. I can't remember if her friend was still there, but Alice was. I think I said, "Wow, that was great," and walked out. She found me later at the bar and apologized. I was hurt and couldn't help but assume she often talked bad about me behind my back with those friends. So, after that, we simply drifted apart. She eventually moved out. We have talked a couple times since then, but I'm still hurt by what happened. When I was 15, my family moved houses to a city adjacent to our old city. As a teenager, it was nice, because I made new friends as well as continued to see friends from my old city. My parents were having a bit of difficulty selling their house. This wasn't long after the housing bubble, despite it having a lot of attractive qualities for young families. Anyway, I had one friend from my old city, who I hung out with a lot on weekends. We will call him Fenton. Fenton and I had been engaging in weekend debauchery, drinking, smoking, sneaking out, etc. for a while, and Fenton decides we should throw a party. Well, Fenton doesn't have a place to throw a party, so he suggests I steal the spare keys to my family's house. Obviously I tell him that's not happening. I'd see how much teenage me wanted to party and get poon. I wasn't going to fuck my family over like that, especially after how the market crash affected them. Fenton didn't like that I said no, but reluctantly dropped the subject, after realizing I wouldn't budge. Months later, my parents get a call from their realtor, who's talking frantically and sounds stressed. She had a showing that morning for a family who was very interested in our house, so my parents were excited. The realtor shows up to the house a few hours before to set some stuff up, and walks into a house with broken windows, blunt roaches on the floor, empty/broken beer bottles, piss puddles/stains, and a torn up yard. After doing some investigating with the neighbors, we get a description of the cars and people who were seen at the house the night before. The cars described fit the description of all of Fenton's friends' cars. I come to my parents and reluctantly tell them my suspicions. There's some pretty serious and intense details I'm leaving out here, and dealing with the aftermath was quite interesting, but long story short, I didn't speak to Fenton after that. I had a friend who I had practically grown up with. From 13-year-old onwards we would see each other at least once a week. We often had dinner at each other's houses, slept over, etc. When high school finished our paths began to diverge, although we would still remain friendly, and he was still a part of my overall friend group. I was determined to finish uni and get into a good career. He took 7 years to complete his undergrad and never worked a day in the field, preferring instead to work part-time stacking shelves at the supermarket and smoking weed all day. This I honestly had no problem with, as I partake myself, and each to their own, when it comes to personal ambition. Little did I know it wasn't only weed he was smoking, but instead he was slowly but surely getting addicted to meth. This made his behavior erratic at times, but I assumed the behavior was just his boredom/trying to be funny, so I'll let it slide. This was until one day in particular. I had just broken up with my girlfriend of 5 years and we weren't exactly on speaking terms. She had messaged me early in the morning saying my friend had sent her a very suspect message. Basically it was a dick pic with some disgusting text asking her, now that we were no longer together, would she want to get with him. Put much more graphically, I relayed this to my friend group and some of the girls in our group had received similar messages. There was also a thread in a Girls of Our City Facebook group that had hundreds of comments describing the same lewd messages sent from my now ex-friend to people he didn't even know personally. Some of them shocked me, including videos of him orgasming and having his cat lick it up. Needless to say, I lost one of my oldest friends that day. No one else in my friend group will talk to him either, so he basically lost everyone close to him. A year or so later his family reached out to us as he had been arrested and placed in a psychiatric facility. The meth had ruined him. He sometimes messages me off random phone numbers. I have him blocked, and I have considered changing my number, however it's not worth the effort. Much easier to ignore his few weird messages a year than updating everyone in my life to a new number. Mom friend. She brings her kids over to play with mine. They're all very young too, 3, 4, and 6. The 6-year-old is her, and she's mildly autistic. Hums while she plays, likes organizing my daughter's toys, etc. This mom is very smart bioengineer, funny, and earthy crunchy. Exclusively breastfed her kids. They go to special child-led learning school, etc. We got along well. Her daughter starts getting upset at something, and the mom jumps up and way overreacts. I don't know why you keep doing that, and leave your brother alone, and etc. 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 And then the kid is cowering, rocking and crying. My reaction is what the fuck, the kid was being territorial about something the little brother moved that she was playing with. The mom comes back and sits and nonchalantly mentions that normal discipline doesn't work with her daughter, so her husband will have to spank her when they get home. What the fuck? Planned spanking for an autistic child. I was like, what do you do? And she was, although it's not hurtful, swats on the bum. When she gets out of control, she needs to learn how to control her reactions. So when she does act out, we tell her that she's going to get the spanking for that. Last faking time I talked to that woman. Genius or not, that's not faking okay. I pondered calling CPS, but I know it wouldn't go anywhere. Spanking isn't illegal yet, but holy hell, I did manage to point out some research that spanking is only short-term effective and long-term damaging, and there were many good books and resources for autistic behavior and dealing with it. etc. But yeah, never heard from her again. I had a friend all the way through middle school and high school. Let's call him R. R was the only one who would contact me to go out on bike rides, go to the mall, just basic high schooler things. Fast forward a year after graduation. The year is 2014. My high school sweetheart just broke up with me, but a girl I was friends with in high school, let's call her J, just got back in contact with me, and she too just broke up with her boyfriend at the time. Her and I were just hanging out at a mutual friend's house who doesn't exactly matter with this story. We hang out for a few months and we start adding people to the group, and R was one of said people. We all became a great group and almost inseparable, at least I thought. One day I had to drive R home from Mutual's house because he's drunk, and on the way he tells me that he loves J and wants to ask her out. This was not even a few days after I told him I had feeling for J. I shrugged it off, and he didn't remember telling me that. May 2015, I move in with J. We end up conceiving a child not even 2 to 3 months into the relationship and got engaged. R and I still talk, but things seem to fade over time. He gets a girlfriend himself, and we carry on living our life. Like most relationships that go that fast, things ended pretty sour, and in a short time, J ended the relationship after her ex came back from Texas and left a sour taste in my mouth. R was the only person that talked to me at the time, considering all my other friends were also friends of J that turned their backs on me, but I understood to a point as to why. I went over to R's house to vent and try and get all the frustration out. Now the reason as to why I cut R out of my life. Snapchat. It's a wonderful little app. I was friends with him, and I saw that he was spending a weird amount of time at Jay's place. I try to shrug it off, thinking to myself, they both have their own lives. They can do whatever they want. Just to find out the reason he was going over was to tell Jay exactly what I was telling him, and calling me a little bitch. This may seem like a unnecessary long story for him to call me a bitch, but I want people to have the full story before they think, oh, he's just trolling. This man I trusted with all sorts of different things, and I was there when all his other girlfriends left him. I'm not the greatest guy on this planet, but no one deserves that kind of treatment, especially if they trust you with so much. TLDR, I get with girl leaves me, longtime friend gets told everything, gets called a bitch. It's too soon to tell, but I believe my friendship of over 10 years just ended. The other day he calls me up asking if I want to hang out and catch up. He was coming into town for his job. Now he has a fiancée, and they're getting married soon. I have a boyfriend. I told my friend to make sure his fiancée will be okay with it, because I don't want to hang out with him if it'll cause any rifts. He gave me the impression later that he had told her and that she was okay with it. My boyfriend was cautious, but gave me the okay. We are hanging out today, and he gets a call from his fiancée and a FaceTime. He suspiciously never mentions me, which gives me the big clue he never told her. I wave it off a little bit, because they were talking about wedding plans and that. Later we take a picture in front of this landmark that's showing an innocent picture, not even touching. She calls him, and I can overhear her questioning who I am, and them discussing me. I'm feeling awkward about this situation, as I feel he's in deep shit. I asked him after the phone call if she was mad I left to go to the restroom during this phone call. He's like, nah. I called bullshit, but I'll let it slide. And then a little bit later, he's in a rush to drop me off when we made plans to do something else. That's fine, especially if she's upset. And then she calls again, and they're discussing me again. And at this point I hide it, but I'm pissed. Because one, he gave me the impression it was okay, and then it so clearly wasn't. He lied to his fiancée and me. Which makes me feel even worse that he lied to her, because I wouldn't have agreed to hang out if I had known she most definitely was not going to be okay with it. He lied to her again that I had walked all the way to where we were where the picture was taken, and he was just dropping me off because it wasn't safe to walk at night. I currently have no intentions to talk to him again. TLDR, friend of 10 years gives the impression his fiancée was good with us catching up. She was not. He basically lied to two of us. I had just been broken up with after a 3-year relationship to the girl I was going to propose to. I was really jacked up. Friend that I knew, we'll call her M. She promised to take me out that night. It was Friday, and we'd drink and party it up. She'd take me to her friend's bar, free drinks, and she and I would stay the night at a friend's house close by, so all I had to do was show up and drink my sorrows away. Woke up at 1 AM in my car that was parked in the parking lot I arrived in. I had a pizza box in my lap with a slice of half-eaten pizza in my hand. This was in Norfolk, Virginia, and when I realized I was in the car, I bolted out. I fell. I was pissed drunk, and when I stood up I tried hard to remember how I got here when I felt my phone buzzing in my pocket. It was M. I answer and she asks me where I'm at. I'm in the process of drunkenly trying to tell her when I hear a guy's voice in the background. Come to find out, instead of taking care of me, she actually left the bar to go home with some guy, knowing I had nowhere to go, nowhere to sleep, and was probably the most vulnerable I've ever been in my life at that time. I sat down next to the car, cold, not able to sit in the car to warm up because I'm drunk, for 3 hours to sober up so that I could drive back home at 6 AM. That was 8 years ago, and I still haven't talked to her since. Left the job I had at the time and moved out of the state. I'm 35, female, she is 19. I invited some co-workers over to look through some clothes that I was getting rid of. One girl didn't want to leave. She's known at work to be slow, spaced out, giggles at nothing. We think she is special. Hell, customers interacting with her for 30 seconds think she's special. She hangs on all day long, even tagging along to lunch with me and my dad. I'm not concerned. To me she has the manner of a 6-year-old. She goes home then and all seems fine. A week later she shows up to my house, unannounced in the night. I'll let her in cause I feel like something's wrong with her, like she can't go home or something. So I'm concerned, and not at all alarmed for myself. Then she starts talking, and it's hard to follow her. It's confused ramblings. In it I make out that she's magic. Somebody smells for medical reasons. She hears voices. That one was a bit concerning. She's in love with 2 people. She keeps talking and I realize she's in love with me. I stop her right here. That's a no. She looks down and repeats no means no. Cut to 20 minutes later. I'm in the yard trying to get her to leave. She's saying she will use a strap-on on me, and if I will just kiss her I will say yes. I start backing toward my door. I'm leaving her outside. I've told her to leave. I said no. She pleads outside my door. Why do you keep saying no? Just kiss me, let me touch you. Me, go home or I will escalate this. I'm terrified. What the fuck is wrong with her? Huh, you gonna call the cops on me? Me, fuck yes. If you don't leave right now. She left, but we still work at the same place. I don't know what to do. She doesn't make eye contact, and the only thing I've said to her at work is only talk to me about work and delete my number from your phone. And all we say is work stuff if necessary. Awkward F. It was more of family breaking off from family friends that we knew for about 10 to 12 years at the time, but I think it still counts. Back in 2015, when the oil crashed in Canada, my mother got laid off like many other in the field. At that time they were really close friends, one of our first close ones in Canada, and offered to help them expand their business. This business, for them, had really hit off and was a success, and they wanted to serve people coming from different cities. We trusted them enough to follow them. We were there 14 to 15 hours a day learning and training, and even there at 1 AM on a weeknight when they got robbed and they had family issues. It was supposed to be a 50 to 50 split partnership, but first red flag, we put all the money into renovations for the business plus used our own personal vehicles to haul 2 to 3 pallets worth of boxes 400 km weekly. But we trusted them and wanted it to work, so we kept on going. In 2016, the business was set up, and we finally had our grand opening, which had a lot of turnout and success. They finally showed their true colors. With each day, when my father and I weren't there, they weren't ballsy enough to do it in front of my dad. They tried to take control from my mother, hitting her with BS, like you can't look at the bank account or you don't count the cash, just sit at the counter, let us do the rest. Like TF, my whole family didn't just leave the city and home I grew up in the be a cashier. Eventually my dad catches on and starts to push back. When it wasn't going the way the guy wanted it against my family, he comes up to our store on a day when he shouldn't be there, goes to the kitchen towards my dad, and tells him you need to control your wife. And then goes on to assault him during store hours with customers there. All of these customers are return ones who know him as well. At that point it was obvious it was a hostile takeover. We eventually bought them out and went on our merry ways, not giving a damn about those lowlifes. Last I heard was that they were all together for the money. They were 3 brothers and they had issues between themselves. Also the youngest brother's wife was sick and tried to call my mom saying that they were still friends as they were close before the whole fiasco. Long story short, as whole family friends who were a bunch of backstabbers. It didn't end the friendship immediately, Sholv, but I'm a pushover. At least it's over for the most part now, but I went through a super rough patch with depression and anxiety. She, friend #1, used to use my laptop all the time and left herself logged into Facebook. I wouldn't usually snoop, but when I was on the page and realizing it was her Facebook, not mine, a message popped up from our other friend #2, with my name in it. They were complaining about me, and essentially the vibe I got was that they were annoyed that I was depressed/anxious and essentially not wanting to have to deal with it. I scrolled back, and they'd been saying shit like that for months, and then trying to be supportive and kind to my face. I figured out that some of the messages were even happening while we were all hanging out together. They would be sitting next to me and bitching about me right under my nose. I never confronted them about it and fully planned on getting TFO, but then it came out that friend #2 had stolen a bunch of stuff from us, so suddenly friend #1 was wanting to be my bestie and hang out with me all the time again. It was a pretty toxic friendship, and I let her back in because I felt like all of my other friendships were through her and I would lose everyone if I lost her. This went on for another 2 years, but our friendship just kept declining because she always had a habit of finding another person to cling to and leaving me out, and then getting pissy/giving me the silent treatment if I made another friend. We hardly talk now, and I've got a bunch of friends who I love. Sometimes I miss having a super close friendship like she and I had, but then I remember how toxic it was and I don't. Had a friend I thought of like a sister. I invited her to join one of my hobbies once a week, would drive 30 minutes to pick her up, and drop her off for it every week. When her boyfriend of 3 years broke up with her, I took us on a day out to try cheer her up. I would pick her up from work. Yeah, no friend stuff I'd do for any friend. I invited her to watch a performance of mine at college. Texted her a week prior to it asking something like still coming next week? As hadn't heard from her, and her reply was what's next week? When I reminded her, she said she had plans. I'd paid for her ticket. I was pissed, but I tried to get past it. Around this time too, every time I would try meet up with her she was already busy, and I'm talking months in advance too. I'd ask her in January when she was next free, and she wouldn't be free until the end of March. Felt like I was trying to book an appointment. A couple of months later I thought I'd be the bigger person, hadn't heard a lot from her, so I reached out. We met up. It was okay. Tried again a few months later, arranged a day and time. She texted cancelling a week before due to illness. I wished her well and asked when she'd like to rearrange. Nothing. Next time I heard from her was over a year later. because I was tagged in a photo with someone she knew, and she wanted to share gossip about her. Didn't even ask how I was. I moved on, forgot about her really. That was until more recently a friend told me he also had a friend, let's call her Kate, who had been dumped by her. Conveniently who she replaced me with. Haha. I found out that, while I was still friends with her, all she did was complain about me. How I was always depressed, everything was about me, my problems, and I never made any effort, and I was a horrible friend. Also found out that this friend basically said she didn't care about Kate after she was suicidal and in hospital for it. Surprise surprise, they are not friends anymore either, and I can't say I miss that beach. I had this super close friend who I had a crush on a long time ago. We were super close. One day I got mad at my best friend because he broke my trust on him, and I said I didn't want to talk anyone because at the moment I didn't feel like trusting no one. Later that day I realized I was being childish, and I texted everyone saying I was sorry for what I said. Most people accepted the apology, so I assumed everything was fine. The next day I arrived at school. I saw her sitting with a friend of ours on the library and asked if they had lunch already. They didn't answer. I asked them if they wanted to go somewhere and grab lunch or go to my place, which was close to the school, and I could prepare them something and then we could all play video games or do something fun together. Again no answer. I was receiving a silent treatment, but I didn't notice because either they were just distracted on their phones. I sat down and started texting them stuff like, hey, I'm here. Not sure if you noticed, and suddenly one of them yelled at me, don't you understand we are mad at you. I said for her to be quiet and tell me why. They started yelling and telling me I shouldn't have apologized through text. I said I was sorry and I apologized in person. They said it was too late. People on the library were looking at us weird. The librarian told us if we didn't shut up we would be kicked, so I left the library. We didn't talk for the rest of the day. Later that weekend they sent me a text asking for forgiveness. I said that, since they thought text apologies were so bad, that I would answer them once they apologized in person. Petty I know, but at least I'd get the message across. The rest of the weekend the girl I had a crush on kept on texting me every hour apologizing and saying stuff like how much she liked me, how much I meant to her, and some other depressing stuff that was giving me a weird vibe and felt manipulative af. Still I told her to come talk to me on Monday. Monday passed and even tough we were together she didn't tell me a word. We got to Friday and still dead silence besides the texts. I decided to confront her on Friday and we eventually made up. The week after this, she didn't talk to me. She ignored me. Every time I told her I needed to talk she would just dismiss it and ignore me. It didn't feel like our friendship anymore. It got to the point of me repeating her the same thing over and over, and she would say she would listen next time and proceed to ignore me to talk to someone else. Even our friends who were there got mad at her. I started falling into a depressed state, and she was the last one to notice. Even tough I asked her if we could talk. She didn't seem to be okay that week, but when I asked her she said everything was fine, and if something was wrong she would talk to me. By Friday she texted me apologizing for not talking to me, even though I looked like I was not fine. I said it was okay, and that I was better. She asked me to tell her what was making me feel that way, and I told her it didn't matter cause it was all fine now. She insisted and I said I didn't wanna think or talk about it anymore. She kept insisting and pressuring me, and I broke, and I told her it was because of how she treated me that week and she freaked out. She started blaming it all on me and making it look like it was my fault. She said I was the one who didn't care about her. Even tough I asked her if she was fine. She said I was just mad because of the fight we had the week before, and I never forgave her. It got to a fight, and I said I was tired of the way she was treating me. Eventually we stopped talking. A week later she came back and apologized to me. This time I said I didn't want to forgive her because it wasn't being healthy for me. It was taking a hard hit on my mental health, and I couldn't handle it. I started freaking out and everyone was telling me to forgive her, but I couldn't take it anymore. TLDR, close friend / crush, and I got mad. I apologized. She didn't take it, got mad and freaked out. She apologized, proceeded to ignore me and not talk to me. After a week pressured me into telling her why I was depressed and then blamed me. Drunken fight. A friend and I were drunk. Somehow we got into the dumbest argument about diverticulitis vs diverticulosis and colon polyps. I'm not kidding. He was about to leave after this stupid argument, and as he was pulling away in his vehicle, drunk driving indeed, he yelled out, "You get all your shit off the internet." Bleary-eyed and stupidly drunk myself, I yelled out the most 8th grade insult I could muster and hollered, "Your mama." He loved his mom and I guess that pissed him off. He drove away, but 10 minutes later we saw his vehicle coming back down the road. We were at a friend's birthday party and were standing outside grilling. My brother, friend, and I knew by how fast he was coming that he must have stewed on that "your mama" junk retort. In a ho, he came whipping in, hopped out, and got in my face. I told him I didn't want to fight him, but he kept at it. My brother who was watching said, "Well, I think you're both stupid for starting this shit." I think the ex-friend thought he was talking about him and his wife, who was also there. So he lumbered over to my brother, who was sitting in a plastic lawn chair, and grabbed him around the neck, and fell on him whilst choking him. So I staggered over, and put my knee in the guy's side, to get him off of my brother. He got up, and his attention was now on me. He was a pretty big guy. Somehow in my drunken stupor I managed to wrestle my way behind him, and get him in a damned fine rear naked choke. That pretty much ended it. I wanted to kill him. I felt him start to go limp and stop struggling, and our other friend stood over me and said, "Let him go. You're killing him. We don't know CPR." Well, logic prevailed and wormed past my immediate wrath and I loosened up. Needless to say, we aren't friends anymore. Edit. I know we were both at fault. I've since quit drinking, sober for 7 years now, much better for it. To start this out I want to say that I'm one of the more popular people within my school, US high school, but I don't necessarily fit into the niche of the popular kids. In general everyone knows me because I previously came in second place in the prom court and homecoming court. Even people I don't know knew me at this point. I got to this point by being genuine and kind to people as I learned to be from my parents and my life and my regrets. So at this point I assumed that practically I could be friends with anyone and everyone and have something to talk about. About a year later we noticed a person that looked like one of my best friends and I always acted and joked around with him that he was my best friend. I thought we were friends. We always smiled, laughed and talked a lot as we shared classes and he looked up to me because I'm a upperclassman. I just assumed that he was chill with me. One day I pulled up to his house asking him if he wanted to come to a party after a football game, to which he responded that he did not want to go and that I should get out of there. He is in one of my classes, and one day he says, "Dude, why do you talk to me? You make me feel uncomfortable," as if he was bottling it up for a while. I asked why, and he just said because. I went on to ask him out of the view of the public eye, and apologized if I did something to him with a well-worded message, and all that he said back was okay, and I immediately knew our friendship was over. I haven't talked to him in that class for nearly 6 months, and he sits straight across from me at my table with my friends. He only has one friend at the table, who he considers a friend, because he takes him home. I was the asshole who said something racist that ended a friendship back in elementary school. Point: I was hanging out with a girl on my street, let's say about 7 houses down from mine, when my next door neighbor, who was one of my closest friends at the time, yelled down the street for me to come play. We played basketball together time to time. Since I was already hanging out, the girl dared me to say I couldn't hang out with him cause he was black. I did it. I got my ass handed to me, not only by his dad, but also my own dad, on why that was a terrible thing to do. I cried and apologized. I hope when I apologized, it was sincere and genuine. I knew deep down why it was wrong, but I still did it. I don't know what he's up to these days, but our friendship wasn't the same after that. And it shouldn't have been. I didn't deserve to be forgiven. I still think about it sometimes, and I hate so much that I was able to say something so ugly to. Another friendship a few years ago ended because she chose her sugar daddy over me. We were really close, and for a long time, whenever she would choose him, 90% of the time, or ghost me for hours, even though we had plans, I'd forgive her. Of course, when she ghosted me, it was because she was with him. She was miserable with him, and constantly complained about this dude. Of course, she liked the benefits, so she sucked it up. Not gonna lie, when they invited me to dinner, I enjoyed it too. These were fancy as places. But finally, enough was enough, and I started distancing myself. When she noticed, I told her why I was growing distant. I was honest. And she told me that if I'm willing to end our friendship over this, then we were never friends in the first place. When someone gives me an ultimatum, it's almost a surefire way for me to peace out. Long TLDR at bottom, but I hope you read as it is a very personal story to me. During an excursion I invited a friend called Beth to hang with my group cause no one wanted her on as the day goes on, and after we finished going to everywhere we had to she says she wanted to go buy something, so me and my best friend at the time went with her to buy it at a mom and pop shop. We browse a store, and then after a couple of minutes she says she could find anything she liked. My friend and I are a bit annoyed, but it's no biggie. After that we head to where our classes are where we are waiting for transportation to come. This was now at the end of the excursion. While I'm waiting I'm reflecting and thinking this entire day my bonds with all my friends who I spent time with were getting stronger and they're growing. Several people but including Beth. Then Beth comes over and starts some chit chat. She then asks me who my crush is and being in a very good mood I decide to tell her, but before I can a teacher pulls us aside. He then explains that a store phoned the school explaining that one of their students, we were in uniform, shoplifted from their store, the mom and pop shop, and when the teachers looked it was me and best friend and her with us, and Beth was stealing his stuff she said she wanted to buy. They though me and my best friend were helping her because we were standing in a way, completely accidentally, blocking her from view from the clerk. As someone with anxiety I was faking panicking. My hands were shaky, I was sweating profusely. I was a good quiet kid and now I'm a suspect and assisting a criminal. My best friend and I plead that we didn't know what was going on, and after the teachers made us apologize even more, all three of us, Beth handed back the thing she took, and the store owner dropped charges. On the way back my best friend and I sat away from Beth, and with the teachers, being ourselves to validity the fact we are goody two shoes. A couple weeks later after Beth has apologized to me and my best friend we were on better terms, and besides I wanted to forgive her. It was easier than losing someone who I prior trusted and respected a lot. As the days go by Beth keeps asking me who my crush is and pestering me every single day. I keep telling her no but she persists. Without making this post the length of an epic, essentially I liked this one girl who was a close friend, who I didn't know at the time didn't like me back though during these events I thought she did. But there was another girl who was a friend of mine who I realized liked me a lot. Essentially I was deciding and overthinking who I liked more as a potential girlfriend. After a month of constant asking from Beth I tell her I like her, the girl I had a crush on, even though I personally wouldn't put it exactly as that, more like a willingness to date, which is different I promise. After telling her this, we bump into the girl that liked me, and I remind her, don't tell anybody what I said please. I won't. She says looking back at me smiling, while she heads over to her next period/class. The girl that liked me tells me she word for word revises my secret to her not a minute later. I was devastated. I couldn't even begin to understand how the girl who liked me felt. But I was furious. If it wasn't for the fact that the girl wasn't near me at the time, I believe I might vended things with a bloodthirsty upper cut to her goddamn head. How could she betray me like that? My anxiety and chronic overthinking spiraled me out of control. After that I cut myself out of all three of the girls' lives. It destroyed a large friend group between my crush and the girl who liked me, and I stayed away from Beth for obvious reasons. I spiraled further and my suicidal thoughts became worse. Over the next month I attempted suicide 10 times, 2 times a week, because that's when there was a gap, when my parents were away. I never got back together with friends after that. It's been 1 year and a couple of months already, and life just keeps getting worse. TLDR friend almost gets me arrested, or at least potentially suspended/expelled. Then when forgive her she betrays me and ruins an extremely delicate relationship I had between 2 friends, causing me to lose all of my friends. Sorry for the grammar or spelling mistakes. English is not my first language. Not in the way that the question is asked, but yeah, I've been friends with this guy for 35 years. Back to high school. In high school he had a girlfriend. She was awesome. 3 of us were best of friends. Anyway, high school ends, they part ways, he and I remain friends 35 years later, we are both married, kids etc. Then he connects with his high school girlfriend on LinkedIn. I disapprove. There's only one way that ends, he tells me it'll be fine. It's not fine. They start using his and my guy's weekend fishing trips as opportunities to play the old pokeroo. I again disapprove. Also, what the fuck, I'm fishing here. But eventually I accept it. I don't like it, but my choice is to lose him as a friend. And, I love this woman as a friend. It's awesome to see her again. So eventually I bring my wife along on our fishing weekends. The 4 of us have the time of our lives. It was so great seeing my buddy so happy, and seeing this woman again. I've got their pic in my office. Makes me smile. The only downside is when my wife and his girlfriend start getting catty about my friend's wife. Again, I disapprove and shut that down. Then his wife finds out, shit hits the fan. He gets torn apart as nasty as it should be, but even worse than that, the end result, he's not allowed to communicate with me. I didn't do anything wrong, quite the opposite. But, communication is mostly shut down. I haven't seen him since. The good news, his girlfriend is now back in my life. Her and my wife get along. I love seeing her again. As she says, I got the kids in the divorce. My wife and I are the kids. So lost my best friend over his wandering ways, but got reconnected with another friend from HS. I had a trio of friends in college, and we kept in touch fairly well after we all moved away. One girl, Emily, went back to her hometown Reed, top 10 biggest city in US, and it became clear after a few years that we were growing in different directions as people. But we were still close when I got engaged, and as I opted for an elopement, there would be no need for bridesmaids. I did, however, want a bachelorette party, a cabin in the mountains and a trip down Whitewater. Low-key. At every faking turn, Emily was difficult. Dates didn't work. Cabin was too much, $130, but she spent over $1K on another batch party in Miami, and expected her party to be in faking Vegas. And finally, I handed it over to my friend to handle. She got the troops together, picked a date, and everyone agreed. On my birthday, 6 months previous, Emily bailed, but said nothing to me directly. I left the planning group for my own sanity. Wished me happy day, even. Claimed she had a work trip to attend, suddenly, with 6 months notice, and I just kind of wrote it off as another notch against her as a friend. I got back from my batch party to find I was hidden from her Facebook. But she hadn't hidden my friend, who was able to confirm that Emily had actually gone to the beach that weekend with her newest set of friends. I deleted her from my entire life that day, along with the 2 other members of the trio, who couldn't be bothered to speak to me about any of it, and not one of them, Emily included, ever reached out again. I don't miss them, but sometimes I still get mad when I think about what a beach she was. This'll get buried, but a friend of mine wanted me to drive 4 hours to a different city to see an aging rock band and 4 hours back the very same day. I said no, as I had work the next day. The guy flips and goes on a multi-paragraph rant about how I'm a massive bullshitter, demanded I apologize, and guilt-tripped me for months after the fact. This very same guy was responsible for convincing my best friend to move thousands of miles away with him in a state he had no connections or viable living conditions, then faked off to abandon my other friend there, leaving us back home having to buy him a plane ticket back. Oh, and when he got back, the place he was living in didn't even have plumbing. It was a ratty, rusted out trailer with no water, electricity, or heat. He had an eye infection and nearly lost his cat. The guy finally returns back to the state, and I'm not sure what's worse, him acting like nothing even happened, or that the very same friend whose life was torn apart by this schmuck is acting like nothing ever happened. I'm not a violent person, but if ever I was given the opportunity to beat someone mercilessly with a baseball bat with no legal ramifications, it would have been my former friend. A faking narcissist manipulator at his very core, and I genuinely wish nothing but misfortune upon him and his house. This actually just happened 2 days ago, and he doesn't yet know that our friendship is over. A little backstory, this friend happens to also be my landlord and roommate. Our friendship is already waning, mostly because he's a self-centered womanizing narcissist who loves showing off how much money he has, and loves hearing his own voice. On Saturday, I threw a party for my friends, and invited him as a courtesy. His friends did not attend, nor did he invite any of his friends. He asked if he could help with the party, and I said sure, be there before the party to help clean up and prep some food. About 2 hours into the party, he came home. About an hour after that, he came down from his bedroom to join the party. That brings us to Monday, when he brought up that he felt unappreciated because nobody thanked him for hosting/helping with my party. Consider that I did all of the food shopping, food prep, cooking, and organizing. I, along with some of my friends, did 95% of the cleanup of a kitchen that was relatively dirty to begin with. He put away one dishwasher full of dishes and refilled it with more dishes, and thinks he deserves a fucking gold star. Maybe it sounds petty, but it's just the nail in the coffin for an already declining friendship that was always based upon what I could offer him. I'm moving out in March, and will never speak to him again after that. TLDR, narcissistic roommate/landlord thinks he deserves credit where credit isn't due, and gets unfriended IRL. I had just broken up with my ex-girlfriend, and my friend, let's call her Eri, was trying to comfort me. Eri, I don't get why she's dump you. I'd totally date you me. Haha, thanks. Eri, would you date me? Me, I guess. Keep in mind that I was emotionally vulnerable and still not over my ex. I didn't feel that way about Eri, but was socially awkward and didn't know how to tell her so without hurting her feelings. The weekend comes, and I get pretty sick. Monday rolls around, and I'm still contagious. I missed Monday and Tuesday, but came back to school on Wednesday. And when I get there, my ex congratulates me. She tells me that it's great, that I found someone. I'm obviously confused, and ask her what she meant. Eri told everyone, I'm proud of you. The next 2 of my classes, I was bombarded with questions. Are you and Eri really dating? Why Eri? She's so weird. When did you and Eri get together? I was horrified. I didn't have feelings for her, and I sure as hell didn't agree to go out with her. When I enter the cafeteria, Eri sees me and comes over with the biggest smile on her face. Surprise. I told her off and let her know that she couldn't just go and decide that we were a thing and that I wasn't going to be her girlfriend. She got all but that and acted like I had lied to her, but at that point, I didn't care about hurting her feelings anymore. I had just broken up with someone that I thought I'd be with forever. Delusional, I know, and she decided without me that we were a thing. It was disgusting and invasive. You can't make that decision for somebody. It has to be something that you both agree on. I was done. I avoided her for the rest of the year, and afterwards we went to different high schools, so I didn't have to deal with her after we graduated 8th grade. TLDR, just broke up with a girl. One of my friends decides to surprise me by telling everyone that we were dating. Yes, but it was completely my fault. I was a young teen, very insecure, very desperate for the people who were my friends to like me. I avoided drama, I avoided conflict. If I even got the whiff that someone was upset with me, I was like a dog that goes onto its back, ultra submissive omega behavior. Thankfully I've grown out of it. I had a friend since childhood. I had been to her house countless times as a kid. I helped her girlfriend pick her flowers and handcraft a corsage for the high school prom. We had been close, but high school changes people. Not in a bad way. She was blooming, but I wasn't, and she was leaving me behind. We were having lunch at the local mall on a weekend. We each got our food, and one of those fountain drinks with the straws that have wrappers. In my family, we all would play around with the wrappers, and do that thing, where you rip off one end, put your mouth on it and blow hard, and the wrapper would fly off the straw towards whoever was sitting opposite you. So I did that to her, laughing. She did not like that sheet at all. She snapped at me, told me she didn't like it, and to never do it again without asking her. I was so shocked. Like, nearly in tears, heartbroken shocked. After that, I ignored her at school, and literally never spoke to her again. She didn't go out of her way to talk to me either, but I was definitely what caused the breakdown of the relationship. Bet that from that moment I asked before I blew straw wrappers at people. These days, I just avoid straws in general. Bad for the environment. I got 2 stories for this. First one, not exactly what was asked, but I was the dick in the situation and I also ended the friendship. The second one, I will post a reply to my own post. Back during junior year in high school, I was in a specialized program where we were learning programming, it and general computer tech on top of a regular app curriculum. My best friend at that time was dating a middle schooler. She was in 7th grade at the time, I believe. We were friends since freshman year and always hung out afterwards and throughout the summer since. I ribbed on him for weeks and warned him how it was not right. We learned the concept of statutory rap around this time of the year, age of consent and all that jazz. And how they can't take the relationship to any reasonable level, and that developmentally the middle schooler is very off from where we were, and that we are in completely different stages in life. This happened throughout the year, and we sort of started drifting apart because of our very conflicting opinion on love and relationships. I kept on trying to convince him how the relationship just doesn't make sense and that at any point in the relationship the middle schooler or her parents can just pull the statutory rap card on him, along with so many problems with having this kind of relationship. My warnings was just unheeded and unwanted. I hung out with some other guys that always physically joke around and did silly things. We physically pranked each other with stupid pranks like open neck or just twisting their nipples. General dumb shit, but only to people we know. On one particular occasion I randomly kneed my best friend's side between class and he got pissed. Understandably so. He got heated and started cursing me out, and I got pissed and started cursing him out, and we somehow once again got back into a heated discussion on his relationship with the middle schooler. I brought up the same points over and over, and he did not want to hear it. The final breaking point was when he claimed that I was jealous of what he had, and I just got pissed that he had the audacity to claim that. From then on I just left him to it, and from what I heard their relationship ended during our senior year, but from that incident we just couldn't keep a cordial enough of a friendship and just went out separate ways. TLDR, best friend during high school dated a middle schooler, rubbed me off the wrong way. I ribbed him and physically pranked him. We got into a heated discussion and he claims I was jealous of his super ideal relationship. 3 cases. 1. About 10 years ago in high school, one of our best dude friends in our group was being abusive to our sweet female friend who was his girlfriend. He would tell her nobody liked her, so she hid it for a long time because she felt alone. Once we found out, we all cut him out instantly. She's still one of our best friends. 2. I had a close friend, Betty. I had a new girlfriend, Carly. I had told Carly about Betty for so long. I really wanted them to be good friends and I wanted my girlfriend to know there was nothing to worry about. I told Betty about Carly too. For some reason our 3 schedules didn't overlap for about a month. A month where I told Carly so many times I was excited for her to meet Betty. Well, Betty was going to a house show, live local bands, so we said we'd join. We get there and Betty is drunk. We say hi and she hardly acknowledges us. She's talking to these dumb guys who are in a band because she's obsessed with guys in bands. I get it, they're appealing, whatever, we'll let you shoot your shot, but say hi to us at least. We wait around. Betty still doesn't give a fuck about us and is trying way too hard to impress these guys who themselves aren't very impressive. Me and Carly both just feel so awkward and shut out. So we leave and just walk around the town and try to be optimistic, but can't deny that was so shitty. The friendship didn't end then and there, but that was a turning point where I realized Betty was just really superficial and will abandon her friends at the drop of a hat. I started to realize this was a pattern with her and eventually stopped being in contact with her. I still don't understand how anybody can be so shallow, especially because externally she didn't look shallow at all. She was an educated queer liberal quirky girl who was soft spoken and had interesting music taste. 3. This just happened. I'm in a new town and I caught up with a new friend here. He had done some selfish moves, Like told me to park in his apartment's parking garage at night for a couple hours when it cost me $20 when I could have parked for free on the street. Doesn't really think about others, but I've tried to give him the benefit of the doubt as we get to know each other. He's had bad depression, like depression that even comes with psychosis. I feel for him. I've had mental health struggles myself, and one of my best friends has bipolar disorder. We're all in this together. Until this new friend casually tells me he's on faking steroids, and probably has been for a while, and totally underplays it. I no longer feel even remotely bad for him, or his mental health, and have not seen him since. He'd rather look extra buff than be healthy and essentially is just a burden on other people. Nope. I had a friend who would never set alarms to wake up and did not care about when she arrived somewhere unless her mom pushed her to go to an appointment or something else she thought was important enough to her. One day, when we were about 14 or 15, I was supposed to hang out with her and see a movie with another friend around 1. The week before, when we planned it, she said I'll probably be up around then. And I asked her, can you please just try to be awake at like noon? We are supposed to meet another friend too. She said okay, I promise I'll set an alarm and be up at 11. I went to her house that day, her mom said oh, asleep. She didn't tell me you were coming over. I just got back in my mom's car and we went to get our other friend and went home. I was so pissed. I texted her about how mad I was because she promised she would be up and now me and my friend were annoyed that we couldn't see her because we weren't gonna wait for her to get up and get ready because we'd be late. When she finally woke up around 3, she was like, wow, you guys are terrible friends. You didn't wake me up or anything. We were like, girl, you take an hour to get ready and you said you'd be up. This was about the 4th or 5th time she had done this to us, and she wasn't really supportive or a good friend at all, so we both just kinda decided to drop her. It didn't help that her mom kinda just let her do whatever she wanted and never said no to her, but I mean come on. That's just faking rude. I haven't seen her in about 6 years and honestly I don't really miss her. I told her I liked a guy friend of mine and decided to introduce her because she was curious. I didn't think it would be an issue. They liked each other, but were in denial about it. Okay, whatever. We're all friends, and we're in our 20s. I told them both, separately and together multiple times, that I would support their relationship if they hooked up. We are friends after all. I thought they'd be a good couple, but she was already with someone. They denied the obvious. I was their go-to witness. I told them to never make me a third wheel and they did exactly that. They made plans without me, where they would hang out with me, and I wasn't informed until it was time for the not a date that I didn't agree to. I was the bad guy if I said no, because they would have to cancel the whole thing. Like the time we went to see a movie I already watched, or went out to eat after I already ate at home. Yeah. They were using me as a it's not a date because she's here. See? I figured the only reason why they were doing it was because she was taken. I tried to be a good friend, ask my other friends how to help because she had a girlfriend. I was worried. Found out from a few of them that she has done this before and she lied about having a girlfriend. I wasn't close enough for the truth, but I was perfect for third wheeling. She was apparently romantically competitive to boost her self-esteem. She would lie to friends about being in a relationship so she could compete with them. I confronted her and she told me the truth about the girlfriend, but insisted she had no interest in him. I still had to drop both of them to get it to stop a week later. I don't like being lied to or being used. My guy friend apologized when she rejected him, saying she had a girlfriend. She was still lying to him. I thought we were adults, but they acted like middle schoolers. I'm happily married now to someone who hate drama. And fuck you, Crystal, for lying to me. I cared about you, and you used me to boost your self-esteem. You're adult. Why create drama? 2 instances. 1. I was a avid fanfiction writer back in the day, and had a few original characters I would use in some stories. Cringy, I know, but it got me through my first few years of being an actual nurse. A friend I had gathered from the fanfics, and a writer themselves, was very supportive. Calling them A for story. We were very chummy. I even co-signed a loan for them because we got to know each other so well for about 6 years. I ended up following an ex-friend of his on Twitter, and they promptly asked me not to follow them. When I pressed them for why, they didn't answer me straight. Turns out I found out through this ex-friend that this A person was talking about a lot of people behind their backs, judging art, being racist, and very homophobic. They were also talking about me poorly and making fun of me. I pretty much dropped talking to them. 2. I was part of a dime a dozen D&D podcast. It was extremely unprofessional. I don't know why they thought it was going anywhere. I begged the main DM for months to help me develop and start a game for recording. This DM and most of the group were SJWs extreme, like if you were white you were the devil sort of people. The only reason I kept sticking around is because I enjoyed the character I was using. The DM continued to make me feel uncomfortable in games and out, constantly mentioned sexual things in game, and would often talk about their partner's genital/sex acts. I was constantly ignored despite all my accomplishments I posted, because I was a married person with no children and a house of my own. I guess I wasn't unprivileged enough. I butt heads with them very often due to their worldviews. This person loved to start arguments, and was basically a virtue signaler. I managed to get my game started, but nobody liked it and everyone made me feel badly about it due to my style of gaming. Inflexible and a bit more story orientated. We had too many people recording, and I got nervous, etc. I had to record the first session over again, and even then it wasn't great. One day, I was having an argument with the person who was doing our recording due to some issues in my game. It was at that point I realized I just didn't want to publish my hobby. I told them to keep the money and forget about recording my game. Note I wasn't on meds yet, so I was a mess and had just been to a few funerals. It was to the point I felt suicidal and lost. Nobody was listening to me or cared about my mental health. I came pretty close to offing myself, but thanks to my IRL friends and husband, I got over things and put on some meds. But I confided this in that group. The DM was pissed. She told my IRL friend, who was part of the group too, that I should have put a trigger warning up about my mental health. That was the last straw. These people were not worth my time, and that was what opened my eyes up. This was when I was a freshman in college. There was only one dorm on campus, and not much nightlife. All we did was party in the dorms. I was at a party with all of my close friends. I drank too much and blacked out. The next day my friends were acted off and seemed to be acting guilty. I kept asking what was up and basically got lead to it. One of my friends told me one of our guy friends was filling me up when I was blacked out. I was completely motionless and speechless. Mind you, this guy and the rest of the group met my serious boyfriend of the time. That friend who told me was actually my new roommate. I switched rooms recently. She was in a friend group that overlapped with ours. She ripped the guy off of me and said a few harsh things to him that he deserved, then brought me to my room. She prevented a rap. She had sex with this guy before and said the experience was very aggressive and uncomfortable. I planned on having a party a few days later. This was before the incident. That friend group individually invited me to lunch, which was weird because we always ate together and at the same spot. You just showed up. It was never scheduled. I knew something was planned. I show up and the whole friend group is there. A few started talking and asked if the guy that attempted to rap could still come to my party because they didn't want to leave him out because he was our friend. I got up, said goodbye plainly, and never talked to them again. Multiple apologized to me years later. Mob mentality in college is so dangerous. That friend group quickly fell apart after I left. To make a long story short, me and another buddy showed up at his place at an agreed upon time to pick him up and go out for drinks. I had been away for work for months and was really looking forward to visiting. When we showed up, he took forever to answer his door. Looking sweaty and sounding incredibly annoyed, he said, "What do you want?" "We are here to pick you up so we can go out." "Well, it's not time yet. Dude, we said we'd be here at 8 and we're actually 5 minutes late. Wait for me in your car or I can meet you guys there." And then he closed the door. We left without him and met him later at the bar. I found out he was having sex with his girlfriend in his mom's bed, I might add. What the fuck? When we came to get him, I'm all for a good friend getting laid, but to blow us off like that and disregard the time and generosity put forward so I could spend time with someone who I considered to be a brother, who I haven't seen in months and wouldn't see again for another year, well that's just beyond disrespectful. I let it go that night, but the next time I was in town, we got drunk, and I just told him exactly what I thought of his character and I realized, hey, this guy isn't a friend at all. He's just a faking prick. We stopped talking shortly afterward, but had the same group of friends, so I would see him at social functions. Eventually most of our mutual friends ended up coming to the same realization as I did. The final straw was when he was supposed to go out with our friends for one of his birthday. They were already at his house. He was a roommate of one of them and went to the washroom. Everyone heard him come home and go to the washroom, and he was in there for a while. Eventually one of my friends texted him and said, hey, are you still coming out tonight? And he lied and said he was working late. Then he turned off the washroom lights and stayed in there until everyone left. These are just a couple of instances that were last straw moments. I would probably reach a character limit going over all the other instances of what a douche this guy was /is. Alright, so my ex-friend, we'll call her Ankle, and I used to be the closest, like we lived at each other's houses, but unfortunately we just kinda drifted away. Nothing wrong with them or anything, and I was kinda sad, but whatever, it happens. Anyway, we smile in the hallways. This is at school, and Yano had small talk, and we were still in the same friendship group. But then one day I go to school, and break rolls around, and I go to hang out with a group and Ankle is mad at me. I have no clue why, right? I haven't done anything. And so I try talking, but she is so mad that she just ignores me and goes away, and I wasn't forcing an answer, I was like, why aren't you talking to me? In a kind voice, yet still no response. So I decide to text her and say, hey, why are you mad at me? I didn't do anything like spill a secret etc. I'm sorry for whatever I did. And that was the last text message I sent. And keep in mind that Ankle was on a cruise and wasn't going to be back for a few weeks, so all I could do was text. And so a few days later she responds with this message. It's copy and paste, so look, I just got annoyed how you keep annoying me about the English thing. And then when I tried to explain that argument was a misunderstanding, you didn't listen, and I was sick of the fact that you hardly treat me like a friend, and then you were all up in my life about the English thing, and then some shit went down, don't wanna explain, and I just got overwhelmed and didn't wanna talk before bad stuff comes out to my mouth and I make things worse. So yeah, it's all good now though. Sorry for putting you through all this shit. I totally get if you don't wanna be my friend, all I ask is that you can forgive me. And it's okay, you don't need to be sorry, I'm just being a moody teen, I guess, lol. I hope all is good now. Kind regards, Ankle. Now here's the thing, I asked about the English thing once. She never tried to explain it, the argument was a misunderstanding, so yeah, I guess I didn't listen cause it never happened. I treated her like a friend, smiling in the hallway, having small talk every now and then, yeah, no, the usual stuff. I asked her why she felt she didn't get treated like a friend and completely avoided the question. So it's all good now though? No it isn't. And it never will be, because Ankle has done so much shit like this to others, and I mean the exact same thing basically. She then sort of berates herself, saying things like, before bad stuff comes out of my mouth, because I make everything worse. And there's almost never a reasonable explanation. She's always the victim. But anyway, I ask her a wild bunch of questions because I'm confused, and yeah, and so she avoids some of them, and here's her response to me asking how I didn't treat her like a friend. I'm honestly not bothered to explain. I know that it's rude of her, but I'm lazy as fuck. If you really need to know, ask me in person, at least I don't have to text about it. And yeah, know how I said that she was on a cruise? Yeah, she was on a cruise for the rest of the week. And yes, I cold talked to her the next week, but that's awkward and imby, so it's even more awkward, and I don't know how to phrase things without sounding rude or making jokes out of it, cause that's what I do. But anyway, I'm not friends with her and don't talk to her, and one of the main reasons is because she overreacted about so much and has done this before, and it's always out of nowhere and for no real reason. I know this is a massive post, but I need to vent. Fuck you, Ankle. Also, I know this text makes me out to be a shitty person, and I kind of am, but not as much as it makes out to be. Please don't be mean. My former podcast co-host and I met each other in the Megadeth off-topic forums, and I chose to become a contributor to a tribute album the fans were making for Dave Mustaine's 45th birthday. Aside from our love of all things Mega, found common interest in other music artists and video games as well as TV. He even introduced me to what podcasts were, while a burgeoning medium. Through stops and starts we eventually became very consistent in our releases and slowly had 3 podcasts we consistently recorded and released over a 3-year span, and started building our own network to release our and 4 other podcasts on. We finally meet in real life in 2015 and have an excellent week together until the very end, where in a night of raucous drunkenness and goodbyes, he decides to make a move on my ex-wife with his fiancée and I asleep inside. My first clue. Now that didn't bother me so much, as I was in an open marriage at the time, but upon his return home and us beginning our recordings again, I sadly informed him of my impending divorce. He proceeded to go on a tirade of how he is not picking my side in the divorce. Okay. He then tells me that I'm a bad father for leaving my marriage. What? And finally, I was excitedly discussing my new musical project and he said, "Wait, what? You play music? I've never really thought of you as a musician. Okay, let's record an episode now." What preceded was the most awkward episode of podcasting I've ever recorded, followed by 2 years of silence on my behalf. It was his relationship that ended it. Story time. We stopped talking, friends with a male. We were friends from 2 and grade up to sophomore year. What broke it? During middle school, 7th or 8th grade, I dated this girl that didn't last long at all. It was only for a week. She said it was because of her mom, but her mom seems to like me just fine, but whatever. She knew for a fact that despite being bisexual, I've only dated women. I've never had an attraction to my best friend at all. This will be important later, so we skipped to sophomore year. They started dating, and I was like, "Oh you dime, so proud of you." Because my best friend dated one girl and she cheated on him. So I was happy he found someone. What I didn't know was that he thought our 8 years of friendship wasn't as meaningful as this woman he started dating. Why do I bring this up? Well, like before, his girlfriend, my ex, knew for a fact I only like women and I didn't have an attraction to my best friend. Yet, she was snarky and mean to me. So much that she had her friend be mean to me. So it came to a point I asked my best friend, "Are you seriously going to let her talk to me like that?" And he said, "Well, you're calling her names too." I was defending myself. Granted, maybe calling her a bitch didn't give me a right to ask for him to side with me, but I digress. After what he said, I told him to fuck off. Because he was cherishing a relationship that was maybe a month old compared to an 8-year friendship. After a few months, we stopped talking. I did eventually became the bigger dog because I wanted my best friend back. So I apologized and everything should have gone back to normal, right? Nope. We stopped talking. And we haven't talked in almost 3 years. That's the story of how my ex ruined my friendship. Sorry, kinda long. TLDR at bottom. I was young and dumb and decided living with my best friend would be the best idea. I wasn't making a ton of money at the time and usually just had enough cover rent, but I never made her pay a cent towards my share. Her boyfriend, who we'll call Jack, lived far away, and when we moved in, I had no issue with Jack having a key and being able to come over to let her dog out, chill at the house, stay the night every once in a while, whatever. That turned into him fully moving in, but paying nothing towards our rent. I was irritated about it. After 6 months of this, I confronted her when she asked for my half of the cable bill. I told her to ask Jack for it because he hadn't contributed to our bills in the months he'd been there, and it was unfair that, in splitting the rent and bills 2 ways, I was essentially paying towards what should have been Jack's fair share. She retorted that they often showered together to save water. I explained that this in no way made a difference in the issue. I ended up staying over at a friend's place for about a week to clear my head and decide what course of action to take. The day I came home, my grandparents called me and let me know they were driving down from their home 2 hours north as we needed to have a serious conversation. When I met them, they showed me a letter my friend had sent them. It accused me of being an alcoholic, stealing their credit card info to purchase and pawn items, not paying rent on time if at all, and a list of other offenses I had never committed. I saw Ed, explained the situation to them, and they understood immediately. I went home, showed her the letter, explained she was delusional and had sifting through my room to find a letter from my grandparents. To obtain their address could be seen as mail tampering, though I think that wasn't quite true, but I wanted to let her know I meant business. I went to the apartment office the very next day to sign myself off the lease and moved out about 3 days later. We haven't spoken since, though she continues to tell people that I screwed her over by never paying rent and other ridiculous things. She even went so far as to try to taint my image. When I set up a GoFundMe later in the year, I was still barely scraping by and needed assistance to afford plane tickets to attend my uncle's funeral after he passed very suddenly. She can rot, for all I care. TLDR, best friend and I live together. Her boyfriend ends up moving in too and contributing nothing towards bills by her permission. Tries to defame me to my friends and family after confronting her about it. I don't put up with that shit. I have this group of friends, Discord group, that I have known for almost a year now, and we usually chill and play video games together, and we are always welcoming more people to join and hang out. No need for skill, just be a cool person and have fun. Well, it grew over time and there was this guy that I had been gotten pretty cool with, but had some little quirks that I didn't realize were bad news. He always talked big on how he never took shit from everyone and had a somewhat narcissistic personality, but I pushed it off hoping it was minor. Fast forward a month and I guess the guy finally felt comfortable and just went total asshole mode on everyone. He trashed on people who he thought were bad at the games we played, then got mad at everyone who of course got angry. He would just attack someone like that for no good reason, then tried to justify himself saying people we are shitty to others deserve it back, even though he was the shitty one to start with. I had been hearing about these incidents, and I was concerned because he never acted like that in front of me. I then popped into a friend's stream that had a group of them in a channel talking. I was at work on my break and I hear this dude snap and yell at them for not doing things his way, even though he didn't even communicate intentions, and then trash on them individually. I pulled him aside and tried talking to the guy and explained to him that what he did wasn't okay. But he had the nerve to act innocent and then lash out at me claiming I didn't hear the full story and wasn't giving him fair judgment. Ironically, I wanted to work it out, but the mad lad just blocked me for trying to middleman it and work out the problems. TLDR, narcissists don't change, don't waste your time with them. I was friends with two girls, sisters, from the time I was a freshman in high school up until I was about 23 over 24. My husband and I had been struggling with infertility. We did everything. It got to the point where my doctor literally told me that she didn't know why I wasn't getting pregnant, but it was highly unlikely that I would ever have a biological child of my own. My friends knew this, and they had been really supportive. And then I did another round of fertility drugs as a last-ditch effort. I told my friends and asked them to send positive thoughts/prayers because there was no way we could afford another round. Less than an hour later, I hopped on Facebook. The older sister had posted a status and said something along the lines of, "If you can't have a baby naturally, then you have no business playing God and taking drugs to get pregnant. Accept your fate and just go adopt. Not everyone can be a mother." It's probably stupid, but that literally took my breath away because it hurt so badly. I texted her, and then she put me and her sister in a group chat to discuss. They both repeated the same thing in the group chat, even after I told them that it really hurt me that they would say something like that, not even to my face, and block me from everything. When I told them that I sincerely hope neither of them or their family got cancer because, by their logic, chemo would be playing God, and that they should just accept their fate. In the end, the fertility drugs didn't work. But I got pregnant totally out of the blue when I was 24, a year or so after the last round, and I'm pregnant with our second daughter now. Oh yes, I have. Buckle up fellow redditors, it's a long ride. So I had a good friend named We met in high school through mutual friends and were pretty close, but didn't become best friends until senior year. That year, and for a few years following high school, we were super close. Like doing everything together, even boring shit like going to the laundromat. We even got our wisdom teeth pulled together, so we could suffer through it together. So, you get it, we really cared about each other. Throughout our years as friends though, there was a few personality traits of her that I didn't love so much. For example, she had an amazing boyfriend. He'd really become part of the crew/weird family we made for ourselves. But I would still entertain other dudes on social media. Nothing lewd that I knew about besides risque snap stories, but definitely leading them on thinking she might leave her boyfriend for them. She mentioned it to me a few times, and always made it seem like she's really unhappy with her boyfriend. I gave what advice I could, but I can't make her choices for her. She also always made an argument that she wanted to be an influencer, and by posting these types of pics and engaging with these men, she was promoting herself or some bullshit. She also claimed that her and her boyfriend always discussed it, and she wasn't doing anything he wasn't okay with. Anyway, fast forward a year or so of me having these weird feelings about her decisions, but just trying to be a supportive friend. We have a girls' night, our BFS go downtown, and we stay in and share a couple bottles of wine and decide to play some stupid truth or dare card game I had sitting around. A question of infidelity comes up, and she breaks TF down to me, telling me she's been cheating and hooking up with dudes for over a year. We have a big heart-to-heart that she wants to leave her boyfriend. And I tell her she needs to be honest with him, and she can come stay with me while we figure everything out. That I will support her through this fiasco. Then weeks go by, nothing. Couple more weeks, I start checking in, asking if she's talked to him, nothing. She starts completely avoiding me and ignoring me. Couple more weeks go by. She refuses to talk to me, so I decide to confide in my boyfriend as A's boyfriend is a dear friend of ours. I can't just keep watching him get hurt. So we decide we'll give her a chance to tell him, or we will. A loses her sheet and tells her boyfriend that she made up a story to tell me to test my loyalty as a friend and I failed the test, and that I'm a crazy jealous bitch who just wants to intervene in people's relationships. She then proceeds to blow up my phone with all kinds of insane shit that she's been plotting this and laying the seeds for a year, that she always knew I was a two-faced bitch and just needed a test to show my true colors. I told her I didn't believe that, but if it is true, you're a literal insane person. And nope, TF out to that friendship so fast. She texted a couple months after saying she'd give me another chance, and I don't think I've ever laughed so hard. TLDR best friend confesses to cheating, wants to act like it never happened, then says she's been pretending to cheat for a year to trap me into keeping a major secret. Says I failed her test and am my shitty friend. Nope, TF out to the friendship. I had a friend who was super outgoing, and as an introvert I had a hard time saying no to them. Usually the things she suggested were fun, and even if I was skeptical I'd have a good time most of the time. But that ended when one night she said she was invited to a coworker's party and was afraid to go alone. It was super last minute and kind of late, but I figured I wouldn't mind getting out of the house and hanging out. She picked me up after 9 PM. I don't have a car and have severe PTSD about driving. I think I'm going to die when I start driving. I don't know. It's complicated, and we headed on our way. I asked where the party was, and she said really close by, and I said cool. We start listening to music and talking, and after 15 minutes I ask if we are close. She gives a vague answer, and every few minutes I ask her where exactly we are going. I'm getting anxious, and she keeps brushing it off. She says they changed the location. At this point it's close to 10:30, and I'm really suspicious. I ask why they'd change the location somewhere so far so late, and she again just laughs it off. I'm trapped in this stupid car on a dark road with no gas stations or stores to run to. I can't see anything out of the range of the headlights. We finally pull into a parking lot close to midnight for some apartment complexes. She laughs and says there wasn't actually a party. She met some random person online and didn't want to go alone because he asked her to bring a friend for his homeboy. I was pissed. Before I can say anything she says, oh, there they are, and starts getting out. I have a bad habit of putting others before myself and trying to protect my friends from bad things happening to them. So when she gets out I get out because I'm not about to leave her alone with two strange men. I have pepper spray and my adrenaline is pumping. We go inside and I'm glued to her side. He guys kept trying to separate us and I kept saying no and grabbing her hand when she'd try to run off with her dude. She said she had to get her charger and jumped up and told the guy to go with her. Said she'd be right back when I started to protest and they all but ran out of the building. During the course of the 4 hours I was alone with this strange man, he proceeded to try getting me high, trying to kiss me, then talk about his brother's death in a very clumsily obvious way of garnering sympathy from me, so I'd take pity and hook up. Tell me multiple times how late it is, and how I'm probably stuck there. How I can room with him, and his brother who is asleep in the next room. Tell me his brother's really good about not interfering or watching when he hooks up in their room with him in it. I just nodded and said no thanks. When my friend comes back we are leaving. I'm not going to be stuck here, but thanks for your concern. And stay as far from him as possible. When she finally came back she was laughing, and I told her we were leaving, and she said I was being a party pooper. It was 5 AM, I hadn't slept, I was scared, I was ready to go home. The drive home was silent, and when she spoke she kept telling me not to be mad. I got home and never spoke to her again. Didn't happen all at once as it was an accretion of several things through the years. I'm a designer and he's a guy that comes up with business ideas, done that work and some that don't. Obviously, for every little business he started, he wanted me to design logos / stationery / etc. point on the cheap, free if possible, always promising that when he hits it big he'll pay me back everything and much more. I don't really believe it, but I appreciated his friendship and was a bit of a pushover who always buckled to his constant reminders that this is what friends do. Well, eventually he does hit it somewhat big. He was relentless and hardworking. I won't take that away from him, and as you surely can expect, no, I didn't see an extra cent from him, and in fact, we didn't speak much for a while as we both were pretty busy. Later I learned that with his newfound financial success, he got a rich girlfriend that he was constantly trying to impress / satisfy, so he had a completely extravagant wedding. I was outside the country so couldn't attend, bought a house on a rich neighborhood, and was living clearly above his means. So now that his successful enterprise is no longer enough to stay afloat, he comes up with a new business idea. His transparently worst by far, and obviously he wants me to do all kinds of designs. I, for my part, had been doing not that great and living paycheck to paycheck, and also had learnt the value of my time. So when he wanted me to do everything on a token amount, I stopped him and demanded that he paid me my normal hourly rate. He beached and moaned and attempted all his best emotional manipulation. But I didn't cave, so he eventually had to agree as he likes the way I design and doesn't want to risk hiring somebody who he doesn't know. He's also a god-awful client, indecisive, controlling, perfectionist and delusional about the value of his design input, so he likely knows that nobody else will put up with him. So for a while things worked fine. The fact that he was paying hourly also helped. Kept his requests for name changes low, though he did beach incessantly. One day, though, he says that he wants to completely change the aim of his business, so he wants to change everything. Worse, he's still under the deadline that registering his business name set him on a few days later. Even worse, he bought a bunch of machines to supply his new business ideas, so he's out of money, and also his wife is now pregnant. So he says he won't be able to pay me for the previous couple of weeks worth of work, but wants me to throw a few all-nighters on top of my day job for free. But it's okay, because when he hits it big I'll be generously repaid. Also now his usual guilt trips about friendship are complemented with guilt trips about expecting. I flat out refuse. I'm absolutely tired of his bullshit, and I know that his promises are empty. Besides, all those sudden emergencies were intentionally caused by him, so I have little sympathy. He begs, cajoles and guilt trips like crazy, but my mind is made. He never spoke to me again after that day. Later I realized that for all good reminders of what a friend is, he was never ever a friend to me, and that the moment I stopped being useful to him, he didn't see any more point to the friendship. Good riddance. Also, as far as I know that little last business of his never made it big, but I and anybody else could have told him so, if he ever listened. So I had this friend, as feminist as she could be, and we were very close. We had like a brother and sister relationship, and neither of us were attracted by each other, because of some problems. One day we were going out on a dinner, and she told me about a guy she had a one night stand some days before, and it went like, M equals me, S equals SHE. But this guy was that homophobe that said that woman wearing sexy clothes needed to be wrapped, wasn't he? Yes, but he is a nice guy, you know? He sometimes says some shit, but he don't really believe in that stuff. Anyway, I do want your opinion about it and about him. She was looking me in the eyes. She already knew what I would say, and I knew that she wouldn't like it, but I wouldn't lie to her face. Look, I don't want to hurt your feelings or be rude, but we already saw he being very abusive and harassing girls in the college. I don't like him, I don't respect him, and I don't agree with your decision. You know the reason. She had already been wrapped before, and I was really concerned that this could happen again. As we were going to the restaurant, she said that I should know the guy, and that he would grow on me, like he grew on her, and I answered look, I grew with abused people, I know the damage that this kind of stuff does to someone, and so do you. I will never respect a guy like this. On my book, the only nice thing he can do is vanish. You can do anything you want with this guy, I will be as worried and concerned as I can be, but you do you. She stopped walking, grabbed my arm and said I'm a Gauner's woman and I faking know what I'm doing. If I'm saying to you that he is not like that, I don't faking care what happened before. If he harassed anyone or rapped anyone, it's not my business. I will have another night stand with him, and maybe even date him. If you don't like him, you might as well hate me. I'm a woman, and you a faking man. You don't know anything about harassment or rapping. I do because I'm a woman. Look into my faking eyes and tell me that I'm right or our friendship ends here and now. I looked her in the eyes, holding my tears, and said, I love you, and I always will be here for you, but you are not right. I won't be near that guy if this is the end. I'm so very sorry that has to be this way. She then said to me that she would go home, and that I should not follow her, or she would call the police. That is how 6 months ago I lost my best friend. Sorry about my English, not my first language. I flew to visit a friend in the US. She invited me down to visit. The point was to give my husband a break from carrot taking, as I never quite recovered my stamina after chemotherapy, and he does a lot to take care of me. I have neurological damage in my lower body, chemo, blood clot, stroke, we don't really know, and as a result, I tend to walk funny, especially if I get tired, and find it incredibly difficult to walk for long distances in shoes. I'm better in bare feet, because I can feel what I'm walking on. It started with there's no body mechanic that would make someone walk that way. Then I've been watching you, and every time I mention your legs they magically get worse. If you go for walks outdoors you will absolutely be wearing shoes, meanwhile telling me off because I wasn't doing enough physio or walking far enough in her opinion. Stop playing the victim and be an adult, and ended it. You had cancer 2 years ago and you're still pretending to be a cripple. And she slammed the door behind her, then texted from the car, if you're out here in exactly seconds, you can come with me, or I'm leaving without you. I have constant fatigue, I walk with a cane, showers complete wipe me out, and getting dressed after one is something that might take me anywhere from 10 minutes to half an hour to an hour depending on the day. I'm also not 5, and don't need to be treated like I am. I texted her that I was ending the visit. Would she please drive me to the bus station? To which she replied that I wasn't going to ruin her vacation and she wasn't going anywhere. I ended up sneaking out after dark, being picked up by the sheriff, and getting dropped off at a hotel. I blocked her on all social media, and I'm very relieved that she lives at least a 13-hour drive away. This is insane and sounds so dumb, but a comment about David Spade ended our friendship. This story is 100% true. Hear me out. I had the same best friend for years. I loved her and grew up with her. Elementary school through high school. When I set my mind to something I achieved it, even if it were crazy. She was a big pessimist and just had zero dreams. I worked hard for my dreams and I usually achieved them, no matter how insane they were. My parents were also very supportive. Oddly hers were too, but she dismissed them and didn't want it. I gained a lot of new friends in high school, and she was very shy and only wanted to hang out with me, alone. Tensions were getting high between us, but at the time I didn't notice. I accepted her for who she was. I didn't realize till after that she was getting fed up with me. I loved David Spade and was pretty obsessed with him. I often talked about what it would be like when I finally met him. I even celebrated his birthday FASAPM every year with a cake and a movie marathon. I'm sure I was annoying AF about it. Whatever, everybody has crushes that they obsessed over when they were young, so NBD. So one night I took her to a high school football game, and I had chatted with her most of the night, and we had a lot of friends come over by us to hang out. I think she was getting annoyed with socializing. And out of nowhere on the way back to the car she starts telling me that I'm never going to meet David Spade, and keeps saying it over and over again. And finally screams, "You will never meet David Spade, just admit it." I literally was done. She was so angry and had such vengeance in her voice. It pissed me off that she was cheating on my dream. So I took her home that night. The next week she dropped out of school, I shit you not. And I never saw her again till I ran into her years later at a McDonald's. I went up to her and gave her a big hug and said I hoped everything was okay, and she looked me dead in the eyes and said I just got out of rehab. I never had the heart to tell her I actually had met David Spade. I was best friends with a girl, Elise, for 10 years. From kindergarten to junior year, we had each other's backs. When we hit our senior year and we turned 18, we both took our lives in different paths. I've been in a long-term relationship since our junior year, almost 3 years, while she went on the path of hookups. I had no issue with her going into the hookup lifestyle, as she was very safe about it. Condoms, letting people know where she would be, birth control, regular STD testing, etc. However, she became disturbingly invested in what boyfriend and I did in our relationship. Especially when she found out that boyfriend and I had not had sex after being together for almost 2 years. This is a paraphrased version of one of our last conversations. Elise, what do you mean you haven't slept together? I thought that's something you'd do, like, after the 3rd date. Me, nah, we both have mutually agreed we should wait on that. Elise, why though? Like, there's no logical reason that you guys wouldn't have had sex by this point. Me, well, we've got very strict parents. We are still in high school. I can't get birth control right now, and we just aren't ready. Elise, are you sure it's a mutual agreement? Are you sure he's not just going with it so he doesn't become a rapist? Me, Elise, what the hell? Yes, it's mutual. In fact, boyfriend was the first one to bring up the topic. Elise, so, he's gay then? Me, Elise, not every guy wants sex 24/7. We enjoy being together, and we love each other. Sex just isn't a priority. Elise, well, let me tell you right now, as someone who has been with plenty of guys, he's either worried he'll be a rapist or he's gay. There's no other reason you guys wouldn't have slept together by this point. But sure, keep saying that. Let's just say our friendship didn't last much longer after that. Best friend of 8 years calls B in the middle of the night and says while crying, "I'm walking over to your place." She asked to stay over for the night since she was kicked out by her parents for failing courses. She was studying to be a registered nurse, sleeping all day, and partying too much. I lived with my parents in a small condo, so space was limited. She stays over and shares my bed. However, she decided to call a guy and start a conversation with him when I was trying to sleep. She was aware I had work in the morning and her constant giggles wasn't exactly quiet. This went on for 2 hours, even when I asked her to hang up. In the morning I asked her who she was on the phone with. Her response was I needed to secure tonight's place to stay, so I had to make it seem like I like him. Utterly disgusted, I gave her a piece of my mind. She had loving parents who bought her a car and has a pretty privileged life. I allowed her to stay, but she abused my generosity. Our friendship ended once she left. She did not like the response I gave her and said I was on her parents' side. She never became a RN. Works at a movie theater. Not married. Has a kid now and doesn't speak to her parents anymore. Looking back, I do miss our friendship as we were very close. However, she hung around very questionable people, and I'm glad I didn't stick around. In the Navy you meet people from all walks of life. 2 guys in particular went with me from day 1 at boot camp, all the way through 2 years of a school training for our jobs, and we also happened to specialize in the same equipment. At the end of 2 and some change years of being the closest friends we had in that time period, it was coming to an end. We each had different orders all over the world. Let me back up to our backgrounds. I'm white from a diverse area. My uncle was formerly married to a black woman. My cousin is mixed. This will become important later. Friend 2 was from Arizona. He was of Mexican descent. The last one was a white Texan. He was from an all-white area. Very conservative. He was also trashy as he took any chance he could get to cheat on his wife. Anyways, we were taking classes in my home city, so I knew our great camping site, so I figured we could have one last hurrah. We were driving to our campsite lot when we passed by a mixed race couple with a mixed kid. Without thought or hesitation, the Texan says, if it were up to me, I would take that kid behind my barn and shoot it. I slammed on the brakes, and I just sat there for a second or two. I didn't have a plan, so I looked at him and just kinned off said, my cousin is mixed, my emotions were flooding. Luckily the Mexican friend diffused the situation. I choose to make the last weekend about all we had been through. We helped each other a lot. But at the end, Sunday evening as I dropped them off, I told him that I didn't want to hear from him again unless he was going to apologize and explain why he was wrong. He just looked at the other friend and said, come on, let's get drinks. At least one of you is still my friend. The Mexican friend said, Norman point, that goes for me as well. He looked angry and just walked off. I haven't heard from him since. He still has my number. It hasn't changed. That was about 10 years ago. It's a shame. My best friend, if several years, and I used to photograph special events together. Typically, we'd split the profit fairly. If she got the gig, she got 60%, I got 40% and vice versa. Our last job, she got the job and lied to me about what she charged the family. I was supposed to be done by 8 PM and was stuck till almost midnight so she could use my equipment. Hers had stopped functioning earlier in the night and the compensation was in no way adjusted. She treated me like her assistant the entire night, and when it came time for me to go, we always get the 40% portion of our split paid the day if, at latest, she refused to ask the bride for payment. I was forced to awkwardly ask the mob, who looked at me like I was a monster and gave me half of what I'd agreed to. All the while, former BFF is reception dancing the night away with the bridal party, drunk, snapping pics when she feels like it, while I've got a newborn at home that I desperately needed to get back to. She couldn't have cared less. After all of that, I was mega pissed, but I was just gonna maintain some distance until I cooled off. 6 months afterward, the bride's sister asked me if I knew about when they'd be receiving the finished, edited photos. Mind you, the 60% receiver is responsible for editing and delivering. Contacted my former BFF to find out that she still hadn't edited them, wanted me to edit them. I had no laptop at the time and gave me some bullshit excuse like I can't figure out how to download Lightroom. That's right, the editing program we had used probably 100 times before. No offer to adjust payment. This was a 1700 plus image file of raw photography that she hadn't even begun to process or even give me the other half of the initial agreement. I was done. That was 2 years ago, and although we are still FB friends, and I'll wave at her if I pass her on the street, I'm DONE. It would have been different if I hadn't already come to know her as such a kind, caring and genuine person. I like to think of myself the same way, but damn man, I know for sure I'd never do anyone the way that did me. Done is absolutely correct. Fuck all of that. Context: I had been told for years by other friends and family that my closest friend was abusing and manipulating me, but I was so deep I could see it, and it soured a lot of those relationships. Event. I was at a turning point in my life, switching careers, and needed a personal reference. I asked this close friend if they would mind, and they are like, sure, I'm always here if you need it. 2 weeks go by and reference still isn't done. I remind them, and just get I got it. 2 more weeks. I'm at my deadline. Still nothing. I ask them if they can please do it, and I'm given the riot act about how I'm a loser, a user, how dare I ask for a favor, I'll never be anything, and so on. The dam in my mind broke, and suddenly I had perspective on 6 years of mental, emotional, and minor physical and sexual abuse by this person. It was like a switch flipped. I realized this was a pattern. They would lure me in with niceness to abuse me, lure me and then abuse me, over and over and over and over. I remembered them cornering me against their apartment door, preventing me from leaving with a knife to their wrist, threatening to slash themselves or me if I tried to leave, because I was tired and didn't want to study anymore. I remembered the one time I reported their suicidal threats to our grad program and then being manipulated into telling the program I lied so they didn't look bad. I remember them exposing themselves to me or grinding on me as a joke, even though I had repeatedly had told them those situations weren't okay and made me uncomfortable. If I tried to stop them, I got screamed and yelled at and made to feel like I was an inch tall. It all came flooding back, and that was it. I was done. I cut contact and collected myself and did some serious self-reflection. A month later I messaged them my truth and severed all contact with them. I didn't care what their response was. I still don't. I blocked them on all social media, all emails, all phone numbers. I forgot their alternate work email and got an email from them one day. I didn't read its content. I replied that if any further contact was done directly or indirectly, passing a message to family/friends, I would be getting the police involved. That ended it, and honestly it's been a long time, but I'm so much more at peace with myself and life since then. Most of these are relationship based. I have a classmate one. Classmate is obnoxious and annoying. Talking over the professor, whatever. So hey, we give her a chance, why not? She's new. Maybe she's just lonely, and being in class is her release time. A few weeks go by, and then the following happened to one of our group. Not me, relaying the story as I've heard it many times now. Friend sees her sitting at some tables as she goes into the ladies' restroom. She thinks she's alone, until she hears a sheet. Fuck. She thinks this other person just forgot a lady product, and starts looking in her bag for one. Then tears. Bawling. Tears. My friend's words, you don't start crying your eyes out in a public bathroom over forgetting a tampon. She leaves bathroom, goes to classmate, tells classmate what she thinks just happened to this girl. Found out she was pregnant in a public washroom at uni, if you hadn't figured that out. Classmate goes into bathroom, comes back, tells friend how she told pregnant lady that she's going to be okay. This seems bad now, but she'll make her choices, and she'll be alright. Hearing this, I'm thinking, wow, classmate is actually a decent person. Classmate's rudeness in class must be due to being new or whatnot. Nope. Classmate proceeds to rip this young, newly pregnant lady to pieces. How immature to get pregnant. Classmate would never let that happen to her. So childish. She has no respect for people like that, and so on. What utter scum. Even if it was a drunken we don't need a condom, it's fine moment. What gives you the right to talk about someone like that when they are clearly so vulnerable? That young lady could have been raped, or not known that antibiotics render birth control ineffective, or any number of other reasons. I couldn't believe what I was being told. Well, I mean I could believe it. I just didn't want to. I sincerely hope she did actually say nice supportive things to that young woman crying in the bathroom stall. To the women in the stall, and all other women who have found out they are pregnant and have cried, not tears of joy. I sincerely hope you're doing okay now. To classmate, I hope someday, someone treats you to your face, like you treated that woman to her back. I was a struggling university student, and I was living off virtually nothing after paying rent. One night, a friend asks me to come out night clubbing. I tell her I can't, because I have no money. She insists I come, and offers to pay for everything. I try to tell her I can't let her do that, but she presses me to come out with her. I eventually agree. Hours later, we are at some nightclub. It's about 2:30 am. The trains have finished for the night, so I'm relying on her to get a cab back to her house for us once we are finished clubbing. She says she needs to use the restroom, and I say I'll wait for her on the dancer floor, literally several meters from the line to the restrooms. We could see each other. I keep dancing. Some time passes and she doesn't return. I eventually text her, and she says she's in a cab home. I'm like, oh, you know I have no money to get home, right? Well, you should have thought about that before you made me go to the toilet alone. Abandoned and unable to get home. This was 2012, and I don't think Uber was really a thing yet, and taxis in Melbourne are ridiculously expensive. I stay at the club until it closes at about 3:30 am, and then go wait at the train station for the first train at about 6:30 am. It was the middle of winter, and I was shivering for hours while I waited, not to mention I was feeling pretty unsafe being a lonesome 21-year-old female waiting at a closed train station in the early hours of the morning. About a week later, the friend asks me out for coffee. I assume to apologize. We meet, and she says she is surprised I haven't apologized to her yet. I was baffled. This might sound quite trivial, but it definitely was enough to end our friendship, and it's kinda fun to hate love reminiscing about this. TLDR, a friend knew I couldn't get home from a nightclub, but still left me there alone, because I didn't take her to the toilet. I met a guy in high school who was 2 years above me. He seemed like a pretty decent guy, into nerd culture like me. We played in a few D&D campaigns together and generally had a good time hanging with one another and with mutual friends. During this time, he was also dating one of my friends. We were all in the same club at our high school. They were together for a few years and then broke up on bad terms, fighting, etc. Later, he told her he was very depressed and that if he killed himself, he wanted her to know she was partially responsible. My heart goes out to anyone who struggles with depression. I have struggled with it in the past, but forcing that kind of guilt on a person in any circumstance is completely and utterly immoral and cruel, especially if you do so to someone you once loved. Despite this, she later contacted him again trying to get closure. She didn't like the idea of forever hating this guy and him forever hating her. Despite how big of an asshole the guy had been, I thought this was a mature thing for her to do. Soon after, I saw he posted on social media a long message she had sent him cussing him out and calling him a piece of shit. Clearly, he was only showing one side of that conversation and was trying to get pity points from his friends on social media. I told her what he had posted, and she confirmed she had tried to get closure and resolve their disputes, but he had denied her even that closure. I blocked him on all platforms after that. Finally, one I can answer. I live in New Zealand, specifically less than 30 minutes away from central Christchurch. Important later, me and this other fella were friends all the way from 5th grade of primary school to 10th grade. We were pretty close and would go to each other's house weekly. Things stayed like this until March 15th, 2019. It all seemed so normal. All our classes were getting packed up and ready to leave. My friend and I were in separate classes until a guy in a suit from management ran in letting us know that there was a shooter in Christchurch and we are in lockdown. He claimed he was running around the classes because the intercom wasn't working, typical for a public school. We were in lockdown until 5 PM when everyone was let go. We all came home to discover the tragic news that at least 30 people were shot dead whilst praying at their mosques and the number was rising. We had a huge group chat of at least 40 people in it, and we were all sharing our reactions to the news. Everyone was either mourning people they knew or expressing their utter shock and horror. But not for my friend. He decided to make jokes like the shooter was lucky to not shoot the ones with the bomb and the shooter was getting rid of the Islam invaders. As soon as that asshole pressed send, everyone immediately released their anger on friend and disassociated themselves with him. TLDR, friend makes joke about the Christchurch massacre and gets torn to shreds by everyone. I had friends who moved out our house share unexpectedly and left me with a load of extra unaffordable rent and utilities to cover because he wanted to move in with his girlfriend before the tenancy was up. Years later, The money is no longer an issue, but an apology is required, yet doesn't understand this fact. Repeatedly used me for the exclusive reason of getting as drunk as possible and sleeping with girls as early as possible on our night out. Regularly I'd be left alone in the middle of town, 20 to 30 minutes after we'd got there, and attempted to make me feel like I had done wrong when I called him out on it and began to refuse to go. You've changed would only speak to me when they needed career advice. I'm a director of a company in a field they work in, or wanted to talk about rugby. As an added extra, his wife has historically had a problem with me, blaming me as an influence for his alcohol and drug antics from back in the uni days, rather than come face to face with the fact that her husband is actually not who she thinks and projects to other people that he is. It must make her sick to the stomach seeing me gradually become more successful than her husband, keeping fit and off the drink, whilst her husband smashes the coke every weekend. Who will she blame now? Is it actually because your husband was a douche all along? No longer friends with any of these leeches. Human beings have a great knack of projecting their own cheaty views and opinions onto you, making you feel like you're the problem. That feels better. Used to work with a girl that was apparently an outright nymphomaniac years ago. I never saw her behavior firsthand, but I heard stories of her taking breaks at work to pleasure herself, and that she once blew a colleague in the toilets. She also had a long-term boyfriend. She used to flirt with me hard. At one point we were somewhat close friends because of our mutual gaming interests. I'm pretty sure she would have jumped on me if given the chance. As for our workplace, she hated the job because management used to treat her like a kid, isolating her from others and constantly putting her on the latest possible shifts when she asked to work earlier. In all fairness, her line manager was an absolute bellend and was hated by most of the female staff. Then, she got fired. It was discovered that she had been hanging up on customers on a regular basis. A random TL caught on and found call recordings mere seconds long when going through her activity. After that she blocked me on Facebook and WhatsApp with no explanation. I thought she had blamed me for snitching on her when I actually had no idea what was going on until she stopped showing up one day. That was until I learned that everyone else I worked with had been excommunicated by her too. Some of these people were incredibly close with her and saw her as a sister, so they understandably felt stabbed in the back when she cut them out. One even lent her a heirloom worth a lot which they never saw back. Funnily enough she's still on my Steam friends list, but I haven't had the will to speak with her. I think the only reason she hadn't blocked me there too was because she didn't realize it was me. Was friends with this one guy for nearly 20 years. At the time I was living with 2 other roommates and we needed a 4th. We all split the rent on a 4-bedroom house. I suggested my friend. One roommate thought he was weird and didn't want him. I fought to convince the roommate that my friend was a good guy because he needed a place and I thought we were close. Finally he agreed and friend moved in. At the time I was really depressed, going through a hard time and generally not taking great care of myself. Friend and roommates noticed this and became concerned. So within 30 days of friend moving in, they tried to meet with me to help. As I tried to explain to the 3 of them everything I was going through and why I was having such a hard time, bad relationship, lost my job, car blew up, etc. Friend chimed in and basically said I should keep my problems to myself because people will respect me more. I took exception to this and told him so. Apparently, over the next month or 2, still less than 90 days after I invited him to move into the house I'd lived in for 2 years, friend starts campaigning to kick me out of the house because he doesn't want to live with my issues in the house. Mind you, there was no drug abuse or destructive behavior going on, just general depression. Finally, friend convinces the roommate who thought he was weird and didn't want him to be there in the first place to vote with him to kick me out of my home of 2 years. All because he didn't want to live with my issues around him. As I packed up the last of my things I wondered what could possibly have motivated such a dramatic stab in the back. I had been so furious with him, I never actually asked friend why. I just ignored him until the day I moved out, about a few weeks later. So as I left I stopped at his room one last time. I returned the last of his items I had in my room. I told him I was leaving now and wanted to know if there was anything he wanted to tell me before I left for good. He looked me right in the eye and, without the slightest trace of deception, asked about what? Luckily, this happened to a close gaming friend of mine, and I have the actual last conversation saved from Steam for everyone's viewing pleasure during this story point. I had this gaming friend of several years that was chill, and we played or talked almost every day. Over time, this dude really started being rude to everyone for no reason. He started alienating all our mutual friends by being horrible, and got kicked and blocked from Steam and Discord servers until only I was left. I figured everyone falls on hard times and he's got to have something going on in his life, and I wanted to be there as a friend to stick it out while something was affecting him. He honestly became the worst. Angry and insulting all the time. I was just patient and chill, and did not let it get to me. He would even call me a bad friend, and get mad when I wouldn't give him time if I was busy, which is insane, because I'm the only friend who was still there for him. Two horribly memorable things. He once told me if I ever came to visit, he would have sex with me while his live-in girlfriend was in the other room. No idea where this came from. I did not have this type of relationship at all with him. So super gross and rappy. Second, which is actually rappy, in his Discord server, one of his new jerk friends posted that he was going to find me and rap me. My friend thought it was hilarious, but I was patient and stuck it out because this dude really seemed like he needed a friend. Finally, in a conversation where he was angry and insulting the entire time for absolutely no reason, I decided I was just going to give up and not put in the effort anymore, cause it had been almost a year of trying to be supportive. In the end, it wasn't all the rap threats that made me stop being his friend. It was, "I hope you sleep bad," which is such a casually horrible thing to say to your friend, what the fuck, and it snapped me out of it to realize he wasn't actually a friend anymore, so I should stop trying to be one to him. Ex-friend, did you get my message? Me, something about we are friends. Ex-friend, yay, I wanted to thank you for being such a good friend. Me, okay me, cool dude. Me, you okay? Ex-friend, Naam JK beach. Ex-friend, lol. Me, that's more of what I was expecting. Ex-friend, no honestly you are ex-friend, a post ex-friend, not even a friend. Ex-friend, honestly not sure why I talk to you. Me, okay cool. Ex-friend, did you wanna play LOL? Me, I've got my own sheet going on right now dude. Me, I have a broken rib. Ex-friend, hahaha. Me, no, I'm doing homework and about to go to bed. Ex-friend, when you do ever say yes, don't you realize what I say to you? Me, sometimes I say yes. Ex-friend, and I say ONV. Me, I don't know, you know it's not one of my main games. Me, so sometimes I'm not in the mood. Ex-friend, no more. Ex-friend, not you. Ex-friend, when you say yes. Ex-friend, I always tell you no afterwards. Lol. Me, and most of the time I'm already playing another game with someone else or doing homework when you ask me. Ex-friend, man are high on pills. Ex-friend, cause of your ribs. Me, yes. Ex-friend, or are you always this stupid? Ex-friend, some of both. Hummy, yeah, I'm going to go. Me, good night. Ex-friend, fuck you. Ex-friend, hope you sleep bad. It's been 2 years and I haven't said a word to him and blocked him on everything. He's tried to get a hold of me over the course of these 2 years and has messaged mutual friends that don't talk to him but didn't delete him, asking about me. My favorite was him asking my fiancée how the crazy dyke is doing and immediately after send me her nudes. Dude is looking to get a response and looking for a fight. I know I've won the battle and gotten under his skin because none of us will give that to him. It feels so good to have iced him out for years, but no, he's apparently so obsessed with me that he won't let it go that I never talked to him again. TLDR, online gaming friend became a huge jerk one day for no reason. I stuck it out for a year to be supportive even through rap threats. Eventually he said, "Hope you sleep bad," and I decided to never talk to him again. But years later he still asks mutual friends trying to find out about me because he's obsessed, I guess. Edit, added line breaks. Just over a year ago, one of the most important people in my life was married to my brother. She was my sister/best friend. She had decided that she didn't want to be married to my brother anymore. She was no longer happy I supported her because I didn't think she should stay if she wasn't happy, and him being my brother wasn't a reason to be mad about it. I advised her to try and work it out before ending it. She paid for a divorce with his money and got the ball rolling. Before the divorce was final, she brought to light that she was being manipulative and only wanted the divorce to change him. There was nothing wrong with him. She was giving her attention to another man. He was uncomfortable with it, didn't like it, and she was upset about that. So she thought the prospect of divorce would force him to suck it up and deal with it. I also realized that she had been lying and manipulating me to keep me on her side. She convinced me that I would never see or hear from her again one night because they fought, and he made her go to her mother's. Why she tried to make me feel devastated about her leaving, I'll never know. She told me the divorce was my fault because I encouraged her. I supported her, but not once did I tell her that she should most definitely leave. I told her she should try to work it out. I said his name over text one day and she blew up and told me that I was making everything worse for her, and she couldn't understand why I would hurt her so much simply because I said his name over text. During that, they were still talking and seeing each other, and my brother was oblivious to it. She was just being manipulative with me for no reason. After that, she texted me and told me that they had had sex, and if he would tell the divorce lawyers about it then it would all be over and there would be no divorce. At that point my brother was done with her lies and manipulations. The divorce became final. She left to go be with the man this whole thing was about, and a year went by. Then she stole $3,000 out of his bank account. That's when we found out that he shouldn't have trusted her when she told him she took her name off the bank account. I had a dude best friend growing up. I'm female. He met a woman he later married. Her and I became best friends. I got married and pregnant. She was always talking about having kids, but my buddy never wanted them. She had endometriosis and ended up having a full hysterectomy. Her life plans changed. My buddy and her became dinks. Dual income, no kids, and I was cool with it. It started when I stayed with her after her hysterectomy took her for her. She badmouthed everyone. Her parents, who she apparently adores, her sister, my other best friend, who also became her other best friend, etc. I got sick of it all real fast. I'm an atheist and she also got weirdly religious and said some nasty stuff about non-believers all to my face. The straw that broke the camel's back was when she posted this thing on FB about the top 10 reasons people have kids and why they suck and why she hated people who had kids. It was awful. Here I was at the time a stay-at-home mom and it just hit me. This is what she thinks of me. And she hates my religious beliefs, or lack of, and if she is bad-mouthing everyone around me, what does she say about me when I'm not around? We didn't talk for several months until on Mother's Day she texted to ask if I was mad at her. I let her have it in the most polite way I possibly could. It ended my friendship with her, but also my longtime buddy. Honestly, I miss the hell out of him. It's like losing my big brother. But I can't be around her. She makes me angry and frustrated, and that's not who I want to be. This happened in November of 2018. So, my father called me with news that grandpa was likely to pass soon. Me and my grandfather were really close. I could count on him if I needed anything. So to hear this news was devastating to me. I told my friends about the news, and they said that if I needed mental support, I needed only to ask. Except for one. I'll call him Peter. He simply nodded. Just nodded. The guy has never truly supported me in any way. But he was part of the gang, so I shrugged it off. A week goes by. I was playing World of Warcraft behind my laptop when my father came home with tears in his eyes. He told me grandpa passed peacefully. Oddly enough, I couldn't shed a single tear. Devastated that I was, I nodded at him, stood up and hugged him tightly. The next morning I woke up crying. My extremely slow brain finally realized that he's actually gone. I felt broken, couldn't even smile a little. I arrived at school, immediately shared the news to my friends. They understood and felt sorry about my loss. Except Peter. He looked at me, then down at his watch, and went, "That didn't take long. A week and a day. Usually it takes." I cut him off with a soft dude, then turned around. I heard a light chuckle behind me. That's when I knew our friendship was over. Later that day I confronted him about what he said. He said sorry, followed by a shrug. The shrug was the final straw. Something snapped in me, and I started shouting how heartless his comment was, and how he didn't truly mean his apology. I stopped shouting, took a deep breath, and walked away. Strangely enough, I'm still in contact with him, but mainly cause we share the same classes. However, our friendship is definitely over, and I still haven't forgiven him, nor will I ever. There was a time where I sold my artwork at a booth for a local convention. I'm no good at drawing, and it was a one-time thing. However, I was encouraged by a friend to keep going. He would check out my progress every now and then and told me to keep it up. He promised to at least come say hi during the event. He's a bit aloof, so I reminded him several times, even months prior to it. The coming day I ask where he is, and he says he's too lazy to get out the house. After the event I confronted him about it. He was maybe 90% of the reason why I did this in the first place. What kept me going? His explanation was that the commute there would waste an hour of his time, which wasn't worth it. It wasn't like he was busy, or sick, or something dire. His laziness was the only reason behind it. Now I wouldn't be too mad about laziness, even I'm lazy. There were numerous times, every time I'm in the area, or going out with friends I would invite him to come. 9/10 times was a no-show. That's fine though, since a simple outing is no big deal. He also owed me $15, so I thought it would be pretty convenient to stop by too. After talking, he thinks I was being too bossy and told me if I'm that concerned with money, I should find a job. This really fed me up cause I kinda gave up my job to get him his current job. Long story short, I helped him build a resume and get reference letters done from people I know. To hear him tell me to get a job is what made me block him indefinitely. Funny how life works. Ever since that incident I have yet to draw from discouragement. Like the person who inspired me just betrayed me. TW, sexual assault, and people acting really shitty to sexual assault survivors. I had a friend who was really good with girls. He typically had a new date every weekend, and would on very rare occasions date them for a week or two. Of the dozens/hundreds of dates he went on, I met maybe 2 of the girls. One was cool, one we met for 5 minutes and she seemed fine, but after they dated for 2 weeks he said that he ended up needing to call the cops because she was stalking him. He always called her the clamp. We all assumed it was because she was clingy and no one asked questions. Back when I talked to him, I dated a girl who ended up cheating on me, stealing my money, and sending me nudes of herself with the new guy. Needless to say, I was heartbroken and my confidence was completely shot. After working through that, I decided to get back into the dating pool and asked for his help because I hadn't gone on a date with someone new in 3+ years and he seemed like he knew what he was doing. He gives me general pointers, be yourself and cheat like that, and I finally asked him how he meets all the girls he talks to. He then tells me that he does a spray and pray method until he finds who is clearly the most emotionally needy girl. In his words, he prefers victims of sexual assault because they are easier to have sex with and more fun to mess with. He then goes on to use the girl he called the clamp as an example. For starters, he said that he gave her that nickname because of a medical condition that made her vagina incredibly tight to the point where getting a finger in was difficult, so regular sexual intercourse was kinda out of the question. And then went on to describe how he really got off to dating her because she got super emotionally dependent because he was her first time and she was a sexual assault survivor. His basic plan was to wine and dine her, make her feel safe, act all love-a-dove and the ghost her because he thought it would be fun. After that, he kind of chased that feeling over and over again, and since dating her he had tried, successfully I might add, to do the same with other girls. The stalking never happened. What did happen was the girl's friend matched with him on Tinder and the friend met up with him just so she could cuss him out. My entire friend group ghosted him after that day. The silver lining to all of this is he did so well because of his looks and last I checked has been going bald and has opted into a comb over with like 3 hairs on top because he can't come to terms with being bald and his dating options have dropped to 0. TLDR. Sheety ex-friend specifically targeted sexual assault survivors because he thought they were easy and enjoyed faking with them mentally. This'll get buried in the replies, but WTH, I'll feel better for venting. Had a friend. We'd been close friends since his family moved in next door to mine when he was 5 and I was 6. We were both pretty nerdy, had similar interests, and got on really well. The friendship lasted all through school, college, and uni, and he was an integral part of our social group. We'll call him P. Anyway, another close friend of ours, there were 4 of us who were more or less inseparable, who we shall call D, got engaged. She wasn't very popular with our social group, but we were all polite because she was going to be marrying our friend. She never really came out with us, so it became normal that D would come out without her. Then P started helping her with her maths course for some college course she was taking. Then we noticed that whenever D came out with us, P was suddenly helping the fiancé. We spoke to P about this, but he assured me, that nothing was going on, that they were just friends. We were unconvinced, so me and one other chap spoke to D about it. He got quite angry, but with us, and we didn't speak for a while. Right up until it all came out a month or so later. On a night out, P confessed that he and the fiancé had been sleeping together almost since the first day he helped with her maths course. I lost my sheet. He couldn't understand why I was so angry, even after I explained that he'd betrayed our friend, betrayed me, lied to all of us. He couldn't understand why I was angry, or even see that he'd done anything wrong. I told him there and then that I wanted nothing to do with him. Told him I couldn't trust him anymore, and that I didn't want someone who could so casually ruin a friend's life and lie to his closest friends about it with no shame in my life. That was about 11 years ago, and I've not spoken to him since, despite several attempts by him and his parents to patch things up. Lots of things, but the straw that broke the camel's back. They sided with my abusive ex-boyfriend. I was in a group of 5, was 6 but one girl, and I had a fight. We remained friends, we just didn't hang out as much anymore. One was my childhood friend from when we were 12. One was a former enemy, who was my best friend when we got over ourselves. J. Then her friend, M1, and her friend's friend, M2. 2S. I'm 1, 2 Ms and 1 Jules. The friendship started to fall apart in 2016, mine S and J's senior year, when in May J died due to complications with her diabetes, a heart attack and a stroke followed by a fatal heart attack. I was the only one who could make it to the hospital when she was alive. We were the closest and my mother realized the situation would be the last time and she took me to see her. Just before this, 2 days before, my boyfriend of 1 month dumped me, cause his family thought I wasn't pretty enough. He was emotionally and mentally abusive and our relationship was toxic from when we met. After my friend died he tried to make me feel even more worthless by pretending he wanted to get back with me. He never did all, while my friends seemed to resent me for seeing jail last. Fights ensued and cheat happened. Later in September my friend, M2, set up a meeting between my ex, who was still stringing me on, and I. The situation went oddly as he just stood watching me interact with my friends and the guy I'd brought, a ref WB. Then we talked, and he bonded with my friends. High school is almost over for me. It's November and M2, and I fight, because she dumps her boyfriend for a man twice her age. She's living with him, and his 2 daughters and they just had a baby now. He's almost my dad's age. After I graduate my friends and I are talking about this ex, who is still playing with my emotions and abusing me emotionally almost a year later, and they tell me that I'm actually more of a bad guy than he is. Yes, our relationship is toxic and there are huge problems with how I'm letting myself be treated, but they blame me for all of it. I'm the reason my ex is manipulating me. I'm the reason he's abusing me. He wants dirty videos. My fault. M1 and I just stopped talking after that. M2 and I get in another argument about her late 30-something-year-old boyfriend and we stop talking. She takes my ex to her matric dance because my school only allowed dates younger than 25. And I stay friends a while until I meet a new guy and break off the chase me maybe you'll get me game with my abusive ex. I chased and I fell in love with the guy I'm with now. Reason why S and I don't speak. Your ex. I liked him better. He was nicer to us, meanwhile she's never met the guy up till then. She also showed up, unannounced, on Christmas 2017 and got mad because my boyfriend and his mom, who were invited, show up and I had to be a gracious host and welcome them in. She took one look at him and got jealous. She's bi and had a crush on me for years. She casually mentioned that day that my ex still asks about me and cheat and I couldn't anymore. She blamed me for our breakup. She blamed me for his treatment and he and her are still friends. She chose him over me, someone she's known for 8 years. It hurt to see my friends who I thought would stick up for me when someone is abusing me, chose my abuser. They even stayed friends with the man who rapped me, my old FWB, too, so now I'm without many friends and I feel so much better off. My boyfriend is a dream to be with and treats me properly. And they are still friends with my ex, who has tried to contact me 7 times in 3 years, after about 7 different girlfriends. My only real friend died in May 2016, and I miss her more than anything. She was like another sister to me, but I'm glad she didn't see how ugly her friends were. My son's father and I were friends for 14 years. Dated briefly in high school, but broke up because we just didn't work as a couple. Years pass, his marriage and mine both went south. Relationships never worked out for either of us because of this or that. I'm talking to him one night and we are going to hook up. I tell him I'm not on birth control. He makes up an excuse for why he doesn't want to use condoms. We talk more, and long story short, agree to have a kid, because I've always wanted children and it just wasn't happening as far as relationships. Hard to get a family going when every guy I've dated cheated. We agreed, he promised that he'd be around. I never thought he'd fall for me and come play house with me, but I thought my closest friend would at least ask me how I was feeling, even once, while I was carrying his child. Nope. 3 months in, I found out from his parents that he had HPV and hadn't disclosed this. He'd had it at least 6 years. I had to get checked and everything came up negative, but I was pissed off. I confronted him, asking him didn't he know what that could do to a baby, or to me, if I'd contracted it? He insisted that he thought I knew he had it. He didn't. I'd asked before we slept together if he was clean, and he lied to me. He went silent for months, and then 3 weeks before our son was born, he went off at me. He had completely rewritten history in his head, accused me of trying to trap him, said I pressured him, insisted I knew things about his life I couldn't possibly know. Then he said you don't deserve this baby. That was the most hurtful thing anyone could have said to me. I spent my entire pregnancy not only alone, because the vast majority of my friends bailed on me, but tense because I've had a lot of losses. I was worried about the baby every single day, and wondering if I was going to lose him too. I had nightmares that I woke up to bloody sheets again. It was a constant fear and deep down I wondered all the time if all the miscarriages meant I really didn't deserve to have children. My son was born, and he's 3 months old now and healthy, but I knew my friendship with his father was beyond repair when he went deep down for the thing he could hurt me with the most, and used it to lash out, to cover his own bullshit. 14 years and I found out I'd never meant anything to him at all. That all the time we'd spent leaning on each other about one thing or the other, it was just passing time for him. It doesn't matter to him that he has a child at all. I know it doesn't matter because he has 4 other children he bailed on too. I just had no idea until my son was already on the way. I don't regret my son, not for a second. He's my whole world. I regret ever thinking that his father was really my friend. He doesn't have friends. He just has people he uses until they are no longer useful to him. One friend claimed that I threw him under the bus with regards to my wedding and said he would rather be skull-faked to death by the almighty cork of Thanos than attend. He proceeded to lay out a huge rant about every perceived slight I ever did to him, called me a sociopath, and after that, started signing up the wedding email account to a number of mailing lists that he thought would piss me off. The throwing under the bus was with regards to asking him to be a groomsman. He told me he needed more time. So I gave him more time to decide. I asked again, and again he needed more time. I gave him more time again. I had given him a few months before I asked him again and said to him that I had no more time as we were sorting suits out the next day. so I needed an answer there and then. He needed more time. So I told him that, since I didn't have an answer from him, I couldn't sort him a suit out, because we wouldn't have time to do it before the wedding, and he would have to be a guest instead of a groomsman. Apparently that was enough for him to call me a sociopath, claim I threw him under the bus, and tell me he would rather be skull-faked to death. He also said I was making it all about me, which, let's be fair, it was my wedding. Then blocked me on all messaging platforms. So I told his parents that they were no longer invited to the wedding, that I had nothing personal against them, but it was him, and he was definitely not welcome. And he proceeded to find a way to message me one more time saying I had thrown a pissy fit at his parents and didn't have the balls to tell him myself. Bear in mind, he had blocked me, and I lived in a whole different part of the country. So, yeah. Friendship ended. I have no need for that sort of toxicity in my life. I'm a trans guy. I'm out now, and on T and everything is fine, but give or take 5 to 6 years ago, when I was 14 to 15 everything was indeed not fine. I was depressed as hell and slowly started coming out to my friends. On one particular day, 2 friends of mine and I went to a McDonald's. I had asked them to pick me up, because of conflict at home. My family knew. They weren't gonna shun me or anything, but they didn't accept it for multiple years. I felt like shit, and was just glad to get the hell out of the house. The one I'm still friends with is as old as me, but the other one was 18 at the time. She also lives a few hours away from us, and stayed with my other friend for a few days. I don't know what the fact made her think this was okay, but she and my other friend started loudly pressuring me, and telling me how I needed to come out to my dad and grandma, my dad's mom, in a faking McDonald's, with zero shame. Like, dude, shut the fuck up. It felt like they had prepared a goddamn speech. They wouldn't stop. They had pulled a similar stunt to this just a day or so ago where they would call me the name I told I wanted to be called in the future in confidence, and they just called me that in public, like that's normal. I very much looked like a girl. I can't remember how I reacted, but I felt so betrayed. I'm told I look like I want to go on a murder spree when I'm really angry, so I might have looked at her that way. The next day she went back home, and we were supposed to bring her to the train station together, but they conveniently forgot to pick me up, even though my house was on the way. I felt even more betrayed, but it also made it very conveniently easy for me to just stop talking to her altogether. That was the last I've heard of her. I nearly ended my friendship with the other girl as well, but somehow we were able to move past that. Really can't remember how though, but it took some time and was complicated. My best friend Tim. Small backstory, my brother bullied me growing up. Him 5 years older than me. Somehow we were super close, because it was just us two all the time. And when my brother got out of high school, I always had Dutchy best friends, because I was used to that energy around me. That was normal. I was not great at picking friends because of this. Tim and I were 17 over 16 when we met. In the early part of our friendship he was a party guy, always in the center of attention and attempting to be the life of the party. He was also a huge asshole and a pure ladies man. I looked up to him just like a bro, and our senses of humor and interests were the same. Tim and I were in a best friends trio. We always did dumb shit and got into trouble a lot. We went to high school parties and chased girls, all that BS stuff. Our trio was a part of a bigger group of homies. We had a little bit of notoriety around school for being bad kids, I guess. I was a virgin. I didn't do drugs, I just smoked weed on occasion. Tim and our larger group of friends started getting into a lot of partying and drugs. Also a lot of drama with girls coming between friends in the group. Dog, when I tell you girls fuck up brotherhoods, man, they do. A lot of our homies were doing Xanax and painkillers and just a lot of weed. We were too young for all that shit. Back on track here, sorry. Eventually our trio broke off because of Tim doing me wrong. Supposedly the third homie, I found out later, probably pitted me against him because that guy was a real shit show of a dude as well. Long story short, my best friend got into cocaine and was doing dumb stuff constantly. I jumped ship after that. I was coasting in college, broke as fuck, abandoned my shitty friend group. After a trash freshman year and getting fired from a sales job, I ended up getting a job at the place he worked at. I only got the job because ex-shitty friend got fired for stealing, lol. Working together with Tim every day mended our old friendship. He seemed to have turned around. Short after Tim was a full-fledged best friend. I mean, we did everything together and constantly hung out. I got a girlfriend at the same job, and we lost touch. She did not like him, and I smoking weed all the time. After another year I was the bad guy there. Mayo, I was whipped as fuck. He got fired because he stole sheet too, hahaha. I really sound like an idiot this far in. Anyways, after her and I broke it off, I hit him up because I needed my buddy back. I was broken hearted and weedless. We were two peas in a pod again. However, I think all the history made me cautious. I was hesitant to bring him around my new friends I made in college after abandoning our old toxic friend group because he did cause a lot of drama and BS. But hey man, this is my right hand man. Why would I exclude him? I'm not a fake pose. So I didn't. And he introduced my college friends to weed, which was no big deal until I found out one of those friends, let's call him Al, who lived in the apartment in which we hotboxed all the time, got bullied by podheads. Al was at this point a close friend of mine. Him and his roommate Wes were best friends. Without those two I probably would have been a faking cokehead too. All we do when we are together is chill and play games, and to this day I'm 23 now. They are my main homies. They always tried to keep me out of trouble with my stupid friends, and their apartment was a safe haven when I was stressed or needed to escape this cool guy I was chasing. Needless to say, Al wasn't weed and my bestie was bringing in the weed. I mean, I was too. So we slowed down on smoking over there. Tim was disliked by my good friends and I tried to change that perspective to no avail. At some point I tried to separate the two groups and hanging out independently of one another. Tim started going over there without me and was keeping me tied to the bad habits of my past. He was there for me sometimes, and then there were times when I really needed him and he wasn't. Did I mention this guy demanded me to hang out every second of every day and would lecture me about why I didn't hang with him? I mean, to some degree I felt forced to incorporate him in everything I was doing. I kind of wanted things to go back to how they were. The two parties were having issues. Wes and Al, who were best friends, started having issues with one another living together and such. They moved into their own separate apartments in a different complex because of the weed stuff and other BS. Even though they were tight before any of this, my friend Wes had been battling depression for a long time and I think the move made him feel super alone and he was really at his lowest. The move just wasn't good for him. It ended him up in the hospital and I started spending much more time with him than Tim. After all that transpired, Tim would argue with me when we would hang like a married couple, getting mad at me for not hanging with him as much. I was his only friend at that point. He clinged to me a lot, and I was getting really sick of it. After another texting battle of him berating me for not spending more time with him and not being the best friend I so claimed to be, he messaged me saying maybe if I wanted to kill myself, you would spend more time with me. When I read that, I froze, man. I knew that was it. I never texted him back. He tried apologizing, and I never replied. I was sitting at a buffet at a college campus with my girlfriend staring down a long distance relationship I was about to embark on. Days before I was by my friend's side in the hospital, and here my best friend was exploding my phone because I couldn't make time for him. Fuck that. That was one of the best decisions I have made in my adult life. I'm now 23. I'm not that cool guy I was chasing. I'm more myself than I ever have been, with two homies, Al and Wes, who will be standing next to me when I hopefully marry this woman. If I have any advice for anyone in high school or in that age range that are sheet friends that do drugs or party, fuck all that, man. Wait till college, hahaha. Keep your body pure. I mean, have some fun. Anytime you sense one of your homies may be sour, ask yourself, do I see myself hanging with this person in 5 years? And my answer was hell nah. You are your friends, man. Thanks for reading. She had depression, but I cannot stress enough that was not what ended the friendship. Though she would use that and her bipolar disorder as an excuse for acting the way she did. I would stay up till 2 o'clock in the morning, listening and helping her. I don't think she ever wanted help in the end. I tried so dang hard to be the good friend and, you know, make her feel like she doesn't have to kill herself. Of course, I'm glad she never did. All this would have been fine, except for the fact that she just didn't give a shit about me. She used me as someone who wouldn't complain if they were brushed off and ignored for hours and days on end. My emotions were nothing. They didn't exist in her mind, only herself. She spilled her darkest secrets to me, and she demanded to hear the ones I was hiding. I felt obligated. She didn't even seem to understand what I said, and just borderline insulted it. I thought we meant something to each other, but I was just like a junkyard really. A regular place for her to go and deal with issues and leave. It did hurt when she openly admitted she didn't care about people's feelings because it bored her. And yet I stood by her, just holding out for the day she'll treat me how she did when we were kids, when we could be close again. At least she pretended to care beforehand, but then she seemed to just snap. She claimed that I never helped her, and that I was just jealous of her and her girlfriend. My sadness went away, and I was just angry. I don't even remember the last thing I said before I stopped contacting her. She messaged me a few more times before she stopped as well. Somehow I became sad again. I just wondered what the hell happened to her. Why did she have to change? I wonder if I was in the wrong sometimes. I still hope she gets better, but I pray nobody falls into traps like that. A message to everyone. Don't try to help people who just don't seem to want it. And if they make you feel horrible, stop when you can. If they openly admit they don't care, but still demand your help, don't continue with it. It'll make you feel more worthless than trash thrown into an incinerator. I had a friend over to do laundry. They were on rough times. My husband and I had gotten them set up with a job, an apartment with good rent, a reliable form of transportation. Seriously sank good time and money into this person. A syringe cap rolled out of their pockets and they shrugged when we noticed. I was just doing heroin with a guy yesterday, that's all. They had been acting really erratic and emotional. We had chalked it up to just being excited to finally have a job, and probably a little stressed with all the life changes. I want to repeat that we just set this person up with a job. At my husband's job. Like he put his name on the line, that this person was a smart hire. Obviously panic is already setting in, so we asked, do you have a habit? No, I just use it when I need to be productive is all. Then you have a habit. Can we get you help? We both did a lot of community outreach, so we knew some great people for drug counseling, life counseling, and real, proper rehab and ethics hosting. The phrase that made us realize that this friendship was 100% over was "Nah, I'm good." They left after doing their laundry. We removed them from all our contacts, blocked numbers, etc. Husband basically told his job that he'd faked up, did not know about that side of the person, etc. We supported a lot of friends with addiction issues, but will not even try with someone who won't even try themselves. We later found out that it wasn't just productivity. The heroin had begun to impact almost every part of their life. They couldn't even get sexually aroused without it. My former best friend, let's call him Jay, from junior high school. This guy and I were literally best friends for years. Former roommates after HS. Helped take care of his dying brother while his family was struggling with that. Like family to me. Went to visit him and his fiancée in New York City for my birthday one year. Had a blast. His fiancée left him shortly after that, and he pleaded to me to move cross country from LA, since he was concerned about not being able to cover the rent. I enjoyed my time in New York City, and was sick of my job on the West Coast, and had some savings, so I said screw it, why not? I'll give it a shot, and see how it works out. I pay half the rent/bills for about 4 months. Find a job, start really thinking about staying there for a while. One day we were watching a game at a friend's apt. He and the mutual friend of ours started arguing about who would beat the other in a fight or something. It got a little heated, but just guys talking shit mainly. Nothing more. At the end of it, he storms out and says he's taking off, slamming the door. I was watching the game while tuning most of it out, so I didn't even realize he left until the door slammed. A few minutes later, he texts me and says that he can't be friends with someone who doesn't have his back, and goes on about having treated me like family for years, and just takes things to a real personal level. So I just told him I'd crash with another friend for the night until he chills out. The next day, I head back to the apt and some of his stuff is in boxes. I ask what's going on, and he tells me he's sorry for yesterday, but he's just been super stressed the last few days. He's found out recently that he had cancer and needed to move back home as his parents were going to cover his treatment. I felt terrible, and we just sat and talked for a while. Things seemed a lot better. He left a few days after that, and we kept in contact. A few months later at Thanksgiving, I end up flying home to our hometown to visit family and hoping to see him and catch up. First night I get there, I head to a local bar that a friend from HS owns and run into his ex-fiancée that was living in New York City with him. We catch up, and I end up asking if he's heard how the treatment for Jay was going and if she had talked with him recently. She laughed and asked what I was talking about. I explained everything, and she ends up telling me that the reason he left is because he got evicted from the app and that she was being sued by the app manager for several months of back rent since she was on the lease. It was like over $12,000 worth apparently. That's the reason he ended up having to move back home. He didn't have cancer at all. She said he was always in that bar and she saw him a few nights ago. Well, he ends up walking in the bar and sees me talking to his ex and immediately turns around and leaves. I start asking around about it, since it just seemed so surreal someone would lie about cancer, and sure enough, he was totally fine and not sick at all. Haven't talked to him since. I thought about hitting him up and going off, but I figured it's not worth the time and energy. His ex ended up introducing me to my wife about 7 years ago shortly after that night, and was actually in our wedding. Crazy how life turns out. Edit, a word. It wasn't something a friend did, it was something I did 10 years ago, when I was 16. I finally flew to meet up with some friends that I had known for a year. I had met one of the guys online, and the group really embraced me. For some context, I got bullied a lot in school, and it stuck with me socially to the point that I had no actual close friends, and was far from ever being a part of a group in the way they made me a part of this. It was summer, and it was amazing. By far one of the best experiences I ever had. We played games throughout a whole week, went bowling, ate too much junk food, all the good stuff. I went home feeling something I had never felt before. Wanted by someone. The next winter I go to join them again through New Year's celebration. Everything is going great until I meet one of the guy's girlfriend. Let's call her Stella. There's this instant connection that sometimes happens. Most of you will probably understand what I'm talking about. We just click and smell talk, have fun, and I think nothing of it. Remember, Stella is the girlfriend of one of the guys in the friend group. The New Year's Eve goes as planned. The weather is shit, rainy and cold. Stella was wearing a dress, so I borrow her my jacket because I could tell she was cold. I remember her thanking me and looking in my eyes, and right there is where this story should end. Had I known then what I know now, I would have understood the type of path I was heading down and strayed far away from it. But I was a stupid 16-year-old kid. Things never escalated past that point physically. All it ever was me putting my jacket on her. But after I returned back home, the two of us started flirting as teens do. Innocently at first, but it quickly turned sexual. Stella eventually got busted by her boyfriend, who in turn confronted me through text messages. They broke up. He discarded me completely, and any idea of ever returning to being a part of that friend group was completely gone. Looking back, this strikes me as one of the greatest regrets in my life. These friends had made me a part of their group when they didn't have to, and I messed it up. I had something I had been looking for my entire youth, and I dropped it entirely. Nothing ever happened between Stella and me. My conscience was far too weighed down by my actions to ever consider it. It is one of the biggest mistakes I've ever made in my life, and something I still think about now and again. I like to think that it helped me grow into a guy who would never actually betray a friend like that ever again. I managed to make new, close friends, but I'll never forget this mistake, and I don't expect to ever be forgiven for it. I sure wouldn't forgive me had it been a friend of mine. If there was one thing I could say, it would be this. Jay, I'm sorry. I faked up. I hope you're well. A former best friend. Met him at work. Had a lot in common. We grew close very quickly over many nights out drinking. Eventually introduced him to a friend who lived in the same area as him. They grew close very quickly, went out a lot in their area without me, so I was left a little bummed. Anyway, so he started watching a lot of YouTube videos, especially how to pick up girls. He'd never really had a relationship. He was 23, so he wanted to try and start talking to girls. Fair enough, right? For the next few months, he started talking to groups of girls, random girls, any girl he could meet at the pub really. But he never really closed the deal. Just talked to them. After a while it grew to be extremely annoying, especially since I had changed jobs and had not seen him or my other friend for 2 weeks, and that's all he wanted to do. He started to develop a derogatory view of women. Some of the things he said, he would never get with a fat chick because they were disgusting. All women think the same way. All you have to do is say this and respond with the etc. What really clinched it though was when we went to a friend of a friend's small house party. He was still in his mindset and made some comments to my other friend about his friend. She was 18 and that was it. My other friend punched him and got into a fight with him twice that night. I tried to be civil and remain friends on both sides, but deep down I knew that he had gone too far. We grew further apart. He invited me out with another girlfriend for drinks, but I said I was busy. He made a snarky comment. The last straw. I wished him a happy birthday and he responded with a paragraph about how we weren't friends anymore and how I don't see him anymore. It had been a month. He deleted it and responded with thanks, but not before I saw it. Right there and then, I was done with him. TLDR, best friend became a misogynist after watching pickup artists on YouTube. Got punched by mutual friend for making comments. Wished him a happy birthday and he responded with a paragraph stating we weren't friends. I told this in another sub a while ago, but here it goes. I had a friend who was struggling to find a job. The place I worked at was hiring someone to help me out, so I gave them her resume. She was called for an interview with my boss. That took the entire afternoon. When she finished, she told me that in the morning she had another interview and the offer was $500 higher, but because she really wanted to work with me, her words, she chose to stay with us. After she was hired, my boss started to treat me like shit. Like real shit. He scheduled department meetings without me, and when questioned he said it wasn't for me to be there. He shouted at me for no reason. He cut me off all the projects I was working with, etc. I had rent and bills to pay, so I couldn't just quit. I spent 9 freaking months in this situation. It was awful. The boss was a terrible person. One day the little prince, that's one of the nicknames I gave him, snapped and decided it was time to let me go. Finally, he fired me at lunchtime, and I spent some more hours there to end the process. So I was fired and hungry, but at least I was free from the torture. And that's when I learned my friend was hired to my position. Yes, that's what you read. She was my friend. She didn't have the courtesy to at least let me know, but that bitch declined another job just to steal mine. And she watched me being morally harassed every day and did nothing to stop it or whatever. So, I broke our friendship. I always thought that someday, if I lose a friend for any reason except death, I would like that friend to tell me why, so I can evolve as a person, if the problem was myself. So yeah, I blocked her from every social media I had, and sent her an email explaining why I didn't want to be friends with her anymore. I also let all our friends know, so they would never fix her a job. She freaked out. She tried to paint me as the bad guy to all of our friends. Thank God I had already told them. She made a scene. What was supposed to be an email or two became several emails, phone calls and a lot of attempts to explain herself. If I wanted to hear her side I would ask it, but I just couldn't believe anything she said anymore. I wanted to be fired from that hell, but not like this. If she had told me I wouldn't react like this. I was friends with a group of people that previously knew each other before I met them. Long story short, I asked one of them to bring my binder with all of my most important schoolwork to another room, as I had to carry some cupcakes over to the same room. I was hoping she'd just come with me, but she wanted to stay and talk to someone else. I asked if she would bring it to that room when she was done, and she said yes. I went to the room, and then I had to leave, but when I went back to the room she wasn't there. I thought it's okay, I'll just grab my binder from her tomorrow. Well, she didn't have it. I asked her where she had put it. She said in the locker room. It wasn't there. I asked if she accidentally brought it home. She said no. I looked everywhere and she did next to nothing to help me. In fact, she was making jokes about it and saying it wasn't a big deal when, in fact, it was. We got into a big argument and I'll admit we both said some things we regretted later. But she's not the one I ended the friendship with. You see, one of my other friends within that group I didn't know very well, but I'd talked to him and we'd all hang out together a lot, so I knew him. Well, he got into my friend's phone without her knowing and got my number and started blowing up my phone with horrible messages about how I was a terrible person, how I was lying about having anxiety and depression, which I have been diagnosed with multiple times actually, and how there's no such thing as a panic disorder. Which there is. Now most people wouldn't really be bothered by that, because who cares what this one person thinks, right? Well, I have a big fear. I would even go so far as to say a phobia of people not believing me. I'm terrified that if I tell someone the truth about anything they'll think I'm lying. So it really did affect me and I kind of shut down for a few days. So now I'm still friends with everyone else in the group, just not him. Fuck you, Alaja. I know no one's gonna see this, but I've been holding on to it for a few months and wanna put it out somewhere. This happened back in August of 2019. I had two best friends I had known for 10 plus years, and we all decided to be roommates and get an apartment. Soon after which, said friends started dating. The apartment was about $1,200 plus a month, which is fine if we had split it 3 ways. But he and my other best friend had a secret agreement to where she didn't pay anything. So we were both just paying $600 plus a month. But here's the thing. We got the place in about May, and I couldn't move until about August, because my girlfriend fell on some really hard times. Her dad broke a bunch of bones at work, one of her dogs died, and her car kicked the bucket all in the same week. So I offered to stay in their basement for a few weeks, to help out like cleaning, mowing, dog sitting. Weeks turned into months and I didn't end up fully moving into the apartment till about July. All the while, my 2 roommates didn't care to ask what was going on, or if any of us were doing okay. I just looked right over that, figured we all had some shit going on. But anyway, I move all the way into the apartment about mid-July. Things start going south real quick. They had started being outright just shitty to me for some reason, leaving messes everywhere and blaming it on me and telling me I don't clean enough. When in reality I cleaned almost everything and cared for their cat whose litter box was nearly always full. I caught on to how they were acting fairly quick, so I went to my friend and told him, hey, if I'm like crashing in on your honeymoon phase, just lem know. If you need me to, I can just find a new apartment and you guys can have the place to yourselves. Just lem know before I put my name on the lease, since you're the only one on it. And he goes pretty much just goes, nah, it's good, you don't need to find a new place. They continue to be shitty, and after weeks I genuinely had just stopped talking to them. I'd come home from work, go to my room, and go to sleep, and clean when they weren't there. And somehow they were still mad at me. Not even a whole month later, now late August, I wake up to boxes in the living room. I ask what's going on and the gist of what they said was, oh well, you told us you were leaving, so we are leaving first. Which wasn't the case at all. I asked them if I should leave, and they told me no, so I didn't. And their plan was just to sign everything over to my name and they'd take this off. So I told them I needed to make some calls. I called up my attorney, and he told me not to sign anything, since I still hadn't co-signed the lease yet because I never had time to. I went back to my roommates and told them I wish you could have talked to me about this before just doing it, but as it stands, I'm not signing anything. So I packed my shit, gave them the next month's rent, and lived in my girlfriend's basement again until I could find a new place, since I wasn't on any lease or utilities yet at the apartment. Next day after I found out that they were moving out, my roommates and I had a blowout fight and I just straight up told them, you'll need to watch your words very closely. I don't have to help you. You're the only one on the lease and you're trying to fuck me over with this. I'm not helping you anymore. And they tried backtracking, but at that point, I was done. In hindsight, I probably put up with a lot more of their shit than I should have, but oh well. Blocked them both after that move. Haven't talked to them since. I now have a place of my own, and I'm engaged now. So that all worked out. I had a friend that I considered one of my best friends at the time. I tried to kill myself one day and obviously it didn't work out, otherwise I wouldn't be typing this right now. The day after it happened I reached out to some of my close friends, including her, not being very subtle about the fact that I needed to talk to someone and that things were not alright with me at the moment. Everyone I reached out to came to see me that day to check up on me, or if they couldn't do that they at least called me and were texting me throughout the day to make sure I was alright. Everyone except this girl, and at the time she was the one that I felt closest to and wanted to talk to the most. Instead though, she just sent a couple one-word texts and then ghosted me for a few days. I was already at a really low point in my life at that point, and then being ghosted by the person I felt that I most needed to talk to devastated me. It made me realize though that she probably didn't value me as a friend nearly as much as I valued our friendship. At that time it made me look back and realize there was a general pattern of me feeling like she didn't care about me, and a pattern of me expecting her to be a friend to me and then getting hurt when she would let me down. It wouldn't have been so bad, and I wouldn't have come to expect so much from her as a friend if she didn't put herself out there and say constantly that if I ever need someone she'll always be there for me, just for me to find out that when that time comes they were just empty promises. Honestly, that was the straw that broke the camel's back, and then I slowly started distancing myself from her and eventually unfriended her on all forms of social media. It took her a few months to realize I had cut her out of my life, and she apologized and actually seemed to realize why I had done it, but I wasn't ready to accept her apology yet. I eventually did last year, but we still never really talk, and we are just acquaintances at best now. I have no desire to get close with her again because I don't want to get hurt by her again. Well, I hadn't really been enjoying myself in the friend group for a while, but they invited me out, and I didn't have people who drank and partied in my usual group, so I kept going. But one night, we were having a chill night at, let's call it Gary's house. We had played a few drinking games, everyone was drinking beer for the most part and chatting, but we had all had a little whiskey earlier, and we are feeling good. Usually Gary gets too drunk and gets belligerent, so we were glad he was just on the couch, having a good time. I was texting my ex because we were trying to stay friends, and he was telling me about a pregnancy scare with his new girlfriend, and I was being sympathetic in text, but complaining out loud to my friend, we'll call her Melissa, next to me. Well, Gary hears this, and somehow he manages to twist this info about another woman entirely into that I had an abortion. He starts going off about how abortion is terrible and all this other fake Christianity crap he likes to throw around because we lived in Oklahoma and he pretended he was more pious than he was. Then he starts getting really upset and stands and throws his hands around, working himself into a rage. So the guys kinda shuffle him into his room to try to cool him down. Then my friends decide that since I ruined the party by setting him off, I had to live with the consequences. So they pulled me into his room and locked me in alone with him. I thought he was going to kill me. He screamed and yelled and got in my face, going on about how his ex had had an abortion and robbed him of the chance to be a father, and how dare I end a life for my own selfishness. When he finally stopped screaming, they let me out, and I went to the garage to calm down. I was shaking and crying. Melissa and her boyfriend come in to check on me, and I asked her to take me home because I don't want to be there anymore, and she refused. She didn't want to leave, and it was my fault for setting him off anyway. My phone was almost dead and nobody would lend me a charger or tell me the address of where we were so I could call a ride. I finally remembered to drop a pin to get the address, but it took almost an hour to find someone able/willing to come get me from this guy's house way out in the Bonnies. It was the first time I was ever scared for my life, and then everyone blamed it on me because they had all learned to walk on eggshells around this guy and I hadn't. After a different friend picked me up and took me home, I never spoke to that group again. Edit, spelling. Had a super close friend who had romantic feelings for me, but I'm a gay male and she's not. It was fine, but every guy I dated she hated and went out of her way to cause problems with whoever I was dating at the time. She herself had some serious issues with family stuff, brother dying young, crazy parents, and while she was pretty enough she wasn't super confident in her appearance, so she always had to put others down. I have a hard time making close friends, so I put up with it. Then she starts dating this guy. We are in our early 20s and he's in his mid 30s. Not that big of a deal, but he's already got 3 kids, 1 preteen and a set of twins, and they are moving along really fast in their relationship. He asked her to marry her like 2 months into their relationship. I never really liked him tbh, because he had some very closed-minded views of gay people, but she was happy, so I left it be. But when he asked her to marry him, I told her I supported her, but maybe she should slow it down just a bit. During this time I was accepted to my dream grad program half the country away, North Carolina to Texas, and was so excited. When I told her, the very first thing she said to me was, "Well, guess that means you won't be able to come to the wedding, not congrats. Or good job or anything of the such." That hurt because I worked hard to get into this program. So I go to grad school and her wedding invites go out, and I didn't receive one. I thought, fine, and went about my life in school. The day of her wedding rolls around, which was a total redneck shit show according to friends who were there, and I decided I would call her to congratulate her, etc. Except I, not having received an invite, didn't know the schedule for the day, so I waited until the evening, so I didn't disturb her during the pre-wedding and ceremony. She answered the phone, and my 2 closest friends were there when she did. I wished her congrats and chatted, and then hung up, still hurt a bit about not being invited. She then turned to my friends, who of course told me after, and said, "Well, it's about time I heard from him." That was the last time I spoke to her, because fuck you for not inviting me, and treating me like shit for years and me being the person I might put up with it. Turns out she didn't invite me, because her husband didn't want her to. So fuck you both forever. I don't like keeping secrets for other people, generally speaking. I like to preface this with most of my friends when they bring it up. Anyway, 2 close friends of mine growing up got together in university. Let's call them Ron and Trish. I was pretty happy for them, because they'd been sort of flirty for a while. Things seemed idyllic from the outside, but I knew them both better than most people, and it started getting a sort of passive-aggressive vibe from the guy after a while. Then he started getting strangely paranoid around me, jokingly accusing me of things such as moving in on his girlfriend. I can promise you I have never thought of either of them in that way, and when I finally asked if he had a problem, he laughed and said he was messing. So I didn't push it, and decided maybe I was just being a buzzkill in some weird joke. A similar thing started happening with another friend of mine's, let's call him Greg, girlfriend, who for the purposes of this is called Mandy. She started getting really passive aggressive too, but more towards Trish. I didn't really know why. A little while later I was driving him home from a night out when he said, "Can I tell you something? But first you got to promise not to tell anyone." I ignored him for a bit and focused on the road, and he eventually said, "Pull over, Jude, this is serious. I have to talk about this." We pulled over. It was a pretty quiet road. He was pretty drunk, and he usually doesn't travel well even when sober, so I wondering if this was just him wanting to get out and vomit. Anyway, we sat there for a bit, and he just said, "I've been cheating on Trish. Been having an affair for the past 2 months." I didn't really say anything for a bit. I kind of didn't know what I was supposed to say. Eventually I just said, "I take it Trish doesn't know. Otherwise you wouldn't want me to promise not tell anyone." Yeah. And it was quiet for a while, and then I just said, "Why the fuck did you tell me?" Ron was like, "I just needed to confess. I've been feeling really shitty, man. I'm not a faking priest, Ron, and I sure as hell am not your girlfriend. I don't really want to hear your confession, as I'm not the person you should be confessing this to in the first place. Jesus, dude, why did you have to tell me this?" Again it was really quiet for a while. Then something occurred to me. Who is the person you're cheating with? Does it matter? Depends who it is. Mandy. I was even more stunned. Not only had Ron been cheating on my friend and told me expecting me to keep it a secret from her, he was cheating with one of my other friend's girlfriend. I couldn't have been more angry with him at that moment. You are an asshole, Ron, for doing this. I hope you know that. He was almost crying at this point. After a little while I just said, "I'm going to drive you home, and you are going to call Trish and Greg and meet them both face to face tomorrow and tell them exactly what's been going on. If you don't, I will. And it's going to sound a hell of a lot worse coming from me than you." He got really angry with me and started calling me a shitty friend for not honoring his stupid keep this a secret promise I never agreed to. I just ignored him. I would like to say that he did confess, but he didn't. I gave him a couple extra days to come clean, in which he just kept giving me excuses. In the end I was sick of this bullshit and told both Trish and Greg. I haven't spoken to Ron or Mandy since, and I haven't been as close with Greg or Trish either because of my involvement in that shit. I don't really blame Greg or Trish. The involvement in that little web of lies made me feel dirty, and I still feel a bit guilty for how I went about things. Hi everyone, I was simply reading everyone's comment, and I felt like I had to type mine as well. At the time, me and my childhood best friend finally graduated college and we were making plans to move out of town together for university. We were planning the whole apartment, furniture things, and I quickly realized I was the only one planning it. No big deal. Managed to find all we needed after a couple weeks. I paid half, he paid half. After everything was done he called, telling me his very manipulative dad doesn't want him to move in an apartment with me and ordered him to go by himself in a university dorm. We were 18. So he was basically asking me to give him back what he paid. I tried to explain that I was very disappointed that he didn't choose to live with me after all I did, and selling the stuff back won't give us the same amount we initially paid. I could hear his dad next to him telling him to sue me. So he threatened me, and I was shocked. He then gave the phone to his dad, and that guy kept saying he will sue me, and I should just give the money or I'll get in trouble and all. So after an heated argument with his dad, I managed to give back like 95% of what he originally paid, and then he hung up. That was years ago, and him giving the phone to his dad was the very last thing I heard from him. Hope you got your degree, Alex. The girl who insisted on being my best friend when friends were extremely limited for me. Landlady decided to illegally evict myself and, at the time, boyfriend. So I went to live with her, and he lived with his friend. Well, she had 2 cats. I had my own cat. There was 2, maybe 3, litter boxes. Fine, right? Not when you're the only person cleaning the boxes, making sure the cats are fed/watered, and making sure no one is getting into fights, trying to quell a flea outbreak with a cat who's got a flea allergy and freaking anxiety. On top of, additionally, working 40+ hours because holiday is coming. I work in retail, manage a relationship that's going rocky due to the circumstances, and trying to keep your cat healthy as best you damn well can. When I politely asked her to please help before I got mad, her response, "I'm working and going to college. That's 40 hours a week. I don't have time." Oh, but you have time to be on the FaceTime literally all night long with your boyfriend, hang out with him and your sister for hours after class and or work, have time to drive 2 hours round trip to get your puppy that you aren't supposed to have in your parents' house, which was also periodically neglected and left to my care, have time to spend more hours with your sister? Okay, cool. I just stopped doing everything. Literally. I stopped talking to her, stopped cleaning, just made sure the cats were fed, and that my baby got her flea treatment. That was all. She tried to kick me out. I left before she could. The last straw. She complained about my behavior, saying I was being a bitch and should just talk to her. Since I was texting a mutual friend that night, he knew everything. She tried to backtrack and fix it, I assume because he told her why I was so infuriated, because I went off on her afterwards. Absolutely 100% off. I was done trying to fight to have a friendship. This currently unfolding. My roommate/friend of 6.5 years is now refusing to give up/move a contagiously sick kitten that I initiated saving a month and a half ago. I have a healthy cat who has been living with me a month longer than my friend. I plan on moving to a completely different state in the next 3 months. I'm trying to tell him that putting a healthy cat in the same space as one that is contagious isn't faking okay, and is it possible that a friend can hold on to the kitten for the time being until me and my cat are out. He flat out refuses and continues to say things like you're the one that started this whole process with saving him, and you know I love your cat just as much as you do. I've been so angry for a few days, but now I'm just so hurt and disappointed that this person I've lived with for almost 7 years is choosing to hold on to a contagious cat he's known for a month and a half over the health of my cat and our friendship. It's incredible. I'm beyond worried for my cat. He's keeping the kitten in his room, however, of course he got out a couple of times. This just isn't a viable scenario. I can't help but think this is bigger than the cats, because this sheet doesn't make any sense. Like, are you holding resentments towards me? Are you having feelings about me moving? I don't know you guys, but I'm shocked and hurt as fuck. Anyone who fucks with my cat know what I'm saying. He's cool with this, then he is dead to me, and that sucks. It was kind of a mutual thing. She is 4 years older than me. We met in the first year of university. I've never been lucky with girls. I'm 18+ years old, and I have never dated, kissed, let alone had sex with a girl. She began showing signs which are not normal in a friendly relationship, but more for a kind of more than friends relationship, if you get my point. We went out a couple of times, either the two of us or with friends. I started liking her, but I never knew how to take the next step. 6 months into our friendship, and she finds out I like her. She didn't reacted badly, but she did told me it was never going to happen. In fact, we kept being good friends. What is the next thing she does in the following weeks, even months, after she found out I liked her? She tells me every day what guy she is dating and faking to me the guy she found out liked her. Eventually, I began to get sick of it, and I tried to get away from her. Didn't want it to be her friend anymore. I started to view her as a different person. I started to see her as an annoying and mean person. Around the months of September and October, she began coming to my house to finish work for the uni because she had a shitty computer and I had a very good one. Every weekend, I helped her with the uni work. I'm really hard to say no to anyone, and that may be a weakness. I learned that on my birthday, which I celebrated in my house. She hooked up with one of my friends, who was 23. I didn't give that much attention. What bothered me the most was that she was drunk and made some scenes in my house, in front of my godfather, my uncle, my aunt and my parents, who already didn't like her. Eventually, we had a math test incoming, and it was online. I always sucked at math, and she was like the Kobe, God rest his, her daughters and all the people who lost their lives souls, of maths. I asked her if she could pass me the answers or at least help me understand, and, long story short, she told me to fuck off. That was it for me. I really never told her all of this, and how I really feel about it, but I did told her to never ask me for help again. I began to feel mad for everything she had done to me, told me who she had been dating and faking, right when she found out I liked her, hooking up with one of my friends, not even mad at him, helping her to later be sent to fuck off. Hell, I even drove her to her house every night. I've since cut ties with this person. Only thing is, I'll have to see her every day at uni for the next 3 years. Nobody really likes her, because she is annoying, and kind of a bitch sometimes. Never told her that, I just want her to notice on her own. I do feel the necessity to point out we never had sexual relationships, or even kissed. We were just friends. While it lasted, she was one of the best friends I've had. Now I just plain hate her. My best friend of 30+ years. He and I would meet up for lunch 2 or 3 days a week. I always paid. I earned more than he did and I'm single. He had a wife and 3 kids to support. The last few years lunch became therapy as he unloaded the issues he's going through with his marriage. I listened and supported. I'm divorced and have been through it, so I could relate. It got worse and worse. I suggested he see a therapist, which he eventually did. I suggested marriage counseling, which they eventually did. I never tried to tell him what to do, but did try to assuage his fears. He had never lived alone, and was petrified of doing so, that being single is actually pretty great. It's liberating, and best of all, you can be yourself. But I also suggested caution and lots of therapy, for both of them. I also gently guided him toward coming to terms with his alcoholic father. eventually getting him a book Adult Children of Alcoholics, which was a real eye-opener to him. All the support I gave and everything I suggested was echoed by his therapist. As he came more and more to terms with this, he seemed more emboldened and ready to tackle a new phase in his life. His wife, frankly, is bossy and has bullied him their entire relationship. Gave him an ultimatum to get married. He later admitted he didn't want to get married, but didn't want to be alone. Bullied him into having not one, not two, but 3 kids. Bullied him into taking on massive debt to send at least 2 of the kids to very expensive private colleges for dance. This went on for years. He crashed and burned once or twice, hooking up with a psychopath girl he dated in high school more than once, whose drunk husband showed up at his doorstep and frightened the family. But I listened and provided counsel as best I could, never proclaiming that I was right and backing up whatever the therapist said. And then one day he told me he was ready, was going to tell his wife he wanted out. The next day he texted me and told me that he capitulated and agreed to stay with her and put all this behind him. Apparently part of his wife's ultimatum was that he cut ties with me because I was the bad influence on him. That was 2 years ago. We haven't spoken since. I was 23 and the person was my best friend. He had this idea that he was a lovely kind soul, and I thought he was too. When he got a girlfriend after 5 years of being single, I was happy for him. Things were going great for him. Until one day he was acting weird. He was a very emotional, sensitive person. If someone told him he was rude, he would cry. That's the kind of guy he was. I mean, I found his self-pity annoying, but whatever. Overall he was okay. But this day he was more emotional than usual. Crying. Silent. Silent, except he kept saying she will hate me over and over. Eventually he told me how his girlfriend hasn't spoken to him for 2 weeks and how he was a victim. I felt bad for him, but asked what was wrong. He told me what happened, and I was horrified. He had abused his girlfriend while she was extremely drunk. But the most disturbing part, he was trying to justify what he did and spin it so he was a victim. I was disgusted. He was adamant that he didn't do anything wrong. He told me word for word how she reacted, including the noises she made. I was almost in tears. He was my best friend for 5 years, but I couldn't look at him the same way again. He was a predictor. I ending up remembering all the times I brushed off and realized there was a pattern of behavior. He only tries to do things when the girl is drunk, including to me. I ghosted him. Back in high school I was in a friend group with 3 other girls and 1 guy. We were all really great friends, but one of the girls, let's call her V, had a huge crush on our guy friend. Over the course of 2 years she confessed her love for him 4 times, even though he respectfully told her he wasn't interested each time. V would always play the victim and rant to the other 3 girls in the group about how this guy friend had so much power over her because of her crush. She'd say he would use that power to make her do stuff like drink or stay up late on feet on a school night. She wouldn't ever take responsibility for her own actions. V was also convinced that another girl, let's call her E, in the group was involved with our guy friend and would talk about E constantly behind her back. It was really awkward for me because part of me wanted to help V get through whatever she was going through, but hearing her talk about one of my best friends behind her back was awful. The friendship finally ended this past summer when V made a list of all the things that E and our guy friend had ever done that made her upset and sent the lists to them. It was ridiculous stuff like not inviting her to go Black Friday shopping a year ago, even though V already had plans that day. In the end we gave her a chance to apologize and try to work through things, but she will always see herself as a victim of our friendship. TLDR, ex-friend made lists of everything negative we had done over the course of 2 years and sent that list to us. There were multiple factors, and to this day I'm not entirely sure how / when it happened for sure, but I went off to college and made friends. She was struggling living at home and not having much of a support system. While I was studying abroad, she messaged me something to the effect of I wrote you letter, but I won't be here by the time you read it. Thank you for being my friend. Goodbye, and tried committing suicide. I reached out to my dad, who had her mom's number saved from our YMCA soccer days. My friend was checked into the hospital, But after she got out she texted me saying she never wanted me to speak to her again. Somehow we ended up reconnecting, but it was different. The final straw was one evening we got coffee and she told me she had been raped 6 months previously. In hindsight, I could have stepped back and asked what she needed from me, but I went straight into let's report this motherfucker. She told me she didn't want to do anything, and the reason she didn't tell me sooner was because she knew I was going to try and help. I realized then that it wasn't a healthy relationship, and after that we just drifted away. I see her occasionally and I try being civil / giving a small wave or nod of acknowledgement, and every time she stares past me like I don't exist. She was my oldest friend and I really do miss her despite everything that happened. Best friends for 7 to 8 years. We were both pregnant last spring / fall, her with her second and me with my first. She was further along than I was. I ended up miscarrying July 4th, which completely devastated my husband and me. Before the miscarriage I had told her I didn't mind helping her clean and get set up for the new baby. I told her what happened and got a message of "Oh, I'm so sorry. We should have a girl's day before my baby gets here blah blah blah." Nothing ever gets set in stone, which I understand because she's heavily pregnant and already has a 1.5-year-old. I make myself go to her baby shower to support her, even though it was incredibly difficult for me. We are sitting there playing one of the baby shower games, and one of her other friends turns to me and asks how my pregnancy is going. I break down, and pregnant friend gets mad that I'm crying at her baby shower, so I just excuse myself and leave. Try not to be upset with her, because maybe I expected too much in thinking she would have told her guests not to ask me about my baby. She ends up going in to labor at the end of July and is upset that I'm not going to be in the room for her delivery. I really tried to talk myself into doing it anyways, but the thought of it just tore me up. Then when it's time for the baby's 2-week checkup she asks me to come along so she doesn't have to go alone because her husband didn't take off work. I spend the entire time chasing after her screaming toddler while she just sits and watches, does not try to help me at all. It wasn't even that she was feeding or changing the baby. Baby was asleep in her carrier. A couple of weeks later she messaged me again asking if I can go back to the doctor with her for another appointment. I told her well in advance that I probably wouldn't be able to because I had 2 doctor's appointments of my own to go to. Plus, I had told my mom I would take my 2 younger siblings to interviews and orientations for work. The day of she messages me again asking if I'm still able to go. Never said I could in the first place, and when I told her that, she never messaged me again. I reached out to her once, but I'm not begging anyone for their time or attention. She unfriended me on Facebook after a few months, and I'm honestly relieved to be done with her. After that initial message saying she was sorry and we should set up a girl's day, she never asked how I was doing or anything like that. I had a friend that wanted to go have a couple drinks. I was working 18 hours a day and didn't have the energy. My wife was going stir crazy and needed some time out. Even though I knew she wasn't fond of him, I asked if she wanted to give him a lift and just chill, since there would be other PPL we knew there and she didn't drink in public anyway. She said that she would. Her only concern was his behavior. So, I told him, no drama, don't get my wife involved in any, and don't bring any back to my house. Well, they head out about 9 as I'm heading to bed, since all 4 of the kids are down for the night, including his 3-year-old son. They were staying with us at the time. About 1 AM, he busts through my bedroom door, yelled for me to give him my pistol. He kept saying, "I'm gonna shoot that motherfucker." I jump out of bed from a dead sleep to see his face swollen and bloody. My first question is, where is my wife, who chimes in for the living room that she is alright. Come to find out, after a few drinks, he wants to go by his ex-wife's house as he is cool with her and her new husband. My wife agrees. So, while there he drinks a little more and begins to get too familiar for my wife's liking, and when that leads nowhere, he starts getting belligerent with his ex. After which, his ex's husband tells him to tone it down and to leave both women alone. He proceeds to get in his ex's face and call her many insulting things, at which point her husband knocked the fuck out of him. So he comes back to the house on a rampage. As he had no car, I called his mother to come get his son. And, since he did exactly what I asked not to do, I chucked 10 years of him being my best friend out the window, and him out of my house and life, forever. Haven't seen him since he walked away carrying his stuff. That was 26 years ago. This is more of a romantic relationship that got straight up ended. My first serious girlfriend and I had a fight after she called me saying that I'm annoying her when I'm texting her. I asked her calmly why she felt like that. She answered, "I don't know, I just wanted to tell you that." I told her that we should figure out why then. We chat for a few more seconds and we decide to hang up. I thought that maybe, if I stopped texting her for a while, maybe she'd feel less annoyed. An hour later she texted, "Why'd you stop texting me?" I looked at her message, feeling confused and decided to think about what to say next, because I really had no idea what's up with her. The next morning I saw that she sent me a ton of messages saying stuff like, "So it's gonna be like this then," etc. I messaged back my first thought, "I thought I was annoying you?" She then started sending voice messages to me, but I kept on texting in reply, since I didn't want to be impulsive. Eventually, things got heated up, and I told her that I felt like we've been fighting every weekend, and every time I told her that I'm not able to come, she got mad at me. She then started bringing up our religion as an excuse. We are both Christians, but I'm not someone who judge others by the way they live, etc. She and I even had this conversation before. She then sends me a long voice note, which I stopped listening to in the beginning, when I heard her saying, "God's plan for you is to be the person that I love, blah blah blah." I texted her saying, "Please, don't ever tell me what God has in store for me. You don't know what he wants for me, because that's between me and him." Her voice messages after that sounded aggressive, and she'd say stuff like, "You're starting to piss me off, that I'm immature, that we have to talk about these things like the adults we are." She just turned 18 a month ago at that time, and she'd like that. I then told her that I didn't want to do this anymore. She sent another voice message, but I just said, "No, I don't wanna talk anymore." She then sent a text saying, "Okay, bye. Me and my hoes are gonna enjoy uni without you." And she blocked me afterwards. I honestly just laughed, because the only friends she had was 2 guys from church, and she called me immature just like 5 minutes ago. TLDR lied about having brain cancer and manipulated my trust for him. It was a sudden realization of everything he'd done. There was this guy who I'd had a complicated history with, to say the least, but we started to get closer again and eventually became friends with benefits, and we were super close, like we told each other everything. Or so I thought. He manipulated my trust and abused my respect for him by constantly lying to me, and I fell for it. I think I convinced myself for so damn long that it must have been true, and that I didn't want to lose him again. He lied about a lot of things, such as and not limited to being abused by his mother, being caught by police, doing LSD and ending up in the street, and he said he had a brain tumor and was missing school to get radiotherapy. Yeah. So one day it kind of all just hit me that he wasn't as perfect as I'd made him out to be, and that it was all just a show, and I'd really made a fool of myself. I regret a lot of the things I did and said to him, but one thing I don't regret is ghosting the crap out of him and then eventually just calling him out on everything and ending our relationship completely. The last time I saw him was when he showed up to my house trying to apologize, but I wasn't having it. This post might sound kind of not the way I wanted to, but this was every day, lies and lies and lies, and it just took me too long to piece together. Anyways, yeah, thanks for reading. Hahaha. For anyone wondering, I've been done with him for like 8 months now and have a lovely new boyfriend. Couldn't be happier. One of my oldest friends did something that made me turn my back on their friendship instantly. Or rather, it's what they refused to do. For some backstory, I used to know someone who eventually grew to have something of a following and a somewhat successful career in a niche part of the entertainment industry. We'll call him N. This person was, and continues to be, terrible though, with a history of sexual abuse, stalking his exes, and exploiting fans for free labor, among other things. Lots of people I love and care about were abused and gaslighted by N over the course of over a decade, and even I was directly mistreated by this person, though not nearly to the same degree. Whenever I could, I would warn people I know about N, because his behavior never changed, and he was potentially dangerous to his growing, rather young fan base. With that backstory established, I realized a few months ago that my friend of 15 years who we'll call L was not only following N on social media, but actively interacting with him. Like friends. L didn't know me from the same circle as N, but they did know that N hurt me and caused immense harm to people I care about, but L flat out didn't care. After waiting and hoping that L would realize how faked up this was, I finally confronted L about this. I told them straight up that I felt uncomfortable being friends with someone who knowingly chooses to pal around with my friend's abuser. I gave L an ultimatum, N or me. L became defensive. L accused me of stalking their Twitter. L's name popped up as a follower when I glanced at N's Twitter profile for 5 seconds. I wouldn't exactly call that stalking. L was outraged that I gave them an ultimatum, and that apparently that made me a bad friend. This hurt me to the core, because despite me being ride or die for L for over a decade, I had never asked them to make any difficult decisions before this. Other mutual friends in our lengthy past would be horrible to me, but L always dismissed it as drama and acted like none of it ever happened. Meanwhile, if anyone ever looked at L the wrong way, I would defend them with everything I had. Even when L was in the wrong. I lost a lot of friends because L was that important to me. I realize now that this was completely one-sided, and I feel incredibly foolish. Anyway, I gave L until the end of the day to make their decision. Instead of walking away from this abusive exploitative person, L doubled down on their interactions with N just to spite me, so I decided to cut L completely out of my life. They weren't bringing anything of value to the friendship, so aside from some tainted memories, it's no big loss. TLDR, my friend of 15 years chose an abusive stalker over me, and my life is better with them out of it. Sorry if this is hard to read, there's a lot, and I'm not the best at writing things down. A former friend of mine in high school decided to just cut everyone in my friend group off with no notification, taking one other friend with her, so we were down to 4. She only told me the Friday before the winter break that she left and said that she basically hated everyone in the friend group cause they all were talking about stuff she had no interest in and thought she went from the center of our universe to whatever else, and she didn't like being the center of attention as much as she didn't want to admit it. So she started hanging out with this girl who was not very nice behind closed doors, but they were on incredibly good terms and hung out 24/7 after she dumped the rest of us. At the end of the summer, she decided to reach out to all of us and wrote us a group I'm sorry letter. TBH, it was pretty bad. We decided to hear her out verbally, so we picked a day and time to meet in a park, and it was just before school started back up. In the letters she said that the previously mentioned friend of hers forced her to tell her some family stuff she was going through in a car. And when we met up with her in person, she said it was multiple people that forced her to tell her, and that she couldn't tell us anything that was happening, which I could understand. But there were other things that were not matching up with her written story, that didn't match what she was saying. The month was very different from what she wrote, the place also different, etc. After that, she started to try and get closer to us during the fall semester, and we realized the friend she was hanging with 24/7 was graduating early, and she just didn't want to be alone. We still ate lunch and stuff with her at school after the friend graduated, but I started to notice that practically everything she said was a lie of some sort. I also heard from the ex-boyfriend of the friend that she said some horrible things about me and my friends when she left, and that she told them stuff we told her in private. So I kinda stopped catering for her after that. Hope she figures whatever was going on with her though. We were friends for close to 20 years, since we were little. Went to school together, extracurricular activities together, traveled together, same church group, or groups, and were part of each other's families. I'm the type of person who seems quiet until I'm comfortable, and she was always outgoing right away. There was no one who knew me better, and the same for her. I started dating my now husband close to the time she started dating her now long-term boyfriend. I never liked the way he treated her and would stick up for her and challenge him about it. She made many new friends within his friend circle and bounced around a few different jobs in the beginning of their relationship. These new friends of hers were so different from her, but she seemed happy. Then one day she called me and broke off our friendship out of the blue. I honestly don't remember the exact reason she gave me at the time, but remember her saying back quote, "I mean, it's not like I won't know how you are. We can still be friends on Facebook," back quote. It was like being sucker punched in my heart, in my soul. It was hard for me then to forget her and our friendship. It was like breaking up with someone. 6+ months later she reached out and we talked about it. She admitted that she listened to her boyfriend and her new friends when they spoke badly of me, that she knew better about me, but was swayed by them. Her reasoning was so disingenuous, I never really got a clear reason. The damage was done, though. Not long after that I heard through a family member who was still friendly with her parents that she told them various lies about me and that I wanted to end the friendship too. Hearing that accelerated the stages of grief I was going through from our friendship ending. A few years ago we connected briefly as we both had family members pass away, and she made a comment like back quote, "I know that's what you always wanted," in regards to where I was at in life, and it surprised me because what she was referencing wasn't like anything I had always wanted. Made me question a lot of our friendship and whether I ever meant to her all those years what she meant to me. It took a long time for me to get over it all, but I'm glad I have. I had these two friends, let's call them J and S, who I have known since 5th grade, so for about 9 years by the time this happened. As usual, I invited all my friends for my birthday barbecue about 1 month before the party. That year was extra special to me because I turned 20 and the party was also supposed to be some kind of farewell as I was moving across the country for a new job. All of my friends immediately told me they would be very happy to come to my birthday party, except for J and S. They had become very close in the last few months and even moved into a shared flat together, growing more and more apart from the rest of us. When I invited them, they couldn't tell me whether they were free that evening, but they didn't have plans either. I was kind of annoyed because I figured they were waiting for some better plans to come up. So I decided to wait and ask them again later. When I approached them again about 1 or 2 weeks before the party, I told them to either accept or cancel now, but not to leave me hanging until the last moment. They accepted and I was happy that everybody was planning on attending the barbecue. My birthday came and everybody was there, except for J and S. They didn't even call or text me last minute that they could come. They just didn't turn up without saying anything to anybody beforehand. From that moment on, our clique, about 8 people, was completely fed up with them and their behavior and broke contact with them. Even my friend A, J's best friend since primary school. Everybody knew that this was them showing us that we weren't important enough for them anymore. Not even important enough to openly tell us beforehand that they don't want to / can't come. I was so done with them, I didn't even seek confrontation, and so did nobody else. In that moment we had all realized how toxic our friendship with J and S had become over the last months, maybe even years. S texted me 2 days later that she was sorry that they forgot about the party and that it had already been too late when they realized. J apologized after 4 months. I accepted the apologies, but that was it. They already knew they had faked up. I haven't been in contact with them ever since. It's been nearly 5 years now, and we don't miss them one bit. TLDR, about 5 years ago 2 of my best friends didn't turn up for my 20th birthday / moving away party without cancelling. This led to my whole clique ending their friendship with them. Oh boy, I don't know where to begin with this one. I guess I'll start by saying that I knew this guy for the longer half of 2 months. I'll be honest, he was alright. He wasn't my best friend or anything, but we got along fine. I met some of my current best friends through him, and this whole shit cut him out of that group. I should also mention that I have same-sex parents, and I take a lot of shit for it, especially where I live. Usually it doesn't bother me, especially if it's from a stranger, but I take it personally when it's from a friend, or friend, I should say. Looking back on it now, I should realized a long time ago that he was a massive dick. This guy, let's call him Joe, shall we, was probably WBC levels of religious. Of course, I didn't find out about this until well, after I had met him. Anyway, he's Mormon, and that wouldn't be such a big deal if it weren't for what ended our friendship. Now, I can't honestly say how much of this was him, and how much of this was the indoctrination of Mormonism. Either way, it doesn't change the fact that what he said was purely, completely faked. TBH, I don't even remember how it started out. I remember it having to do with ancestors, something like we was a descendant of some famous dead dude or some shtick. I think it was Brigham Young. Anyway, I'll admit, I pushed it. I said dead dude was a horrible person, you know that, right? And he was, but I can't really remember what for. He gets all defensive about how he's not like that, or I would never do something like that. Oh, the irony. He then says something like, don't pretend that you're a better person than me, your parents are gay. Whoa whoa whoa. That was a line that didn't mean to be crossed. Needless to say, I tore into him. Oh really? Just because my parents are two strong women in a loving relationship they're bound for hell. See, that's my problem with you, Joe. You constantly pull this holier than thou BS, when deep down, you're no better than dead dude. The guy then starts defending his church. We aren't homophobes. We love everyone equally. Yeah? My parents abandoned your church. Why? Because you were homophobes, and horrible ones too. On and on we go. This continued for like half an hour, and eventually, I just gave up on trying to reason with him, trying to show him that he's not a bad person for being religious, but he is a terrible person for claiming my parents have no right to exist. This guy just wasn't having it, so I left him with some rather sour words, and cut him off. Word got out very quickly. He sent screenshots to all of our mutual friends, and, surprise surprise, they went to town on him. After that, he had hardly any friends left, and I felt no less bad about cutting his homophobic ass out. We are no longer on speaking terms, and I'd like to keep it that way. TLDR, ex-friend claims my parents shouldn't have the right to exist, so myself and my comrades destroy his ego, and cut him out of our lives. PS. For those of the curious, here's a rough version of my parting words to him. I was friends with a pathological liar. For this story I'll just call her Fuckface, FF, because that's what my friend and I started referring her as when we found out her bullshit. When we were in 8th grade, she dated one of my close friends. Oh, a little into high school. When she and FF broke up, FF looked to me for support and it really seemed to have upset her, so I wanted to help. At this time, Mayo and I kind of fell off of contact, because I went to a different high school than them, and both of us were so shitty at responding to each other, but it was understood we were still cool. This is important. We would be on the phone almost every night for a year until 3 to 4 AM, while she'd talk to me about her problems. And I gave into it, because she made me feel like I was the only person that could help her. She'd call me after her parents allegedly beat her, when she was apparently cutting herself, and it ended up leaving me constantly paranoid of her whereabouts. She once called me, while on the balcony of her home, telling me she was going to jump off. When she got a new boyfriend, D, I tried to act scary, and threaten him on multiple occasions, because I wanted to scare him into treating her well. When they broke up, she told me he had been hitting her and sexually abusing her during the times we didn't speak. She told me she stabbed herself in the stomach because she felt like that was the only way out of the relationship. All of it pushed me into a long, draining spiral, and all to find out from my friend O that they were all lies. O even told me that he didn't talk to me for a while because FF had told him that I hated O for breaking up with and the following. There was never a scar on her stomach. She never stabbed herself. Her boyfriend was actually incredibly sweet and being psychologically abused by her. She had apparently told him things to make me seem scary, and O had to explain to him that none of those things were true and my threats were entirely empty, and only because she manipulated me. After she broke up with D, she had gone around spreading rumors about him, and he almost had to leave the school. The balcony on her house is on the first floor. There was almost no way she could have jumped off and not survived. The reason she had relied on me so much was because I was at a different high school, wasn't physically there to see visible proof of anything, so it was easier to lie. At that point, I never responded to her calls or texts ever again. She didn't know my address, so avoiding her digitally was all I had to do to push her away. She had threatened to hurt herself a few times, and though I wanted to give in, I didn't. Last time I heard, she did something wild to get her expelled when we were juniors, and she dropped off the face of the earth. But she must still be in town, since So just told me FF came into the store they work in. So that's rad. If you ever see this, Danny, I'm so sorry. I know it's been like 6 years since then, but I think about you very often, and I hope you're doing better now. On one of the personals forums, I have met this young lady. She was looking for a sperm donor who was willing to do artificial insemination. For those not into that sort of thing, it means there is no sex involved. The donor donates into a jar and walks away. This is actually pretty common for couples that cannot conceive naturally, either because the man is infertile, or they are lesbians, or a woman choosing to be a single mother. Understandably, they don't want the wife to have sex with a random person just to get pregnant. Sperm banks cost a pretty penny, so most people can't afford that and hope to find a reasonable donor. Long story short, I agreed to serve as her donor. Not my first arrangement like this. I treat it extremely seriously. I'd say professionally, but I don't charge for my help, so that sounds wrong. Why I donate is not relevant to this post. The reason for no sex is because I'd rather not risk STDs having sex with random people. However, in all previous cases, I remained almost fully anonymous and tell the recipients bare minimum, only the information they need to know to evaluate if a donor is a good fit and safe. With this young lady, somehow, I'm not even sure how, she managed to get me to talk a lot about myself over email. After literally thousands of emails and phone calls over several months, we became quite friendly. Hell, we both admitted that, if it wasn't for my being her donor, we would have both strongly considered dating each other. But a donor relationship was more important to both of us, and incompatible with a romantic relationship. I told her things about myself and my life almost nobody, and in many cases, nobody at all, knew. She did the same. I really liked her as a person, so I actually went above and beyond as far as being a donor. Usually, I make recipients travel to my location for a variety of good reasons. With her, I traveled to a location convenient to her several times, spending 3+ hours on extra commute just to save her time she could use to sleep more. Hell, I even offered to pay for hotel room for her to stay so she could stay near my location for a weekend. I supported her emotionally through personal challenges and work crises. She'd text me or call me from work a couple of times when she needed support. Her job is extremely exhausting and demanding and unforgiving. Anyway, I donated to her a couple of times. She had trouble conceiving, possibly due to high stress of her everyday life, but in general artificial insemination is not as likely to result in conception as such. I believe the rate people usually quote is less than 20% chance in best of circumstances. Both her and me knew this going in, and it wasn't a surprise. And she has some health issues that could also affect conception. Most of those I traveled close to her to make her life easy. Last time, she said she planned to be in my area. Her best friend's home is in a town near mine, and she visits occasionally, and said she'd just meet me for donation nearby. She was planning to be in the area with her friend a whole weekend, and meet me several times throughout for a couple of donations, but couldn't promise specific schedule. But first donation was Friday afternoon. To accommodate her, I chose to take a day off on Friday, since her schedule was uncertain on that day. Also, cleared up my schedule for the weekend, sacrificing some fun activities. Also, less importantly, turned down the only sex I had a chance to have for previous 3 months in order to have fresh donation with more sperm count for her. She promised to arrive at 3 PM Friday, driving with her friend. 3 PM comes, she's still not here, emails me that she didn't even leave yet as her friend is running late for no good reason. At this time, work calls me with some emergency stuff that must be done at 5 PM. Asked her if she could arrive by 5 PM. She says yes. I ask if she could tell her friend to hurry up. She arrives 5:30 PM. Finally, I had to cut my work call short to go donate and deliver sperm to her. I ask when she wants to meet next. She says doesn't know. Saturday, she doesn't contact me. Sunday, doesn't contact me. I email her ask when we are meeting, she says she's not sure. Sunday evening still nothing. Next day I email her as if she's okay. This whole donation business is a very big deal to her and I can't believe she just ditched me. Maybe she got sick. She emails me back a day later. Says she was going to ghost me, but since I probably deserved an explanation, she was going to give me one. Her explanation was that, apparently, I lied to her when I said I was freeing up my Friday for her. She didn't bother asking details of why I asked her to be there by 5 PM. And that I arrived with donation to meet her and looked upset. Hell, I was stressed out with work issue, and from the tone of my earlier email, she just didn't feel comfortable doing any more donations that weekend. Said some other rather mean, rude and nasty things. Said she wanted to take a break from donation for a couple of months and try to find a donor local to her. That's at least reasonable. Needless to say, I have stopped considering her a friend or wasting time communicating to her beyond perfunctory replies to her emails. I'll still donate to her if she asks. As I said, I'm basically a professional and wouldn't let a personal issue affect that. But the friendship is almost certainly 100% over, as well as my bending over backwards to make donations as easy for her as possible. I had this guy friend. Let's call him Aaron. I used to have a thing for him, but after a while I liked him as a friend and couldn't see him like that anymore. He knew, cuss I confessed, and it was awkward for a bit, but we were okay. We never brought it up, but it brought us closer. We shared a lot more, opened up a lot. I had never opened up like that with anyone. So opening up for the first time to a very close friend who validated your feelings and helped you through it was a very nice feeling. I felt cared for and understood. We had this understanding about me feeling absolutely stupid and him being smart, but he doesn't think he's smart enough. So we never talk about how smart or not smart we are, because it's sort of sensitive. One fine day, on the 27th of December, him and another friend, let's say, Luther, of mine went to the bar to help someone set something up for a performance. I texted them asking what they were doing. They told me what they were up to and Luther told me that Aaron drank. I didn't believe it because bars don't let underage people drink, I'm assuming, and Aaron doesn't drink. So I laughed it off and didn't believe it. Luther sent me videos of Aaron looking hammered and I still didn't believe it. But he started texting me. Well, drunk texting me. That's when I believed. He kinda went on about lemons for a while. Then he started talking about me. I told him I was surprised he drank, and he started calling me names. Told me I should stop being his mom all the time. He kept telling me that I'm not as strong as I think I am, because I can't tell people I don't like that I don't like them. He told me I was too dumb for math. He was a genius in math, that anyone who isn't good in math is just plain stupid in everything else. That literally broke me. I didn't know what to say, except it's nice to know how much you value our friendship. That night I cried so bad, hoping that when I woke up, someone would tell me it's a prank. I told 2 friends about what happened. New Year's came, and I was still miserable. January 2nd school started, and when I came to school, the 2 people I told this to told me that 2 other people told him that this was all a prank. I hoped that I would be relieved, but I wasn't. I was hurt even more. I saw him telling his friends how he pranked me, just laughing and being all cocky about it. And I remember someone telling him you may have gone too far. She actually believed you, but he pretended like he didn't hear that. I didn't speak to him for about a week. One day they had a soccer match at school. I was watching them play with some people when he came and almost sat with me. I moved away. Someone noticed and said, "Oh wow. Do you hate him? Wait, is this because of the prank?" And I kinda lost it then. Yes, it's the prank. He was listening to me as I said all this, and so was everyone else, but I didn't care. You thought it would be funny to tell me shit like that and not tell me it's a prank. You told me thing that you knew would hurt me. You know why it hurt? Because everything you said was true. I'm stupid, and you're not. So good for you, or whatever. And I left. That day he was a little quieter than usual. and he texted me later apologizing for what he said. He said he didn't mean anything he said and that if it makes you feel any better, I tell myself I'm stupid too. Beach boy what? But in that moment an apology was all I wanted, and I got it. But I thought about this a lot, and I realized that he apologized for the wrong thing. I'm not mad he told me all that. I'm mad that you told me things that you know would hurt me and didn't bother telling me it was a prank. That's how irresponsible you are. That's how much you care. Imagine someone telling you all that made you cry every single day and didn't bother telling you it was a prank for more than a week. And I had to find out from a friend of a friend of a friend. So yeah, that's what I'm mad about. I'm mad that this idiot was an inconsiderate piece of crap. I stopped sharing. We still talk, but we are not that close anymore. Oh my god, yes. I had this friend in middle school, the best place to make lifelong friends, that was really manipulative from the start looking back. We meet in elementary originally, but when my mom took me out of public school to homeschool me we lost touch. Anyway, I go back to public school and lo there she was. We became friends again quickly, but I started to notice she was two-faced in front of certain people. She was always complimenting someone then turning around and saying something bad about their outfit or their interests to someone else. Eventually she started getting very clingy/jealous of me. I was always a tomboy, still am, and most of my friend group consisted of guys because of that. She saw that as me being more popular than her and started trying to copy everything I did while also acting like it was stupid and spreading rumors about me behind my back. Now here comes the moment our friendship outright ended. She developed this crush on one of my guy friends and started begging me to hook them up. At this point I was still trying to be her friend, so I agreed and tried to get him to like her. This backfired horribly and ended in a huge fight between us. I had managed to get Guy to ask her to hang out, but apparently he told her that he liked me and not her. This infuriated her, and she cornered me one day after school and started yelling at me about it. She grabbed onto my arm so hard it left bruises while blaming me for setting the whole thing up to make her look bad. At the time, I had no idea what she was even talking about. Guy told me later what he said to her and started say that she was hurting my arms and to let go. Eventually a teacher saw her pinning me to a wall and separated us. I didn't ever talk to her after that, even after she tried to apologize. My other friends told me about all the nasty things she said about me being a hoe and a slut, and I had enough. I ended up moving to a different city years later, and I haven't seen or spoken to her since. When I was in high school I came out to my best friend since childhood. Talking solid 10 years of friendship. He told me he could accept me if I was gay, but since I was trans he couldn't handle it. The next day, I walk into school and everyone is whispering and pointing at me. He had outed me to anyone and everyone who would listen and it spread through the school like wildfire. This was 2003-2004-ish. Don't worry though, I got my revenge. Since he and the hicks in school liked to chew tobacco and spit on people, myself a major target, I looked up the school rules on chewing tobacco, and it said that you couldn't use smoking tobacco on school campus, which is to be expected for the time. However, I said nothing about using smokeless tobacco if you were 18. Which I was. It began as chewing and spitting on walls around bathrooms, then hallways around the principal's offices. I would chew in classes and not be discreet. If I hate the teacher I would use the trash can right next to their desk as my spittoon, but if I liked them, I would use the least used one in the room away from everyone. This went on for almost a full week, until I was called to the principal's office, where there was a cop with the principals waiting. They proceeded to lecture me about how it was illegal to smoke or use tobacco on school campus, and how I was going to be expelled for this, at which point I asked them to politely to please show me where in the school rules it says I can't use smokeless tobacco on school grounds. Flabbergasted, he gets out his copy of the school rules and proceeds to look it up. As he finishes reading out the rule, I calmly again ask him where it says someone over 18 couldn't use smokeless tobacco. He reads it again, and I point out that I'm 18 and using smokeless tobacco, which wasn't technically breaking any school rules. I sat there and watched as it hit all three principals and the school cop, and yes, it was pure gold. My ultimate revenge. I was asked to refrain from chewing in class, if you would be so nice to, and the rules were changed the next time they updated the rules. Moral of the story, never out someone, and if you are outed there are less lethal ways to exact revenge. Well, I had a huge crush on my friend since the last 5 to 6 months, but I knew she wasn't into me and all, so I didn't confess anything to her. Apparently, all my other friends somehow figured out that I had a crush on her, and they persuaded me to tell her about my feelings. One night, we were drinking at my place, and I was drunk ASF. Also she doesn't drink, and was there just to have fun, and one of my friend jokingly mentions that I have a huge crush on her, while she's literally sitting beside me. I got really frustrated and angry and stormed out of the room, and went to sleep. Next day I woke up, and saw a message in my phone from my crush saying she wants to meet me in person. Went to meet her, and she asked me if what my friend said that night was true. I said yes, and that I have had a huge crush on her since we met. She said that she's not interested in having any kind of relationship RN, and assured me that we can work this out. I was happy, and I went back home. Next day, I see that she has blocked me on every social media app, and is not also picking up my calls. I asked a few friends what's up, and they all said that they have no idea, until I called her best friend, and she said that she, my crush, doesn't wanna talk to me, and won't ever talk to me again, because of what happened between us. A few days earlier me and a few friends stumbled upon her in a shopping mall. She hugged each and every one of my friends, and talked to them, and completely ignored me, and pretended as if I never existed there. This completely broke my heart, and I'm just not sure what to do about this. Somewhere around 2 weeks ago it happened. I'll call her Y. We both are females, so me and my really close friends planned to have a small get together at my place. 8 people in total. I didn't invite a lot of my friends, including Y, because I didn't want any kind of trouble, and I only invited really close friends, and Y wasn't such a close friend, and usually always told me small things about myself, and judge me, and that made me feel uncomfortable. I told her that, and she told me I was doing the same, so I decided to apologize, and she apologized as well, but that didn't change much. I panicked she would get upset, but I figured I shouldn't worry about it. Y told me a day before the party that she found out we are doing a get together. We weren't hiding it, and I told her it just me and really close friends, and she wasn't a very close friend of mine, and I wasn't of hers. She told me that she's not going to let me ruin her night. Didn't figure out what she wanted, because I didn't try to, but sure, I guess. Afterwards she just called me a liar and avoided me, so a mutual close friend of ours decided to talk to her about that behavior. He was legit worried she'll end up with no friends, because she's not acting like that only to me. And she said if I don't like her personality she's not going to change it, and that it's the end of this friendship. When he told me that what she said, he's a very honest and good person, so he wasn't messing anything up, I legit cried and had it up. A lot more stuff were involved, but it just broke me, because I honestly just really don't want trouble with anyone, and I only wanted to enjoy. But I know it's probably for the best. I had this friend group I was hanging out with for a little bit, and there was this girl we will call Emma I never really liked or trusted. She would make me mad a lot and only sided with one girl in the group, like she was her slave or something. So when my friend and I started to go to our neighbor's house, because her dog just had a puppy and she trusted us in her house to take care of the dogs, when she was at work, Emma started to come too. Our neighbor also had younger kids and we were friends with them. Emma became friends with them too. The oldest kid was in 4th grade at the time and Emma was in junior high. We later heard that Emma has been going into the neighbor's house with no one home. Emma found out the front door combination. The neighbor told us that Emma went inside her room and closet when she wasn't home too, which you should never do, even if she was home. She was just doing a bunch of shady stuff. We realized that Emma was getting a lot of random money. She bought a bunch of Starbucks cause there is one by my house for us, and the neighbor's kids like every day. When we asked her where she's getting all this money from, she said it was from babysitting or her mom gave it to her. Her mom would not have given her that much money and she hasn't had a babysitting job for like 2 weeks, and she spends money right when she gets it. so we knew she was lying, but we just thought maybe she was telling the truth. A while later the neighbor told us how $200 has went missing from her, and she said she thinks Emma was the one who took it. After asking us and her kids questions, we were like 100% sure it was her. It made so much sense. Later, the neighbor asked Emma if she stole the $200, just seeing if she would admit it. She said a dumb excuse and then said, "I think it was my name." When I found out she said that, I flipped. I was mad at her and am still mad at her. She really blamed me that I stole the money from the neighbor's closet, which I would never go in. She sent me a dumb apology over text and my mom made me forgive her. I told her I forgive when I really didn't. The okay friendship we had was turned into dust on that day. I had been friends with a girl since we were 6 years old. We were best friends and inseparable. I ended up moving about an hour away, but since she lived down the street from my grandmother, we still saw each other all the time. Right before we started high school she moved across the county, but we still kept in touch, visited each other and remained best friends. My friend was the black sheep of her family and very misunderstood, which made her seek out relationships with less than upstanding men. She had a baby in her late teens and her baby daddy went to jail for many years. I believe it was something drug related, but I don't remember. My friend was not an addict. She smoked weed a little bit, but that's all. She's a very responsible person, takes care of her daughter, always has at least 2 jobs, lives on her own, and is very independent. The only thing she's stupid about is men. You would think after the baby daddy issue she would learn. No, she continued dating the same kind of men who were in and out of jail, crashing her car, and making her life difficult. I got sick of hearing the same stories with different men, but I continued to give her support. Then her and her current boyfriend got laid off, and they were both trying to find jobs. She called me to tell everything going on, and after this phone call I could no longer be her friend. She told me that her boyfriend decided to sell crack until he found a job so they could pay their bills. She said it like it was a normal thing to do. I was shocked. She was letting him put her and her daughter at risk. I never spoke to her again. I've posted this before, but here it goes. There was a Secret Santa event at our school. It was meant to promote the student store Christmas fundraiser, but you could bring in your own gifts too. If you bought something at the store, the student aides will help you package and deliver it. Anonymously, of course. All you had to do was put the first and last name of said person in voila. Your gift was sent. It is also important to note that if you package the gift yourself / it was already packaged, then no one besides you and the receiver knows what it is. To my surprise, I got a gift. It was the only one I received during the SS event. I was overjoyed. I knew immediately who sent me the gift. It was my BFF. She was one of my only friends, and everyone else I either didn't talk to or were only on friendly terms, but not quite friends. To save you the details, it was a noose. Strange, but I wasn't hurt by it. I just assumed that it was someone's prank or something and dismissed it after reporting it to the dean. It didn't hurt me, but had it been someone more sensitive or someone already considering suicide, it wouldn't have been pretty. Lo and behold, I was right. It was my BFF who sent it. She was bawling, and I mean bawling in the office. Completely hysterical. Her reasoning was that her popular friends, she's quite popular as well, dared her to do. She objected at first, but was peer pressured and did it, assuming nothing bad would happen. I really felt bad for her at that moment. I felt as if I had ruined her life. Normally, bullying and such would result in an automatic expulsion, but thankfully, she had only a 2-day suspension. The real kicker starts after she comes back from school. Everyone in our grade heard the news. Some gave me empathetic looks, but most people approached me for the tea. I tried texting her during her suspension, but she never replied. Those 2 days were filled with guilt. Well, after some poking around myself, I found out from someone of her group that she has been talking crap about me. My reputation has never been good, and I was aware that she and I were in completely different leagues. However, I never imagined that she would talk so poorly of me. When I approached her on it, all she did was confirm it. She told me to stay the fuck away, and that I've always been a bitch who followed her like a damn dog. I was immensely hurt by that. And so, friendship was ruined from then on. I still regret reporting her. She is so smart and has many extracurricular activities. Perfect is a good word to describe her. But now that suspension is on her record, she might not be able to go to her dream school anymore. It's like I threw her life off the tracks. TLDR, my friend gave me a noose as an anonymous gift, and I reported her without knowing who sent it, and she was suspended, which resulted in our broken friendship. Oh, and she's been talking crap about me behind my back. So I've had a friend, who is a girl who I have a crush on 7 years ago. Once I've been giving her a lift to her home. The weather conditions were extremely bad, and I was an Uber driver. There was a massive blizzard this day, and the road to her home was going over the dam. Despite the fact we were going moderately slow, the car oversteered on a straight road, began to spin, and we crashed. The car didn't broke very bad. I mean, it could go, but without one headlight and one stoplight. Also the trunk lid couldn't be closed. But the girl was shocked. This situation brought some tension to our relationship. Now I couldn't drive fast when riding with her in my car, and it always was her definition of fast, 20 km/h below the speed limit in the best case scenario. And I've been always telling her to not get that situation out of the context. So a few months later I needed to go to Thailand, where my girlfriend was spending her vacation. I needed someone to watch after my plants, so I asked my friend to live a couple of months in my place. She agreed. But due to complications of my car repair, some insurance problems, I couldn't go for 3 weeks after my girlfriend's departure. After some bad things I did to my girlfriend, or so she thought, she said she can't wait for me any longer, and she'd rather broke up than to continue to feel this pain. I decided to fly the same day as we had this conversation, and had flown 3h later. My place was a mess, so I decided to not let the friend to live there. She said okay. In Thailand, I got into a bike accident. I had a skull fracture and a clavicle dislocation. My girlfriend took a photo of me bleeding, and I sent it to our friends my chat. One girl reacted and asked if I was alright. My male friend gave a merry reaction. This girlfriend just completely ignored me, like I didn't exist. As we have flown back home, I decided to end the friendship with the male friend and this girlfriend. Her reaction? Well, I told you, a few years ago, which helmet to pick. You didn't listen. And I decided not to write anything, just you won't blame me again, like with the car crash. Later, I've learned that she was offered to be paid 50% of rent by company she worked for, and she rejected the offer cause I told her I'll let her to live in my place. They didn't offer it twice, and she lost the money. I mean, fair enough, I'm not the best person. But she's neither, and it didn't stop me to help her when she's got a trauma. I think the health of my friends matters the most, so I ended the friendship with those who didn't even pay attention. I had a friend whom I had thought I had known for 20 years. Less than 12 hours after I last saw him, he shattered my image of him and proved to me I never knew him at all. He broke up with his girlfriend after a year of on and off dating, and she asked him to leave her house and return to his own. He responded by knocking her phone out of her hands, hitting her, throwing her through a glass cabinet, and beating her unconscious while she lay in broken glass screaming for him to stop. He then went to the police, saying he thought he had killed her. Consequences? 1 night in jail, after which he complained on social media about the cops treating him like a criminal when he had walked into the police station with her blood drying on his knuckles. 1 conviction for domestic violence that will remain off his record unless he is convicted of another violent crime. 1 year of probation, which he violated repeatedly without anything happening. 1 restraining order against him, which he casually broke, sexually assaulting his ex-girlfriend twice and choking her. No consequences whatsoever for violating the restraining order and breaking probation. 1 reason I moved is to lessen the chance of running into him. I haven't seen him since the day before he battered her, and I have an urge for retribution, both proportionate and disproportionate. Proportionate retribution would be to have him beaten half to death by someone that outweighs him to the same degree as he did her, with a similar physical build. If going by weight, that would be a 300 pounds powerlifter doing the beating. By ratio, it would be a 400 pounds powerlifter battering him. Disproportionate retribution would be me torturing him to death over the course of a month. He was my oldest friend. Now, he is my most hated enemy. More than 4 years after his initial crime, I try to not care about him. I fail and tremble with an explosive cocktail of restrained rage, the whirling chaos of betrayal, and the ache of lost friendship. Now and then, I take my hatred from the attic corner of my mind out to the forefront of my thoughts, where I admire it and consider unleashing it. After a few moments, I think about the consequences of my actions, sigh, then slowly and reverently place my hatred back in storage. I didn't end up, but she hit the self-destroyed button, but either ways, was a year younger than, but was mature than most girls my age, but she did questionable things, that should have been red sign for me, but either way I'm going back to July, to explain what the first sign was. So I was playing Minecraft with the boys, and for some reason she starts to sound upset and leave the FaceTime was having with the boys, and at 1 AM texted me about how I just ruined a perfect friendship future relationship, because I acted different and fake around her, but and my other friend who was with her at the time saved the friendship, and later found out, while she was texting me, that she argued with her over the decisions she was fixing to pull on me, and now fast forward to December. After 7 months into our friendship she revealed that she had feeling for me and all, and goes into thought mode, and does things on FaceTime again, like she giving me signals that she wants me to have sex with her, and ask me if I can come over her house, and while 2 days before getting into a relationship now I told her this was wrong, and I don't think we should do this now it starts to die down our friendship from here and she blocks me and at first I'm a little bummed out and sad, but after talking to my closest friends I figured out that I was the friend with benefits type, and I'm pretty pissed that I was used as that, and now I finally accepted that I don't want to do anything with her, and I just pray that she still isn't in a toxic relationship like her past ones, because she would often lie about her age to get with older guys, like she did with me, which was another red flag. But I'll let it slide. But at the end of the day I wished he had learned better about the things I told her, but I helped me more learn about not putting my trust into girls who are like this, but I'll learn from my mistake and avoid these kinda girls. Finally a thread I can contribute to. Not exactly the worst thing to happen, but here goes. Late last year I had started a small Minecraft server for my online friends and I to play on when we all had some free time. I had been playing with a couple of them for an hour or so when we had a small disagreement. The problematic friend, A, stopped talking and was acting childish. They already had a problem with this before, and being frustrated with it, I logged off. Later that day I was reading the server logs to remember part of a conversation we'd had when I discovered that A and a mutual friend, B, were saying some harsh things about members of the LGBT community. I would have been upset either way, but I myself am a part of that community. They were shit talking who I'm on my own server. I confronted B about it first, because I knew I wouldn't have to deal with B as B is generally a good person and I believed they wouldn't have said those things honestly. I was right, they had been just covering their ears to not have to deal with A's childishness. When I confronted A, they gave me a long rant about how it was an invasion of privacy, and that I need to respect their views. I went off on them and basically said that they were full of shit and should have known better. I cut them out of my life and haven't spoken to them since. B and I remained friends for a week or two until they suddenly stopped talking to me. I fully believe A is manipulating them into staying on their side and not letting them talk to me. I would still remain friends with B if I could, but I'm done with A. That was the last straw. I fucking hate Crimson. If I could move I would. It's a good thing I have Maximum, my wife, wrapped around my finger. We'll call her Sam. We let her boyfriend, and her kids move in with us. It was supposed to be a month or 2, became 6 months. Her boyfriend never helped with the bills, groceries, or her children. He was a bit of a controlling dickbat as well. She dumped him 2 months in, but her behavior got worse after that. One of the biggest strains was that she just wouldn't deal with her kids' 8-year-old fraternal twins, a boy and a girl. She wouldn't watch them, cook for them, help with their homework, faking nothing. When they first moved in they had no one to watch the kids, and they both worked from 2 PM to midnight. I was working too, technically 3 jobs, and my wife was a SAHM for our son, so Sam thought she could just pawn her kids off on Maximum. Maximum took them to school events, she helped them with homework, she was cooking for the whole house more often than not. She never complained, and I made sure she had time to herself on my days off. I'd basically kick her out of the house, even to spend time with her friends. Even so, I told Sam she had to get on a morning shift, so she would be home soon after her kids got home from school. She eventually moved to an 8 to 5 shift, but would always be stuck at work, and wouldn't come home for 3 to 4 hours when her kids were going to bed. I didn't understand just how stressed out Maximum was getting until a mutual friend of ours and Sam sent us screenshots of their conversations, where Sam was basically bragging about how much more money she had to spend. She was only giving us about $300 a month for rent/utilities, and only bought groceries occasionally. Money she was blowing on pot and food. Not for the house, but getting fast food basically every meal, and sharing with her actual friends. She would always tell us she was broke, but yet she was supposedly working 3 to 4 hours of overtime 5 days a week. She said she hated me, which was kind of heartbreaking, because we'd been friends since middle school. Among her reasons was how I dealt with her kids, which is to say that I interacted with them at all. I would get onto them if they were acting up, and I taught them how to do things like their own laundry and washing dishes, and had them help cook and do housework. I grew up on an 1.5 acres of land and was mowing the lawn at 9, so we all work in the Barrel household. My toddler was more independent than her kids at the time. We also found out she would leave work on time and go hang out and smoke with friends before coming home, and she told our friend that she was emotionally manipulating Maximum into doing whatever Sam wanted. All in a very smug kind of tone, as best can be transmitted in text. Maximum broke down crying when she read that and told me she'd been depressed to the point where she wanted to die. I told Sam she had a week to get the fuck out of my house. We've only spoken 2 or 3 times since. I worry about her kids all the time. I kind of hope CPS gets involved. I'd call them myself, but I don't have a clue where they are. I should clarify, I was only charging Sam $300 a month for rent for 4, then 3 people and their 2 chihuahuas, because she was supposed to be saving money to pay for moving costs to get her own place. Well, I have one. So I was in the summer of 4th going into 5th grade. I went up to Maine for a 3-week vacation. And sometime before that I was thinking about my sexuality. Yes, I know it was a young age. But deal with it or stop reading. And I came to the term that I was a lesbian. I'm not anymore, but that was when I was still finding myself. And over that time I had fell head over heels for my ex-best friend. And me, my young idiot self, asked her out in a way that I had seen in fanfics and crap. Dumb, I know. So let's just get to the cast. Me, M, her, HF, you will get it later, other, and still to this Faye best friend, and my cousin. And so here's how the story went. I called her, and she picked up. M, hey, can I talk to you about something serious? HF, yeah sure, what's up? M, if you ever liked someone, how would you ask them out? HF, why? Who do you like? Is it a? M, no it isn't, it's UHF. Complete silence. M, I kinda figured you didn't like me back. HF, yeah I'm sorry, but we can still be friends though, right? M, forever and always. I hate that now. Forever and always was the last thing I said to her in a genuine way. But after the 2 weeks went by I went back home. And since it was like a half-minute walk to her house, I went over with A. And here's how that went. Us 3 playing with one of the neighbor's cats. HF and M stops playing with the cat and just plays some basketball. HF, I feel really awkward with you now. M, yeah, I'm sorry. HF, my mom was listening to the conversation as well. M, or she. Then her moms comes out and shoos off me and her like a true entitled parent. So another few weeks go by and we went back to school. But I thought we could continue being friends, but nope. This little bitch was homophobic. She spread all types of rumors about me and how my mind used to be hella corrupt, but put it in present tense. I went to a mental hospital the year before and I told about 3 people, a HF and another best friend that I'm still friends with to this day. So she took what I did that past year and spread rumors of it, like it had happened recently. So I was instantly devastated, pissed, betrayed, and effing depressed. But we had other issues, because it turns out that her tricks are to make friends with someone, make her seem like the ultimate friend, make said victim lose all of their other friends, then ditch them, and make their life a living hell. So I wasn't the only one she did this to. But somehow she also won school president, so that's great. But it got to such an extreme that she thought I would hurt her. She even learned how to fake cry, to make herself look like a victim and me look like the bad guy. But she got so terrified that she convinced her parents to move away, and I haven't seen her since. And hopefully never again. There is a retired old woman who's lived at the entrance to my street since before I moved into the neighborhood. Over time, of course, I befriended her. I'd stop and talk to her whatever chance I could, and even introduced her to another elderly gentleman on the street who needed some friends. We mostly talked about her dogs. I love dogs. She raised little Pekingese ones and doted on them like they were her children. I'm not so much into small, yappy ones, but was friendly towards her furry family, and even turned a blind eye towards when she and her circle of friends would let their little dogs run around loose off leash on a daily basis in the nearby park. Not a dog park. She just never told me she was racist. It's not like they shake your hand and say, "How do you do? I'm a racist." Unfortunately, after over a decade, I discovered this because I finally got my fondest wish, a dog, from the wrong person, a black person. Among my other neighbors were a wonderfully sweet family whom I liked very much. As a divorcee, they were so kind and helpful towards me, and as it just so happens, they were African American. The youngest son was always coming over to help with the gardening and bike repairs, etc. So much so that I took to calling him my nephew. Sadly, finally grew up and moved out, trying to make it on his own, which included getting an apartment and a puppy dog. I knew this cause still kept coming back round the neighborhood to see his friends, family and I, with his new dog. What I didn't know was, racist, old lady didn't like our coming around anymore because his dog was considered a pit bull breed. Oh, the horror. A young black man with a pit bull. He had to be a drug dealer. That's what she started telling everybody. I'm not making this up. To make it even worse, our apartment complex said he couldn't keep his dog there, so I offered to take in the mixed breed pup Jay, since I loved them both and wanted to help my adopted family. Dog the boxer mix, and I got along great. He was so smart and eager to please. I loved how strong and willing he was to work, and wanted to train him to pull carts for my groceries and such. I even made him an official ESA, emotional support animal, because he was such good therapy for me to have a companion and an engaging interest. Well, old lady wasn't having any of that. Regardless that my dog hadn't done anything to anybody, there were zero police, animal control, or veterinary reports. She started spreading false rumors that my dog was dangerous and that he was running loose, threatening other people and pets in the neighborhood. But wait, didn't she let her dogs run loose for years? Never mind. She even weaved a funny tale to the homeowners association that my dog had attacked her pampered Pekingese, saying that she had to pull her dog from my dog's mouth. Again, with no witnesses, animal control nor vet reports to confirm this. Unfortunately, the homeowners association had to accept her racist against breeds complaint, and I was forced to remove my beloved dog. I still miss him, and I'll never forget that she did this to someone who was supposedly her longtime friend, because her racism was more important to her. With friends like these, right? This is a shared experience with one of my friends, who also has read it. Tom, if you're reading this, I'm sorry in advance. Anyways, used to have a friend who was, by some chance, partners with Tom. Said friend was a system, had OSDD, and was also really manipulative. Generally not a good person in hindsight, but at the time nothing seemed like it was wrong. Eventually, Tom, the friend, and several others came together to make a private role-playing server. Nothing wrong at first. Friend's character had two simultaneous love interests, one on Tom's character, the other on a character from a video game all of us have a common interest in. Speaking from retrospect, Friend's character only was interested in the former when it was convenient for them. Does that give you a hint? Soon we started bleeding other characters from the video game into it, creating a separate set of channels just for them. Second love interest, Slee, was also played by the friend. I happened to play a character in the middle of several love connections, one a good 3 pair, the other a rarer pair I'm pretty sure is only shipped by the friend. It gets to a point where Slee makes off with my character, completely ignoring the plot at hand. Immediately two people jump on the friend for it, and friend gets super upset. I guess it happened again, because one day I woke up, and they disappeared almost completely. We wrote their characters out of the canon, and went about our lives. They're still around, but not anywhere I am. A few years back I was really close with this one guy. We had similar trauma, domestic abuse, so we confided in each other a lot. He had a lot of problems and often relied on me like a therapist, to the extent that it almost cost us our friendship, and I recommended him to my old psychologist, so that he could actually have someone qualified to help him. At first things got better, but after a while he started saying things that worried me, like how he believed we were better than other people who hadn't gone through trauma, and that he wanted everyone to know what he had been through, so he could be praised and admired for it. I did and still do disagree with that. Having PTSD didn't make us better than neurotypical people. I don't think we need to be revered for surviving, for continuing with our lives despite what we went through. But he wouldn't let it go. Every day he would go on and on about how much his trauma affected him. It's like he was embracing it, having it become part of his identity. One day he was spiraling, and I was trying to help talk him through it. He brought up an example of the abuse, and trying to relate, I began saying I understand. My ex used to do the same thing. I know how hard it is to deal with that. He cut me off, and told me what he went through was worse, so I just didn't get it. I was shocked. I'm such a huge believer in not comparing pain. Trauma is not a contest. And I was so hurt and offended that he had told me that his pain was worse than mine. I told him as much, and he just doubled down and told me that I didn't understand him and how bad he's hurting. I told him I was done and never spoke to him again. I saw a quote somewhere once about how some people kneel before their trauma every day like an altar, and that's what it felt like he was doing. I have a lot of compassion for what he was going through. Healing from trauma is not linear. But I had gone above and beyond for this guy so many times. And him turning our trauma into a dick measuring contest was the ultimate slap in the face. I really do hope that he got the help that he needed. This was kind of a doubleheader. A friend of mine was a smoker and had asked me to paint a mural on her wall over her bed. I got a start on it, but I'm allergic to tobacco, and she wouldn't even let me open the windows to her room, or open the door, to let some fresh air in, so I could see what I was doing. Being in that sealed room with her lit cigarette was making my eyes swell shut. I finally just flat out asked her to either let me open the windows and door or not smoke, while I was painting. She agreed. The next time I came over to work on the painting, she very pointedly shut the door and the windows, lit a cigarette, blew a lungful of smoke at me and said, "You don't seem to be dying," in her beachiest tone of voice. I quietly decided not to come back to the house. She could finish her own mural, but I'd given her $40 my mom loaned me for concert tickets for us both, and I really wanted to see the show. So a few days later she called me and told me we couldn't go. I asked why, and she said because I'm stupid. I asked her at least 2 more times what that was supposed to mean, and she just repeated herself before handing the phone to her mom, who informed me that she'd blown the money on drugs. She knew very well I was not a drug user, so could not even confiscate the stupid wood and smoke it myself. I was so angry that it never crossed my mind to confiscate it and turn it over to the police. Her mom said she was not going to pay me back herself because she wanted her daughter, who had no allowance or job, to learn responsibility. I could kind of see that. But you bet your sweet bippy my mom never got her $40 back. For 12 years, I had this one friend online I had been talking to every now and then, and we have helped each other out with a lot of things throughout the years, and it all ended a year ago. because of something that has always been looming around, but didn't blow up until this moment, when we had this one discussion, on Facebook. See, there's this one thing, where he could never understand, why I felt the need as a feminine gay guy, to have inclusion of gay male characters and even occasionally feminine gay male characters in any movie, or show or game or comic out there. He thought that, since I'm accepted and tolerated for who and what I am, it shouldn't matter, and that it's the same as being disabled and wanting inclusion, or what have you. I never tried to make him agree with me on my viewpoint, and I never tried to force it into conversations. I just wanted him to understand how, and why I feel the way I do, whenever it became relevant to discussions. In this last conversation, he got mad at me for supposedly not caring about inclusion of disabled people in media. Which, for the record, I do think everyone deserves inclusion to at least some extent in any movies or shows or comics or games or what have you, trying to question me about my preferences, and why it's such a big deal for me. And since he has at this point been doing this over and over and over again, I told him I don't need to justify my preferences, and that I have been trying so many times so hard to explain to him how and why I feel the way I do, but that I feel like he doesn't listen or care. What did he say in response? Copied and pasted. This, motherfucker, if you want to stop talking about this topic then shut the fuck up about it, Jesus Christ. And this was the final straw for me. I felt like I just couldn't handle with having a friend like this, who kept on and on and on making me feel like shit for having preferences and wants and needs and dreams I cannot really control having, and making it seem like I'm pushing onto him my struggles. Like, sorry for assuming you were my friend, I guess. Either way, I just blocked him after this. Have never talked to him ever since. The 24th of this month, it was exactly a year ago. I had once a friend who used to cut themselves in high school. I tried to support them as much as a teen could. Encourage them that everything was going to be better, making sure she was properly tending to her cuts, and being someone she could vent to. I was such a dumbass scrambling to make sure no one would catch her, because I thought she would actually kill herself if the school found out, but eventually I couldn't take the added stress and spoke with the on-campus psychologist about it. I never gave her name, but I should have. What made me snap was one day she gave a little update on her cuts, with a barely covered smile, and giggling like it was a funny joke, that she told me how she ran out of space on her arms, so she cut her thighs instead. I was an idiot for telling her how dangerous it was to cut there. I know that now. But the only thing I could think of at that moment was, why the hell is she smiling like a little kid showing off a picture? I was pissed, and instead of my normal fretting over her I just walked away. I stopped giving her attention and she started threatening that she'd cut herself or even kill herself if I didn't hang out with her. I didn't want to be her friend, but I didn't want the guilt and blood on my hands if she actually killed herself, so with the help of the campus psychologist we set a plan in motion. I played the bad guy. I gave her name to the staff, and she was placed on a self-harm watch and required visits to the psychologist during free periods. I still remember her breakdown when she stormed into my graphic design class accusing me of telling them, even though the tip was anonymous, but anyone in that office would know it was indeed me. I was isolated from my group of friends as she convinced them that I was a cold-hearted bitch and as cruel as the mean girls. Best part? She stopped cutting after I left, made a bunch of friends and actually grew to have a positive outlook on life. Funnily enough, it seems like she needed someone to be a villain in her life to actually take that step forward. When we came back to school after the summer, my other friends all apologized when they realized what I actually was trying to do. The whole situation taught me that sometimes the best option is leaving. Who knew having a bad end to a friendship could better two people at once? TLDR, friend only wanted me to be their maid of honor for their wedding because they felt sorry for me losing my other best friend. I'll preface this with, I'm a shitty friend too, but this made me lose all feelings for this friend. A few years ago my best friend passed away. Before that, I had been deemed her most honorable maid of honor. She couldn't pick just one maid of honor. They ended up having a little ceremony with some other friends, but she couldn't get legally married or she would lost her disability. But I was absolutely excited and ready to be her most honorable maid of honor before she passed. They were still planning an actual wedding ceremony sans the license. Well, Flash forward a couple of years and I have another good friend who is getting married and asked me to be their maid of honor. I was excited. I'd never been a maid of honor or a bridesmaid and this friend knew how much it meant to me, knowing I was missing out on being there for my best friend who passed. We end up having arguments, and come to find out, they only asked me to be their maid of honor out of pity. It stung pretty bad. I instantly felt cold and numb for this person that I had put on a pedestal thinking the world of them. I wasn't a good friend, but this was a huge blow. I thought I was going to be their maid because we were good friends, not because they thought of me like a sick puppy. The entire conversation was just surreal. It was like I was seeing another side of them. Now we only talk about once a month because I had added them to my cell phone plan before we ended the friendship. Hindsight is 20/20 I suppose. They pay their part though, so no complaints. Most of our mutual friends have slowly left my circles as well, and I'm paranoid enough to think it's because this friend was the main socialite, so if they don't like you, no one else will. I've since gotten married myself, and I'm slowly building a new friend circle and I've been doing a lot of growing in the last couple of years. Be with people who make you truly happy, not who you think will make you more popular. We also bought the house my best friend lived in, and we have a wall dedicated to her memory. I miss her every day, but now my husband and I can take care of her home and honor her for the rest of my life. She taught me what true friendship really means, and I'm thankful for that. I hope to find new friends in life that bring new memories and love.